In this video, we will see Darakaraka in all 27 nakshatra and your spouse and marriage. Darakaraka in different nakshatra and your spouse and marriage. That is what we are going to see in this video. So my beautiful ladies and my brothers, welcome back again to our favorite astrology channel, the one and only Jubiman Astrology, and let's see that.
Now guys, I would like to tell you before we move forward, you can directly take consultation from us. We have created a website now. It's so simple. You can go there, link in description and the comment section below. You can just click there and just click of a button, you can just simply purchase directly consultation from us as the instruction are given on the website, and then we will just help you out in the consultation. Okay guys, so for that, links are in comment section and description. You can purchase consultation also.
Now, what's going to happen when Darakaraka is placed into the nakshatra of Ashwini? So Darakaraka in Ashwini nakshatra. So Darakaraka represent your spouse soul. It show your karmic partner. It show your marriage destiny. Right? And Ashwini is the first nakshatra of zodiac. Right? It show raw karmic past life connection. When a Darakaraka fall into the Ashwini nakshatra, the marriage will never going to be ordinary. You will see with Darakaraka in the Ashwini nakshatra, your spouse has a strong independent personality. Okay? Your spouse will have a very strong independent personality. They dislike being controlled. Right? Whether emotionally or practically, they never like, your spouse never like to be controlled. Spouse behave very youthful even after getting married. You know, there are certain people who are even at old age, sometime with you, they like, you feel like, you know, yes, they have the mature side, but they have this curious, playful side as well. So that is the kind of a spouse you will get. Also with Darakaraka in the Ashwini nakshatra, your marriage begins suddenly, I would say. Okay? There can be sudden meeting, sudden attraction, sudden proposal that come for the marriage. Marriage decision will also happen very unexpectedly with Darakaraka in the Ashwini nakshatra. With Darakaraka in Ashwini nakshatra, your spouse have a very fast moving mind, very fast mind. Okay, they will take quick decisions, quick emotions, quick reactions. Right, with Darakaraka and Ashwini nakshatra, your spouse is not the one who is emotionally very lazy. No, they want movement. Remember, it's Ashwini, right? Movement. Fast moving nakshatra is Ashwini, right? They need like excitement, progress. That's really important. With the Darakaraka in the Ashwini nakshatra, it's a very strong past life bond. It show actually that you have with your spouse. Spouse will have definitely some unfinished karma from the past life with you. Your first meeting feels like strangely familiar. Like you will get this feeling with Darakaraka and Ashwini nakshatra, you will get this feeling, oh, I already know this person from somewhere. You know, when sometime we meet someone, you feel like your soul is going towards that person. Something is pushing you. So I already know this person kind of a feeling. With Darakaraka and Ashwini nakshatra, marriage happened due to destiny push. Your destiny will push you to get married to this person. Like I remember, this person who have Darakaraka Ashwini nakshatra, first they rejected, like the girl's family rejected this guy. And they have this rejection, but then the girl, somehow they are not able to find a right person for years, a couple of years. And then after a couple of years, they have to again, somehow their marriage get fixed, by destiny. So after a couple of years, again that guy come back, and then again they said, okay, let's get married, So it's crazy, right? Because this is again Darakaraka Ashwini energy. Although in Ashwini things happen fast, but I am just giving you example. There is always destiny push. Okay, so maybe you just find someone and then you feel like, no, he's not the one, she's not the one. But after some time, you will not able to, even if other relationship are there, they get cut off and finally you go back and you get married to that earlier person. That can also possible. Relationship will start before logic here with Darakaraka and Ashwini nakshatra. And your heart will move faster than the mind. Okay, and as I mentioned earlier, separation, reunion theme will be there. Breaks, distance before permanent bonding. Like for an example, I repeat again. You are a girl, you like a guy. But then another guy, for a couple of, let's say, year, you have a relationship with this guy. You didn't get married. but then another guy come in your life, and then you started to have dating with the other guy. You thought he's the right person, and you leave the first one. But after some time, the second guy cut off suddenly, like classic Ketu, cut off suddenly. And then you again go back to the first guy, and then finally you said no, he's the right person. Or maybe the second guy teach you some emotional lesson, you cry a lot, and the first guy will cure you, and then you get married. The vice versa can also be true, right? So yeah, like maybe separation and then reunion theme can also play out with this Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra. Then with Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, there will be instant physical and energetic attraction. Okay, Ashwini is a magnetic, right, energy, and also you can feel very instinctive pull towards the person, right? Love can start quickly, but deeps slowly, right? Initial passion will be there. When you see someone, you feel something, right? Very strong with this Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra. And later, emotional bonding may take time, but initially it's very strong. For some people, it is not. For some people, initially they just start as a friend. They thought, okay, I don't like this person, but slowly as the time passed, they started to feel something, right? But for you, it's totally different. It's like initial excitement is there. But of course, you have to see other things as well. Seventh house, Venus, Mars, etc. And those nakshatra also important, and their placement. For that, full horoscope consultation is required. If you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. Also with Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, its spouse love to chase and excitement. They enjoy playful things in life. With Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, romance will be very spontaneous. It's not going to be a planned romance. Okay? There will be sudden trips, sudden hugs, right? And sudden decision about like, hey, let's go travel tomorrow there. And suddenly you backpack and go there. Sexual chemistry will be very strong with Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra. Okay, but your spouse demand emotional freedom. That's really important for them. Then with Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, spouse hates emotional suffocation. Okay, if you ask too much question, etc., that will kill the attraction. With Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, you need the spouse need personal freedom even after getting marriage. Marriage works best when you give them freedom. It's not like every time you're just checking the phone and asking where you are. No. They need that freedom because it's Ashwini. Then Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra also show that a spouse may appear selfish to you initially. Like you will have attraction, but you sometimes feel like this guy is selfish. This girl is selfish. Okay, initially you may feel like that maybe. Also with Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, spouse act first and think later. They have impulsive behavior. It is very common with Ashwini Nakshatra. Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra also show that spouse get easily bored by routine marriage. Okay, they need novelty to stay emotionally alive. With Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, marriage will be very active, not passive. Always something is going to happen. Also with Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, argument starts suddenly. Okay? In Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, spouse can also forgive you suddenly. Suddenly their temperature rise so high, like, and then suddenly after a few minutes they start to joke again, and you are like, what? Who can tell that 10 minutes ago this person is fighting with me? So with Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, marriage improve with travel and movement, right? Ashwini is there. So definitely traveling together and movement, that could important in marriage. You should also learn flexibility in your marriage when Darakaraka is in Ashwini Nakshatra. Also with Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, your spouse will get angry very fast and short-lived anger they will have. Shouting can possible. Silence are rare with this Ashwini Nakshatra. There will be cooling off happens naturally, right? Time will heal your conflict between you and your spouse when Darakaraka is in Ashwini Nakshatra. Also, Darakaraka in Ashwini Nakshatra, ego clashes can possible if both you and your spouse will be dominant. So you guys should mutual respect each other. That is the key to make your relationship work. Sometime when you are angry, she get or he get, your partner get quiet, and when they are angry, you should get quiet. And with Darakaraka, if your Darakaraka is in Ashwini Nakshatra, you must avoid controlling behavior. Otherwise, there will be problems in the marriage. You must always avoid controlling behavior. Okay, if you become too much, little bit is fine, but if you become too controlling, it can become a problem. Okay, Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra give you very athletic and energetic body type of partner. Okay, sharp facial features, very noticeable, youthful appearance. They will have quick walking style, very expressive face. Spouse will be very courageous and bold with Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra. Okay. Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra also give you spouse who would be very proud about the loved ones. They may dislike traditional gender roles, right? So they may like equality. Okay. Generally, Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra give you up emotionally honest person. They may not fake feelings. Right? Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra show that your spouse need more respect. Okay, you will see that respect is really important for them. Also, sorry, with Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, intimacy will improve with trust. Okay, passion will fluctuate. Like sometime you feel very passionate about the partner, or sometime partner feel very passionate, sometime not. There will be fluctuation. Spouse will always prefer some kind of a playful intimacy. Yes, you will see that. With Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, emotional bonding grow after marriage. Also, Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra can even give you a friendship type of bond sometime as well. You know, there can be challenges as well with Ashwini Nakshatra. You need to pay attention. Impulsiveness in relationship will create problem for sure. Whenever you have Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, you must avoid that. With Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, your spouse may resist routine responsibility. Ego battles can possible between you and your spouse, especially when Mars and Sun dominate your 7th house or like Darakaraka, etc. You will also see with Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, you may feel sometime that my God, my wife or my husband is too independent, my spouse is too independent, it's not good. But yeah, they will be. If you try to control your partner, that will damage relationship for sure. So you need to pay attention. With Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, marriage teaching you letting go things as well. Okay. Also with Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, your spouse activate your courage. Right? Marriage will transform your soul for sure. Generally, you know, this can even show very sudden marriage. Darakaraka Ashwini Nakshatra is very like love marriages are very common with this nakshatra, but again you have to see overall chart. For that, full horoscope consultation is required. If you want to purchase, links are in comment section and description. Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra can even show that you could marry to someone who is from different culture, different religion, different country, because Ashwini likes to break the norms, right? So yeah, marriage will survive through mutual respect whenever you have Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra. Also, with Darakaraka in Ashwini Nakshatra, you will see your spouse like have this energy of first responder or the pioneer healer. Okay, they are the someone who will initiate change, right? You will see that spouse will be very independent, restless or self-motivated. You cannot cage your spouse, or you cannot try to, if you try to manage your spouse like control, no, it's not going to work. A spouse will have a very profound desire for freedom and space within the marriage. They are not very clingy person. You will see that spouse will be very action oriented. Okay? Whenever there is a problem, they always jump immediately to just fix that problem immediately. You will see that. Their mind, spouse mind with Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra work at a very lightning speed. They grasp new concept instantly and can get bored with a slow-paced conversation. Okay, generally a youthful, energetic, agile appearance type of spouse who look younger than the age can be seen. Okay, someone who have a very sharp, penetrating eyes. Okay, and the gaze of your spouse can be very direct and alert. They are always scanning the environment. They are standing somewhere, always scanning the environment. Okay, generally Darakaraka in Ashwini Nakshatra give you a spouse who is very, I would say, average to slender build with a body that suggests quickness and readiness for the movement. because it's Ashwini. Uh, Sometime I've seen Darakaraka Ashwini Nakshatra can give you a spouse, someone who have very distinctive feature around their forehead and hairline. Okay, because Ashwini rule the head, of course. Uh, Sometimes well-defined hair is also possible with your spouse. Generally, spouse could have very high physical vitality. Okay, and this can even push your spouse towards fitness. Racing sports they may like fitness, racing sports, healing art, massage, right? Psychotherapy, these things can also possible. Right? They can also be a surgeon, athlete, someone who into emergency service, pilot, driver, entrepreneur, right? Or someone in a very fast paced kind of industries, or maybe alternative medicine or healing technique like meditation, acupuncture, reiki healing, that can possible. Spouse meeting with, when Darakaraka is in Ashwini Nakshatra, meeting with your spouse can be very sudden, very unexpected, quick, right? Maybe you could meet in hospital, gym, during travel, or in a situation where there is some kind of urgency. Okay, or sometime online through fast move of some kind. You will also see with Ketu, there is always a past life connection between you and your spouse whenever Darakaraka in Ashwini Nakshatra, because Ashwini is ruled by Ketu. They could have a very sometime blunt type of communication style. They can be very straightforward, talk to the point. They are the one who might hate beating around the bush. You will see that. Their argument can be very short but very intense, and they cool down easily as well. They will have very high sexual energy, adventurous, right? There will always be a sense of newness, and they always like to do explore in the physical relationship. They always need this stimulation. Okay, something new in the marriage is important. Routine is not good for the marriage. Some changes is required for your spouse. When you do some activity together like travel, adventure, sports, learning new skills, or starting a new business in which there is going to be excitement for them, that is when it's good for the marriage. Okay, sometime Darakaraka in Ashwini Nakshatra, I've seen, can even give your spouse very non-traditional upbringing or something unusual about their family upbringing. Right? You will see that. With Darakaraka in Ashwini Nakshatra, your spouse can have headaches, nervous energy sometime, or maybe injuries due to their fast speed, fast movement. Like for an example, suddenly they are cutting the vegetables and they just cut their finger a little bit, right? So these things can possible. Then obviously there is always going to be a youthful glow on your spouse face. You will see when Darakaraka is in Ashwini Nakshatra, even with the age, your spouse will likely maintain a very youthful, a baby face type of appearance. Okay, you will see that. Something important about appearance. Ashwini Nakshatra give your spouse make you like spouse very athletic build. Because Ashwini is ruled by horse, right? And you, like with Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, you can expect a spouse who is lean fit. Okay, who is lean, who is fit, and has a very active body type. There are certain, certain people who just do work too much fast. I have seen certain people like their wives, when Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, their wives like they are doing work, even if they are homemaker, they are like running back and forth and doing work very fast. That's Ashwini energy actually. Okay, they could have a distinctive nose. They often generally have a prominent straight kind of a nose generally with this, but again you have to see other things as well. Full horoscope consultation is required obviously, but as per this I am telling you, they have very bright, alert type of eyes. The eyes will also move very quickly. I have seen with Darakaraka in Ashwini Nakshatra. There are certain boys or girls, their eyes move very quickly. This is because of this Ashwini Nakshatra. When you have Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, a spouse could have that. that show very high intelligence and curiosity in them. Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra can make your spouse a very fast walker. Okay, they may walk very fast. They don't just walk. Okay, their body language is full of prana energy. You will see that. Right? Also, you will see spouse with Darakaraka Ashwini Nakshatra could have a very forehead prominence, because Aries is the head. Okay, and Ashwini Nakshatra fall obviously in Aries when you have Darakaraka in the Ashwini Nakshatra. So they may have a broad or a very clear forehead. Okay. Also, you will see that spouse with Darakaraka in the Ashwini Nakshatra, they prefer comfortable, sporty and trending clothing. Okay. Generally, I have seen that. Also, with Darakaraka in Ashwini Nakshatra, spouse are likely to be quick in their movements and reflexes. Right? With Darakaraka in Ashwini Nakshatra, you will see your spouse will be the first mover. Your spouse would like to start new projects but might struggle to finish them. That can also be seen with Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra. They are the one who is impulsive soul. Right? With Darakaraka in Ashwini Nakshatra, your spouse is the one who act first and think later. Okay, they bring excitement but also sudden decision in the marriage. You will see that. With Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, there is a certain childlike, I would say, purity in their heart. Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, your spouse also, I can say, because Ashwini is ruled by Ashwini Kumaras, which is the physicians of the god, which are the doctors, I mean, with some natural healing abilities, miraculous healing abilities. So your spouse can have a natural abilities to heal other emotionally or psychologically. Even I can say, if you having emotional wounds in the past life relationship, so after getting married to your spouse, you will have this healing effect. You feel naturally better. Okay. Generally, Darakaraka in Ashwini Nakshatra, their spouse cannot stand delays. If they want something, they are like, I want it now. Darakaraka Ashwini Nakshatra can make your spouse generally straightforward, someone who do not like the mind games. Okay? They tell you exactly what they want. Sometimes they will tell you very bluntly as well. Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra will give you a spouse who is highly independent. Okay? Never like to be controlled or you behave with them like they are baby. No, they never like it. Very competitive. Okay? About career, goal, what they want. Darakaraka in Ashwini Nakshatra, I've also seen your spouse could have a love for animals. Okay? Especially they could have strong connection to the horses. Maybe they like to do horse riding. They love dogs or they love fast moving creatures. That can also be seen. Darakaraka in Ashwini Nakshatra. Like they can be very spontaneous. They expect like surprise date, sudden trips, life which is always active, not boring. Like for an example, you are telling them, hey, we can just maybe let's go tomorrow to this road trip. Let's do this, let's go on date today. And they are expecting to cook food for you. If let's say it's your wife, and suddenly you said it, and they are so happy. Like suddenly, they like surprises as well. Okay, so that can be seen. Then, with Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, again, your spouse can be connected to medical or healing arts. Okay, whether they are doctor, nurse, therapist, or energy healers. They could also be involved in some kind of a speed transformation. So automotive industry. Sorry for my voice. Pilots, logistic, right? So in these, like any fast moving transport, they could involve. Sometimes Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra could also make your spouse involved in law or enforcement or defense. Because of Mars influence here. Okay. So that can also possible. Even entrepreneurship. The spouse could also be in entrepreneurship, like an entrepreneur. They prefer to be their own boss, want to start something of their own venture. Or maybe in sports and fitness. Okay, like athlete, gym owner, yoga instructor. These things can also possible, or maybe gymnastic or something. With Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, spouse could also be involved in technology and innovation. They are drawn to maybe cutting edge technology, okay, that are new to market. They may like that. That can also be seen. With Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, spouse meeting with you can happen very suddenly, okay, in a very paced environment, like when you are traveling very fast somewhere, or maybe on a street like I forget the name of this street in the Japan, Tokyo, where there's like a crossing and there's so many people cross very fast, right? So while you are doing that, maybe you meet there, like any crossing where fast moving is happening, or maybe you're walking very fast, places where people walk very fast, you could meet there. This could also show, when Darakaraka in Ashwini Nakshatra, it also show love at first sight type of scenario actually. Very instant, very fiery kind of attraction. Okay. But even after getting marriage, whenever you have Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, there can be, I would say, initially, ego clashes can involve in marriage. Okay. Initially in the marriage. And then if you make sure what I told you in this video, you try to work on these things will improve. Right? Although with Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, your spouse will definitely heal your childhood wounds. If you have some past life trauma, there will be healing through your spouse in those matters. Spouse could be very adventure seeker. Your married life will involve a lot of travel, trekking, hiking and outdoor activities, skiing and all that stuff. Okay. They are the one, with Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, spouse is the one who like to take lead, who likes to take the decisions, right? They are the one who will be the boss in the home, right? Regardless of whether it's a male or female or whatever. There is always some sort of activeness they want in the home. A very boring kind of, very stagnant or very slow life, they get bored. Right? And now Ashwini is ruled by Ketu. So definitely they could have some feeling of detachment from the, why either you or your spouse could have detachment feeling a little bit. Okay? Sometime detachment of feeling can also occur. The marriage might go through the phases of intense passion and then suddenly cooling off. You feel like a lot of passionate for each other and then it's like, okay, whatever, So that can also be seen with Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra. There will be stubbornness, of course. They will be headstrong about their decision. Your spouse, that is again the little bit things that you have to tackle, challenges there will be. Spouse will have risk-taking abilities as well. You will see that. And as I mentioned earlier, spouse will become prone to headaches, migraines, or some kind of a cut, bruises, injuries. So you need to pay attention to those things as well. Or I should say your spouse need to. If there are some key things I would like to tell you that can make your marriage successful when your Darakaraka is in Ashwini Nakshatra, is you should encourage your spouse regarding their independence. They really love that. Don't try to cut off their wings. No, you should not do that. Try to do encouragement regarding they wants to. Try to have physical activities together, whatever you can, depending upon you and your spouse, whatever they like. Avoid passive aggression. Try to have direct communication. You need to have patience in this marriage. Okay. Also, you must honor the healing side of your spouse, which will make them happy. Okay. One great remedy for you again is to travel together. Okay. If you guys travel together, that will be a great remedy for you. Also with Darakaraka and Ashwini Nakshatra, praying to Lord Ganesha and Ashwini Kumars can definitely bring something good in the marriage. Okay, you will definitely see that. So yeah, I mean, these are the things generally I see when your Darakaraka is placed in the Ashwini Nakshatra. I hope this help you. If you want to purchase consultation or courses, links are in comment section and description. Okay, now let's talk about Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra. So Bharani, first of all, it's one of the most intense, magnetic, karmic and transformative nakshatras. Right? Now what's going to happen when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra? Right? So when Darakaraka is in Bharani Nakshatra, you will see that your spouse will be emotionally intense and deep. Right? Your spouse will be someone who feel everything strongly, whether it's love, anger, attachment. Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra give you strong sense of control, right? Which show that spouse likes to lead, spouse likes to dominate, spouse likes to manage situation. Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra show your spouse will have a very passionate personality, right? With Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra, nothing will be half-hearted. Very passionate type of spouse. With Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra, spouse has strong likes and dislikes. Right? There will be zero emotional gray zone for your spouse. Also with Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra, spouse will have serious attitude towards commitment. Right? Marriage, they will take very seriously. With Darakaraka Bharani Nakshatra show that, it show extremely heavy past life karma. Marriage is destined and unavoidable. With Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra, it shows that spouse enter in your life during emotional crisis. Right? And even spouse can enter when you are feeling vulnerable. Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra also show that relationship will feel very fated, not chosen. Events push you together. Like for an example, I think I've also given this example earlier in some video. Like this guy who just, this is arranged marriage example. So this guy went to the girl family. The girl family first rejected this guy somehow due to some reason. And then for the next 1 year, the girl family looking for the right match for the guy. And the guy family was looking a right girl, right? But for the 1 year, neither the girl family find a man for the girl, nor the boy family was able to find some girl for their son. So what happened is that after 1 year, they somehow destiny take them together, right? And then they get married. And now they are married from last more than 10 years. So yeah, I mean, this can like relationship feel very fated. You will see events will push you together. Marriage will bring transformation in your life with Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra. Your old personality die and new personality will born. Also with Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra, separation before union is possible. Right? That can also be seen. Like for an example, maybe you guys like as I have just given you this, like even like for an example, you guys met somewhere and due to some reason you guys then live apart, but then after some time you again come together and then maybe get married or something. So that can also possible. Then Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra, it also show that there will be a strong sexual attraction between you and your spouse. Right? Sexual attraction will be very strong. Bharani is one of the most sensual nakshatra. With Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra, love start with obsession. You both feel magnetically pulled towards each other. That can be seen. Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra also show that there will be possessiveness. Okay, and that will be possessiveness will be very strong. Maybe your spouse will be too much possessive about you. Spouse wants you extremely and exclusively. Okay. Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra show that jealousy can exist. Right? Especially if insecurity get triggered, maybe jealousy factor will be there in relationship. Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra also show that love will be intense, right? Deep bonding will be there in relationship. Darakaraka when placed in the Bharani Nakshatra, you can expect that you will get an emotionally dominant type of spouse, right? And yeah, they will dominate your marriage for sure. There is a very high chance of that. With Darakaraka, of course, we have to see other things as well, like seventh lord, seventh house planets, right? Seventh lord nakshatra, etc. But yeah, still, Darakaraka and Bharani show these things. Darakaraka in Bharani nakshatra, spouse remember emotional wounds. They will not forgive you easily if you do something wrong. Okay, especially emotional damage or betrayal related things. It's not easy for them to forgive you. Forgiveness can come, but it will be slow. Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra give you a strong moral compass, right? Like, especially to your spouse, sorry, not you. Right? They believe in right and wrong very firmly. Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra can also show that there can be, spouse can be very controlling, okay? And they need reassurance. Like, for an example, why you are late at night? Are you with another girl? Tell me honestly, are you cheating on me? No, I'm not cheating. Tell me honestly. Really? Oh, where you were at? Show me the bills. Show me the this. Show me that. Sometime that can also possible. Uh, Although Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra show that your spouse will have ability to survive pain more than you. Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra also show that marriage will be very transformative. Right? Life of you before marriage and after marriage feel very different. Okay? Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra also show that marriage demands responsibility. If you show immature behavior in your Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra, you will get punished. Right? This immature behavior will not get tolerated by your spouse. Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra, I've also seen power struggles can be there. Like possible, good chances of that. Especially if you and your spouse both are dominant. See, if one is dominant, that would be fine. But if let's say both you and your spouse are dominant and Darakaraka is in Bharani Nakshatra, that can be problematic. Okay? So, because your spouse will try to dominate for sure when you have Darakaraka, because it's your Darakaraka in Bharani. But if let's say you also try to dominate, then obviously it will be, if both sides dominate, problem will be there. Okay? With Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra, marriage improves with emotional honesty. Right? You will see that. Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra also show that spouse will expect loyalty from you. And betrayal will cause deep damage. Also with Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra, if the fights will happen, they are going to be intense but very meaningful. Okay, fight whenever happen, it's very intense, not superficial arguments. Also, you will see Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra, your spouse can even give you silent treatment. Okay, spouse will withdraw emotionally. That can possible when they get angry. Spouse with Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra, their words can be can be very harsh. They cut more deeper than a knife. Right? Your spouse words can be very harsh when they get angry and try to fight with you. When Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra, you must avoid disrespecting your spouse, because if you do disrespect again and again to your spouse, so that can end marriage. That can become a lot of problems for your marriage, right? So you must always, if you would like to make your marriage work, and Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra, so be careful. Don't try to disrespect your spouse again and again, because that could become, because see, Darakaraka and Bharani, more than even love your spouse, require respect. Always remember that. With Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra, there will be a strong, attractive and physical presence of your spouse. People will notice your spouse instantly. With Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra, spouse will have a deep penetrating eyes. You will see that. spouse eyes reflect instantly. Dharakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra, spouse will have a sensual facial features. Like their lips, jawline or gaze can be very prominent. Right? Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra, spouse will have a well-built or curvy body type. A very earthly, grounded appearance they could have. Generally, I have also seen Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra give your spouse who will have a very mature aura. Even at a young age, like their vibe, their behavior, or I would say their aura in a way can be very mature. Right? You will see that. Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra also give you a spouse who would be very courageous and fearless. Right? They will not afraid of hard truths. You will see that. Very courageous and fearless type of person. Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra also give you a very emotionally protective type of spouse. Right? They will definitely defend their loved ones. Also, Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra, there will be a strong sexual energy. Right? For your spouse or even in your marriage or relationship, intimacy will be very important, which is of course important for every marriage. But yeah, here Bharani, it can become really important. Right? Sometime I've seen that your spouse, when Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra, you keep saying things, and they just endure suffering silently and remember everything. And then one day they get bust, and that's when fights can become very intense. Right? Always remember, when Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra, your relationship will need a respect-based love. That's really important. Right? Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra, your sexual bond will be very karmic. Okay, maybe spouse or you feel addictive for each other, or at least one feel addictive for other. Emotional closeness grow through hardship. Okay, some kind of a shared struggle will be there in the relationship that you unite you and your spouse. With Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra, I've also seen that spouse use intimacy as a bonding tool. Sex can heal your conflict. Like for an example, fight happen, and then that fight will lead to sexual pleasures, like for you guys, that can possible. But yeah, if trust break, then your spouse can even withdraw emotionally. Also with Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra, intimacy will deepen with maturity. Right? Then Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra, if let's say I can say, either you will be very possessive or your spouse will be very possessive with Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra, and this possessiveness need to be balanced. Otherwise, it can sometimes suffocate partner if you become too much asking question where you were, what you were doing, why you were at this place, why you were late, and this and that. And too much sometime can create problems. So that need to be balanced. That's the beauty of astrology. Also, Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra, power games can possible. Maybe you guys play power games with each other to control, like who control relationship. So yeah, you need to avoid that, I think so, with Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra. Also try to ignore these things, power games, emotional manipulation, which is really good for your relationship, to avoid these things. Also, when emotions get suppressed for a long time, then they can get explode. So it's better to time keep expressing emotions in relationship. Right? That can be seen. Also, Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra, marriage definitely teach you responsibility in love. Also emotional disciplines. Right? Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra also show that spouse can be older or more mature than you. Right? Love marriage can also happen when Darakaraka is in Bharani Nakshatra, although we have to see other things as well, where your 7th lord is, 5th, 7th, 9th connection, right? Venus, Mars, and 1,000 other things need to be seen. For that, full horoscope consultation is required. If you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. So Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra, spouse can be very, I would say, like timeless beauty. It can give you. Generally, it can give you very well proportionate type of spouse. Right? And well defined facial feature can also be one of the trait of this nakshatra. Okay? Also with Darakaraka in this Bharani nakshatra, it show that spouse could also be in the field of creation, management, judgment, artist, surgeon, judge, lawyer, okay, financial manager, chefs, doctors, right? Or industries related to yama, like they could be into literally, some other intense industries as well. Sometime I've seen like with Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra, you may meet uh, like through the places of beauty, art, finance, family, or it could also be a situation involving uh, some kind of a legal matter, inheritance related things of someone. Okay. It actually, Darakaraka and Bharani show very karmic depth type of relationship. There is a powerful sense of fate or unavoidable connection you feel in this relationship. Okay, or in your relationship, you will see. Past life ties are too strong. Okay. A spouse will have a spiritual inclination. Okay. They could also understand the life cycle of life, death, rebirth. That can also possible. They could be very blunt, honest, can be very critical. They don't sugarcoat things. Okay, their words can carry weight, right? Uh, Also, they will not forgive easily, right? Forgiveness come, as I mentioned earlier, after a lot of struggle. If you do something wrong, extremely high sexual drive and intimacy related thing, passionate, possessive, will be there. Maybe you guys together likes to build a beautiful home, likes to do collection of art, financial planning, gardening, things like that can possible. Your spouse will become the catalyst of transformation in your life. Okay. Sometime this can even give you a spouse from traditional family background or strict discipline family. That can also possible. Spouse can be very good generally with Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra. Spouse can be good in accumulating, managing, or preserving wealth. Spouse can have a strong desire for children. Spouse could have jealousy, like if you're talking to other girls or boys, jealousy, control issues. If let's say this Darakaraka is Venus and now Venus is in Bharani for an example. So on surface level, spouse can be artistic, maybe uh, luxurious, sensual nature is even more now. Okay. If let's say Mars is there, then uh, passion will be there. Okay. Like there is a lot of passion. Uh, and even Mars can, the Bharani can even give your spouse, make your spouse a surgeon or something. Mercury, I have seen with your spouse can be very intense communication. Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra, I've also seen sometimes spouse can bring some foreign connection resources in your life. Spouse with Bharani Nakshatra, when Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra, spouse teach you about desire, attachment, loss. Okay? You will learn these things more properly through your spouse. People will see you as a powerful couple, although with Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra, people will see you as a power couple with refined taste. Sometime I've seen with Darakaraka Nakshatra, in Bharani Nakshatra, your social circle might be smaller, more selective, and based on social values and status. Sometimes this Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra is also can give you luxury travel, pilgrimage to powerful and transformative places. Maybe you and your spouse like to travel to some historical places where you can see the death and rebirth scenario. Okay, this was the old civilization, then the new civilization built, something like that. Okay. With Darakaraka and Bharani, mostly the spouse likes to take control of the finances at the home. Right? Then what more you can see with the Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra. Darakaraka in Bharani Nakshatra also show like spouse will naturally have a very attractive face, magnetic beauty. Okay, sometimes large eyes, very expressive, even almond shaped eyes, kind of eyes I have also seen with Bharani Nakshatra. Person have in their spouse, like, and as I mentioned again and again, very well proportionate body. Sometimes curly hairs or thick hairs, wavy hairs, very sensual lips can be sensual, generally more medium type of height. Okay, and a very graceful movement they have when they walk. Generally, Dharakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra make your spouse highly creative. Okay, they have like this creativity inside them. Deeply emotional, it can give your spouse. Like your spouse can be very deeply emotional, right? Also, Yama influence is there, and Yama is the obviously the Lord of Death. So they have this strong sense of justice inside them. That's why I mention again and again that if you try to go outside of the marriage, it's really hard for them to forgive you here. Occult interest can naturally be there. Interest in occult, astrology, etc. Right? With Dharakaraka in Bharani can naturally come. Very protected towards their loved one. When Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra, your spouse will be very protective. Okay? And when they love you, and if someone try to hurt you, my God, they become so protective. Also, obviously, jealousy and possessiveness they have. Right? Also, these are the people with Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra. You will get a spouse who hate hypocrisy. Okay? And Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra generally also I've seen give your spouse who will have high endurance. They can go through immense hardship and rebirth themselves. Right? Maybe they might had experienced that. Generally, love for luxury can be seen. And especially if let's say Venus is in this, then again it's even become intense. Love for luxury, sensual nature, good perfume, good food, fine dining things, high quality fabrics, they love that. They could have a very strong view about something, very opinionated kind of a person, rarely neutral about something. Can be connected to creative industries as well, like film, photography, music, etc. Okay. Also, sometime because of this Yama energy of justice, they could also be into law, etc. or police. Sometime related to financial sector, your spouse can be into insurance, etc. Right? That can be seen. Or they could be someone in profession like transformation specialist kind of a professional, like for an example, counselor, coaches, like which because their role comes specially for your transformation. They want to change you. They want to make you something good. Or maybe in some research, because that is also a part of transformation. Right? Definitely marriage will go through transformation in your life. Highs and low you will experience. Also, Bharani Nakshatra symbol, if you study about it, it's yoni, which means the vagina. So that's why it show when Darakaraka and Bharani, it's often indicate a very strong desire for children or a fertile union. Their spouse may want children. That could become very important until or unless other things in their chart is damaged. That's why you need to see other things as well. That's why full horoscope consultation is required. If you want to purchase courses and consultation, links are in comment section and description. Sometime, if let's say your chart is also very aggressive, then it can become power struggle with your spouse. Because your spouse will be like that, and if you will also become like that, then things will become intense. Okay. Generally, I've seen this nakshatra, Darakaraka, when in this nakshatra, financial growth after marriage can be there. Okay. After marriage, financial growth of some kind can be there, at least, depending upon your charts. Also, spouse will somehow act like a teacher also in your life. They will make you ultimately a stronger person. But loyalty is non-negotiable here. Okay. For them, betrayal could be very extreme sin, as I mentioned earlier. So you need to pay attention to that. Love for children and pets, I've also seen when Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra spouse could have love for children, pets. Okay. Uh, Also, they could have this, uh, like spouse also want to nurture you, like this motherly care quality they could also have, regardless of the gender, like whether it's a male or a female. Your spouse will be nurturing, for like some kind of a nurturing aspect they also have. They also have interest in taboo topics like what happened after death, what is beyond life, kundalini awakening, and anything which is very weird, like something hidden topics, taboo topics, sex, talking more about sex, tantric sex, or different part of how to make from this money, like any topic which normally humans become uncomfortable to talk about, they love to talk about that. There will always be a need of physical touch for them. Okay, that can be seen. Maybe your spouse will have good connection to earth, they may enjoy gardening, etc. That can be seen, right? uh, uh, Sometimes this can even give sudden marriage, sudden meetings, right? So yeah, this is all about Bharani Nakshatra. If you want to purchase, so this is all about Darakaraka and Bharani Nakshatra. If you want to purchase consultation or courses, links are in comment section and description. Okay, now let's talk about Darakaraka in Krittika Nakshatra, right? It is a very sharp, strong, truth-oriented, right, and a karmic marriage placement. Krittika is ruled by Agni, fire, Agni Dev. Symbol is knife, blade, right? So when Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Krittika, your spouse will be very bold, direct, very straightforward person, right? There will be generally no sugar coating in their speech or behavior when Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Krittika. Generally, I've also seen they will have a strong moral principles, right? Spouse can have clear ethics and values. Spouse hates lies and manipulation. Also with Darakaraka and Krittika Nakshatra, they will have sharp intellect and judgment. And spouse will can instantly sense dishonesty. That is also there with Krittika Nakshatra. With Darakaraka and Krittika, spouse will have a dominant personality. A spouse naturally takes leadership role. You will also see. Darakaraka when placed in the Krittika Nakshatra, it also show that uh, there is some kind of a past life bond based on duty. And this marriage happened to correct your karma. Darakaraka and Krittika Nakshatra also show that spouse enter in your life to purify you. Also, you will see when Darakaraka is in Krittika Nakshatra, your marriage will expose your weaknesses. And marriage will destroy your ego and illusions. Darakaraka when placed in Krittika Nakshatra, relationship begins with strong attraction but matures quickly. Darakaraka and Krittika Nakshatra, marriage push you towards maturity. And your childish love cannot survive. Darakaraka in Krittika Nakshatra, it also show that attraction will be intense but controlled. Not wild, not powerful. Darakaraka in Krittika also show that love starts through respect, not just romance. Darakaraka and Krittika also show that your spouse values honesty over sweetness. Okay? Also with Darakaraka in Krittika, your spouse will prefer bitter truth. Okay? Rather than the fake affection. Also, Darakaraka and Krittika I have seen like physical attraction can be very strong. between you and your spouse. Darakaraka and Krittika also show that your spouse expect emotional clarity. And if there will be a confusion, then that could create distance in relationship. Darakaraka and Krittika also show that spouse has commanding presence. People listen them naturally. Darakaraka and Krittika also show that your spouse will be strong but not very soft. Sensitive they will be, but yet disciplined kind of a person. Also, I've seen Darakaraka and Krittika, your spouse cannot tolerate weak behavior. Victim mentality they never like. Darakaraka and Krittika also give you a spouse that set rules in relationship. Darakaraka and Krittika Nakshatra also show that marriage will be very structured. Darakaraka when placed in the Krittika Nakshatra, your spouse demands responsibility. If you show lazy behavior, that could create friction in relationship and they won't like it. Darakaraka in Krittika Nakshatra also show that respect is the foundation of your love. Right? Darakaraka and Krittika also show that marriage improves with discipline. Darakaraka and Krittika also show that your spouse will be very protective, right? Especially towards you. Now, Darakaraka and Krittika when placed, I've also seen that arguments that will happen between you and your spouse, they will be very sharp and direct. No drama, straight confrontation. Okay? Then Darakaraka and Krittika, words can hurt deeply. Okay? Sometimes spouse can even speak truth without filter. So yeah, that can even hurt. Then Darakaraka and Krittika, spouse cool down quickly. Like they just get angry too fast and then settle down quickly. That will you will see. Darakaraka and Krittika also show that forgiveness, your spouse will forgive you, right? It's possible, but only when the truth is accepted. Denial will create more problem. If something is happening and a spouse like expect truth, I want truth, accept it, I can forgive you. But if you keep denying the truth, that would just create the problem worse, right? Darakaraka and Krittika, repeated dishonesty can end the marriage. You will also see this. Maybe they forgive you sometimes, but if you just again and again show dishonesty, that will be very damaging for your marriage. Darakaraka and Krittika Nakshatra give your spouse who will have sharp facial features, strong jawline, nose or eyes. Okay, very fiery or bright eyes. Their eyes reflect confidence when Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Krittika. They could be very athletic or well defined body they have. Darakaraka and Krittika also give your spouse who will have very commanding walk. Also, like Darakaraka and Krittika show that their aura, the aura of your spouse will have some kind of authority. There are certain people when they talk, when they sit, like naturally, there is some sort of authority in them. That is what Darakaraka and Krittika show. Okay? That spouse will have authority. Darakaraka and Krittika also show that spouse will have strong willpower. They cannot be easily influenced. You will also see that. Darakaraka when placed in the Krittika, you will see your spouse will be very protective towards family. They will definitely come forward to defend the family. That is their basic nature. Right now, of course, we have to see other things as well, where the seventh lord is, seventh house, planets in the seventh. Seventh lord nakshatra also play very important role in marriage, Venus, Mars, etc. But yeah, still, this is also the tone, right? This is like all mixture, right? For that, of course, full horoscope consultation is required if you want to purchase. Links are in comment section and description. Darakaraka in Krittika also show that spouse will be practical in emotion. Spouse can be strict. Okay? Also, Darakaraka and Krittika show that spouse value loyalty above romance. So that could be important for them. I have also seen when Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Krittika, sexual energy can be controlled. right? But intense. Also, intimacy improve with trust. When the trust will improve, that will deepen the passion, especially of your spouse towards you. Dharakarka and Kritika also show your spouse prefer quality over quantity. So quality of intimacy will be very important. Also, Darakaraka in Kritika, your emotional bond with your spouse will grow better with time. It will not be instantly, but with time, your emotional bond will grow. Okay. Also, Darakaraka in Krittika Nakshatra, the challenges you will expect is that harsh speech will create wounds. If you just use harsh speech with your spouse, they won't like it. Also, Darakaraka and Krittika Nakshatra, spouse may appear emotionally very cold but deeply loyal. Right? Also, Darakaraka and Krittika Nakshatra show ego clashes will be there if you resist the authority. Right? So, the power struggle will possible. Also, Darakaraka and Krittika Nakshatra show that over criticism can hurt marriage. You will also see that. You need balance. Darakaraka and Krittika Nakshatra also show that your marriage fails if the truth is hidden. Right? Transparency is really important. Darakaraka, when placed in Krittika Nakshatra, marriage will teach truth in love. Right? Not illusions. Generally, this nakshatra is more supportive for arranged marriage type of setup. And I've also seen dishonesty can even become the reason of divorce sometime with this nakshatra, especially when dishonesty things happen. Right? See, Darakaraka in Kritika, marriage will be very powerful, but it's demanding. Although, of course, love marriage can also be there, but for that you have to see other things in chart like 7th lord combination with 5th lord, 7th lord with 9th lord, Venus, Mars, all other things need to be seen. For that, full horoscope consultation is required. If you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. So you will see that when Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Kritika, your spouse will be fiercely independent, courageous, ambitious, highly principled kind of a person. His spouse possesses a core of steel and a burning desire to achieve and improve. Spouse would be very critical, analytical, right? Spouse have high standard for themselves and even everyone around them, including you. A spouse with Darakaraka in this nakshatra will naturally be a leader who seeks respect and authority. Spouse cannot tolerate being disrespected. Okay? So you will also see that. You will also see with Darakaraka in Krittika Nakshatra, spouse will have a striking, sharp, and often intense appearance. They carry themselves with dignity and command attention. Spouse will have penetrating, bright, and observant eyes. Spouse gaze feel like it's analyzing or assessing you. They have a very expressive eyes that can show anger or warmth. Right? Spouse often you will find very strong, well-defined physique. Okay? Or at least I would say well-defined physique, and they have a prominent, or I would say sharp facial features. Sometimes this nakshatra can even give your spouse some kind of a scar, mole, or some distinctive mark, right? Some kind of a distinctive mark on their body. And this is especially on their face, or maybe or on upper body. Okay, because that is where the Krittika Nakshatra rule. Also, strong with Darakaraka in Krittika Nakshatra, spouse can be prone to having fevers, inflammation in their body, acidity, burns, surgeries of some kind. Right? With Darakaraka in Krittika Nakshatra, spouse can be involved in profession in which like fire, sharp tools, leadership or criticism related professions. Okay? Military, police officer, surgeon, chef, critics, judge, engineer, CEO, spiritual leader, etc. cannot possible. Also, you will see like with Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Krittika, you may even meet at a place of competition, ambition, purification, work, gym, seminar, okay, or at a place of worship, or even at a medical place, or maybe at a place of conflict where conflict is happening, or even at some legal matter related place. You can meet there. With Darakaraka and Krittika Nakshatra, spouse may criticize you, challenge you, and see if you are strong enough, right? And also, you will see Darakaraka and Krittika Nakshatra. I've also seen spouse can naturally draw towards things like yoga, fasting, meditation, right? These things can be seen. They can be very direct, very blunt, right? And with Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Krittika, their argument style will be very fiery, very explosive, and can involve very harsh words. They will have a razor tongue. Okay? They will fight to win, to make their point. Right? And to cool down your spouse, it requires an apology from your side. Right? Sexually, there will be a lot of passion, intense, right? Intensity will be there. Also, always a need of respect and admiration, right? With this nakshatra. Maybe you guys also do with some kind of a shared goals like fitness goals, spiritual practices, competitive sports, cooking. Okay, that can possible. This nakshatra, when Darakaraka is in Krittika, transformation through conflict can possible in life. Like your spouse may force you to confront your own weakness, ego, fears. That can possible. Also with Darakaraka and Krittika Nakshatra, spouse may come from the family with strong military or political background or religious background. Now with Darakaraka and Krittika Nakshatra, your spouse will be someone who wants their children to be very disciplined. Someone who can accomplish something. Okay, so they can be strict with their children as well. They can push their children to excel. Okay, you will also see. Right? And there will be definitely ego clashes, power struggles can possible with this nakshatra. So you need to manage things very wisely. Darakaraka in this nakshatra can even give your spouse connection to some government, religion, okay, or maybe military, etc. Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Krittika, can sometimes give your spouse digestion issue as well. Okay, doing disciplined exercise is really important for them. It also show this. Although with Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Krittika, people may see you guys as a power couple type of aura you will have. Okay, and also social circle of you guys may revolve around professional network. That can also possible. Traveling to the pilgrimage can be very powerful for you guys with this nakshatra. Some spiritual places, going to the ancient temples in India, especially going to the Himalayas. Okay, that can possible. With Darakaraka in the nakshatra of Krittika, when the spouse walk in a room, people will notice them. They naturally have the aura of authority. Darakaraka in the nakshatra of Krittika, it also show that like often it can give your spouse a very sharp nose, high cheekbones, and maybe defined jawline, a glowing skin. Okay, maybe a sun-kissed skin, or maybe a little bit reddish complexion that happened due to sun, right? Bright penetrating kind of eyes with intense gaze, broad shoulders, and maybe lions like hair. As I mentioned earlier, some kind of a distinctive mark like a mole or scar on their body, face or neck can possible, especially on the upper body. You will also see that this nakshatra, when Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Krittika, a spouse can be very perfectionist. They could have some higher standards in their life about something. Sometimes this nakshatra can even give your spouse quick temper nature. They get angry suddenly. That can also possible. But a very strong willpower. Spouse will have very strong willpower when your Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Krittika. Okay, once they decide to do something, it's really hard to stop them. But again, you have to see other things as well. For that, full horoscope consultation is required to see the big picture. And if you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. Also, I've seen sometime Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Krittika, a spouse may hate asking for help. They believe in self-sufficiency. Sometimes this nakshatra can even make your spouse little bit traditional. Maybe they value family, heritage, etc., lineage. That can possible. A spouse could have intellectual sharpness, right? That can be seen. And a very hidden softness, right? That you can only understand when you just spend more time with them. Dharakarka in this nakshatra of Kritika may even put your spouse at some leadership role like manager, CEO, or at a position where they can command. Sometime I've seen that because of this fire nature of this nakshatra, spouse can also be connected to food industry or cooking. Sometime to military, police as well. Sometime this nakshatra can even connect your spouse to gold or jewelry, or may even be some education, right? In education related work. Now, when Dharakaraka is in this nakshatra of Kritika, see, you should not expect that marriage will be like a lukewarm water. It will be like a hot water, right? Marriage which is full of passion and occasionally even heated debates. They want you to become the best version of yourself. Okay, spouse is like you must have to be the best version of yourself. So they keep pushing you. Dharakaraka in this nakshatra, initially in the marriage, it can give power struggle for sure. You guys need to just understand each other to maintain harmony in marriage. Sometime Darakaraka in this nakshatra, your spouse can treat you like a child and they expect you to treat them like a king or queen. Right? Reputation become very important for them. Respect become very important for them. Also, Darakaraka when in this nakshatra, maybe your spouse can be very early riser, someone who likes to wake up early, right? Maybe with sun they feel better, and love for luxury can naturally be there inside them. You will also see that. Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Kritika, spouse will become protector of weak person. They would like to protect weak people. Although when Darakaraka in this nakshatra, spouse will become prone to pith imbalance like acidity, rashes, inflammation. These things can be issue they can face. So yeah, this is all about Darakaraka in the nakshatra of Kritika. If you want to purchase consultation or courses, links are in comment section and description. Okay, now let's talk about Darakaraka in Rohini nakshatra. So what's going to happen when Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Rohini? Rohini is one of the most desired, fertile, sexual and stability giving spouse related placement when Darakaraka in this nakshatra. Darakaraka when placed in the nakshatra of Rohini, it shows that your spouse will be very like naturally loving, nurturing. Okay? Spouse will give emotional warmth easily. They will have a strong desire for stability. Marriage is meant to last eternally, like until or unless some other afflictions are there. But yeah, just with Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Rohini, yes. Spouse will be emotionally grounding personality. Very grounded, I would say. Okay, generally this nakshatra doesn't give you a very chaotic spouse. It's give you a very emotionally grounded type of personality of your spouse. Spouse enjoy material comfort like beautiful home, good food, luxury. Okay, spouse have strong attachment nature. Once committed, they will get deeply bonded with you. Darakaraka in the nakshatra of Rohini show that you have past life bond of nourishment. Okay. Also, it show that marriage feel like meant to be. Okay. Sometime you get married to someone or you listen about some couple and they tell you, oh, like I feel like we are destined to get married. It's meant to be with this person. So yeah, this is one of those placement. Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Rohini. Relationship grow, but it will grow slowly. Okay, like a tree. Also, Darakaraka in Rohini nakshatra shows spouse comes to build life together. Okay. Also, you will see with Darakaraka in the nakshatra of Rohini, marriage will bring emotional security.
right? You will feel safe in this marriage generally if other things are not afflicted. Also, Darakaraka in the nakshatra of Rohini, it shows that there will be a strong physical attraction, because Rohini is a very sexual nakshatra. Especially, let's say, if your spouse, you see, women with Venus in the Rohini, they become very attractive. You see, right? They naturally have the comforting aura. But your Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Rohini, generally give you very attractive, right? Very sensual type of spouse, very, uh, you know, uh, and also love will be expressed through care. Like maybe they will cook for you, give you gifts or support, that can be seen. Uh, and also with Darakaraka in the nakshatra of Rohini, your spouse enjoy pampering you. You will see that, right? Also, when Darakaraka in the nakshatra of Rohini, love will grow with time, not suddenly, but with time, love will grow. Darakaraka in the nakshatra of Rohini, spouse listen and absorb feeling. They will be emotionally very receptive. Darakaraka in Rohini nakshatra also show that your spouse need reassurance. Sometimes Darakaraka in Rohini nakshatra, it also shows spouse can be very possessive. And spouse value emotional consistency. Darakaraka in Rohini nakshatra, I have seen spouse is generally very family loving partner. Right? Also financial growth after marriage can be seen, because Rohini nakshatra supports prosperity in your life. But of course, you have to see other things as well along with this. Venus, seventh lord planet in the seventh house, Darakaraka, connection with other planets, trine, etc. For that, full horoscope consultation is required. If you want to purchase, links are in comment section and description. But yeah, generally, Darakaraka and Rohini, marriage improve your lifestyle. Maybe having better food, better habits, that can be seen. Darakaraka and Rohini also show your spouse prefer peaceful environment. Generally, Darakaraka when placed in the Rohini nakshatra, either you or your spouse, they avoid direct confrontation. Right? They do not like to fight directly. Also, Darakaraka and Rohini nakshatra also show if you do loud fight, etc., then your spouse feeling get hurt a lot. Right? They prefer silence more than the shouting. Right? And you will also see they need emotional validation to heal. If let's say fight, etc., happen, then emotional support is really important from your side. Emotions will become very, very important in marriage when Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Rohini. Darakaraka and Rohini give you a spouse who will have a very pleasant face, very soft facial features, very expressive eyes, right? Also very well proportionate body. Spouse will have graceful movement, right? They naturally have a charming personality. Spouse will have a gentle and affectionate kind of a temperament, emotionally very loyal, right? And spouse love physical closeness. Spouse will be very sensitive to criticism when you have Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Rohini, and spouse need appreciation. This is also important for your marriage. Darakaraka and Rohini nakshatra also show that very strong sexual nature, right, of your like your marriage, like either you and your spouse or both, like sexually it's become really important, right? And the intimacy in the marriage is going to be emotional and physical both, not just physical, because with Rohini emotions also become very important, right? And spouse enjoys slow intimacy, like foreplay become really important actually, rather than just rust intimacy, right? They enjoy foreplay, like emotionally, slowly things just. So yeah. uh, Also emotional closes, sorry, uh, also Dharakarka and Rohini nakshatra also show that emotional closeness increase your sexual satisfaction. Okay, for getting a better intimacy in life, when you have Darakaraka and Rohini nakshatra, emotions really play an important role, right? Also, possessiveness of your spouse towards you can increase if they feel insecure in this relationship. Okay. Dharakaraka in this nakshatra of Rohini also teach you, like your marriage teach you actually nourishment, right? Generally, this nakshatra supports a stable family life. It supports wealth and growth together, right? And generally, after 30, you will see close to the age of 30, even the bond of marriage improve. Love marriage can become very common when Dharakaraka is in the nakshatra of Rohini, but again, you have to see other things as well, because Rohini, Dharakaraka again show emotional connection first, so which means you are going to fall in love, emotionally connection build, and then you get married. That can possible. But of course, love marriage combination need to be present. Along with that, the dasha of fifth house related need to run for the love marriage. Okay. Uh, so yeah, this is actually a good nakshatra, one of the best nakshatra for marital happiness. So Darakaraka in this nakshatra is generally very good. Okay. So when Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Rohini, your spouse is here in this world to build, to nurture, and to manifest a beautiful, stable, and abundant life for you. Right? Generally, Darakaraka in Rohini nakshatra give you a very calm, very patient, steady, and a grounded spouse. Okay, spouse possess a nurturing and a gentle nature. Okay, although determination will be there in them. Spouse with Dharakaraka and Rohini Nakshatra, spouse have love for beauty, art, comfort, and finer thing in their life. Right? Generally, with Dharakaraka in this Nakshatra of Rohini, give you a very beautiful and a good looking, attractive type of spouse. They have a moon like aura, very calming presence. One thing is always seen with Rohini. When you sit around these people, you feel very calm, like you feel like I can share my things, right, with this person. That is very good about the Rohini. Rohini Darakaraka can even give you, although other things need to be seen, but yeah, generally this can give you a very beautiful hair, right, to your spouse, very good smile, right, and a very good voice as well. Although Darakaraka and Rohini, your spouse can become sensitive to emotional fluctuations in their life. And the emotional fluctuation will also affect their physical health, digestion, hormonal imbalance related things can happen because of emotional issues. Darakaraka and Rohini Nakshatra can indicate that you can meet in a beautiful, comfortable, or artistic setting, in a garden, in a wedding, in an art gallery, in a fine restaurant, temple, bank, or through family or property matters. You could meet through these things. When you're Dharakaraka in this nakshatra of Rohini, your spouse avoid harsh word. Okay? And they become a little bit diplomatic. Until or unless your seventh house is highly damaged, then things can change. But yeah, these things can be seen. Highly romantic, sexual, right, kind of a partner you can expect with this. But yeah, with Darakaraka and Rohini, your spouse always require material security. They desire a beautiful, stable home, financial abundance that become really important for Rohini. Darakaraka and Rohini Nakshatra spouse can come from wealthy or artistically inclined family, right? That can be seen. Uh, uh, Spouse could have natural talent of investment, finance related thing. Even if they are uneducated, they would like to read about these things, right? Little bit doing policy, this policy, that policy. I've seen like in India, even if the women have no idea about that, they are doing LIC policy for the future and investing in like whatever like they came to know. So yeah, that's I have also seen doing RD, FD, etc. by saving money. Dharakaraka in this nakshatra of Rohini also like maybe tradition or marriage in marriage family approval sometime can also become very important, right? Even if love marriage happens, somehow family approval can become important, although arranged marriage can also obviously possible. Also, I've seen with Dharakaraka in the nakshatra of Rohini, spouse may likes to travel to beautiful places, historically rich places like Tuscany, right, and Bali, etc., or maybe somewhere in Europe, like where there's like an old architecture, right, ancient temples. So yeah, that can be seen. Although if let's say this is afflicted, then spouse can become extremely materialistic, stubborn. They will have jealousy, right, over possessiveness towards you. So yeah, that thing can also be seen, but of course for that full horoscope consultation is required to see the big picture. One thing I've seen again and again with Rohini Nakshatra Darakaraka, if little bit supportive planets are there, like 7th house, etc., then it give you extraordinary looks to your spouse. They will considered very attractive actually by other people also. Very moon like attracting kind of a like feature they have. Magnetic eyes, right? Very expressive eyes. Generally very soothing voice they have. Very melodic voice. Okay, they have this persuasive way of speaking. When they speak, they naturally have the talent to influence others. Okay. uh, and they have a good sense of style actually. uh, you will also see they also have this youthful aura, like a fresh energy. Very nurturing type of spouse, very motherly. Like I've seen, when you go around your spouse, you feel like very motherly, very protective. It feel like a very comfort place where you can share anything, right? Where you can share anything. uh, they have this charm, right? Like I remember, like for an example, uh, I would like to give an example. This guy have Darakaraka in this nakshatra, and this, like, the spouse is so good that uh, this guy's younger brother, she take him to a place where he's not allowed to enter, but the guard right there, she has such a great ability to persuade like someone, to influence that enough. Like she just, when she start to talk to that person, she somehow just convince that person to let this guy in. Okay, because there was some like strict rule or something. I will not go into detail, but only she was allowed, he was not allowed to go in because of his husband profession or something. But she take him inside, and yeah, by influencing the guard, by, I don't know, like she talk like very sweetly and all that stuff. So this is like the power the Rohini give you. Rohini also, like Darakaraka and Rohini spouse, can have artistic soul, right? They can be connected to music, dance, painting, interior designing, love for luxury. They could have expensive taste, comfort, high quality fabric, and fine dining that can be seen, right? uh, Generally spouse is very stable and doesn't like sudden or chaotic changes in life, right? Emotions again and again, like their mood can fluctuate with the lunar cycles, right? But generally they're consistent in affection. I've also seen one thing, that if Venus become too strong in the spouse chart with the nakshatra of Rohini or Dharakarka, then spouse can become a little bit stubborn. They will have this attitude that I will not say sorry, right? So you might have to say sorry even if the like fault is of spouse. Sometimes that can possible. They can be good, but they will not bow down, they will not say sorry. So yeah, that can be seen sometime. They could be interested in good in fashion, cosmetic, jewelry industry, right? They can be good in managing money and assets, doing a lot of investment here and there, as I mentioned earlier, right? uh, Sometime can be good in cooking as well. uh, Sometime depend upon like other thing as well. Spouse can also be dealing with luxury cars related industry, spouse or spouse family, that can also possible, right? Or they may like luxury car, that can possible. Also spouse with Dharakarka in this nakshatra of Rohini, they want a beautiful, clean and a fixed home. They do not want a home which is like moving every day. That's why I've seen some time like spouse likes to live in a stable home. Even if the husband is getting transferred, they're like, you can just come back and I want a stable home, a good place, right? That can be seen. uh, and with Dharakarka in this nakshatra, spouse will create a home in such a way that you feel very nourished there when you reach there. uh, they can become a bit possessive about you as well. Okay, and they also expect a very loyalty from your side. Also, they do not get satisfied with small things. They always would like to ascend and would like to grow. Maybe talk like in such a way like, oh, we come from a small family and now we have to save and we have to do investment, we have to grow our assets, right? So that can be seen. And spouse with Dharakarka in this nakshatra of Rohini also have seductive nature. Even without trying, they naturally draw attention. People will feel drawn towards them. People will feel a very good aura, right? Sometimes this nakshatra can make your spouse animal lover also. Maybe they like tradition as well. Physical touch will be very important for your spouse. Yeah, this is all about Darakaraka in the nakshatra of Rohini. Right? If you want to purchase consultation or courses, links are in comment section and description. Now let's talk about Darakaraka in the nakshatra of Mrigashira. Okay. So when Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Mrigashira, so you will get a spouse who will be highly curious. They're always searching for something new. They will have youthful personality. They look and behave younger than their age. Right? With Darakaraka and Mrigashira Nakshatra, spouse will be mentally very active. They're constantly thinking about something, planning about something in their mind, talking about something. Right? Darakaraka and Mrigashira Nakshatra, spouse will get easily bored by routine. They need variety in marriage. Okay? Darakaraka in Mrigashira Nakshatra, it also show like that there is a past life bond of unfinished search between you and your spouse, and spouse written in this life to continue this journey. With Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Mrigashira, your relationship could start with curiosity. Like maybe they just like you guys meet and they become very curious to know more about you, and then slowly that curiosity get transferred into love or reach at love. That can possible. With Darakaraka and Mrigashira, marriage happen after exploration. Okay, maybe you guys travel together before marriage or spend like time together a lot before getting married sometime. Okay. Also, spouse will teach you mental maturity when Darakaraka is in nakshatra of Mrigashira. With Darakaraka and nakshatra of Mrigashira, your bond is strength through communication. Communication will be really important in marriage. Always remember that. Darakaraka and Mrigashira Nakshatra also show that there will be a flirtatious energy in relationship. Spouse enjoy attention and interaction. Okay. Attraction will always start mentally. Conversation before in emotions is important. Because your Darakaraka is not in Rohini. Your Darakaraka is in Mrigashira. In Mrigashira, conversation become more important than the emotions. So you are talking, you are flirting, you are cracking the jokes, and maybe your spouse likes that. That's how the relationship starts sometime. Okay? Or someone spouse will say, I really like the way this guy talk. Right? His skills of talking, communication is really good. Love feel very playful when Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Mrigashira. More like a light-hearted. Spouse will enjoy teasing and fun. Romance is witty here when Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Mrigashira. Darakaraka and Mrigashira nakshatra. Multiple attraction can be very common before finally committing to one person in your life. Darakaraka when placed in Mrigashira nakshatra, your spouse will be very curious about your mind. Right? Intellectual things in life where matters a lot to them. They can be emotionally very inconsistent. Spouse avoid emotional heaviness. Drama will push them away. Spouse need freedom of thought. You will also see with Darakaraka and Mrigashira nakshatra, marriage maturity will take some time. Right? Also, when Darakaraka is placed in the Mrigashira nakshatra, your marriage need mental stimulation, new idea, discussion, travel planning. Hey baby, we can go there, we can do this. We can just maybe travel to that place and have this activity. These things become very important in marriage. Friendship become the base of marriage when Darakaraka is placed in the Mrigashira nakshatra. Spouse want like a best friend kind of energy from you. Darakaraka and Mrigashira nakshatra. Spouse dislikes emotional pressure. Okay, marriage will work best when it's light. Darakaraka and Mrigashira nakshatra. Marriage improve after maturity. Early marriage become unstable or feel very unstable. So sometimes late marriage can be better with Darakaraka and Mrigashira nakshatra, depending upon other things as well in your chart. Also with Darakaraka and Mrigashira nakshatra, spouse enjoy learning together. Maybe you guys are reading books, traveling together, having trips together, taking some courses and learning together. These things can be seen. When Darakaraka in Nakshatra of Mrigashira, one advice for you is avoid confrontation. Right? You should escape rather than fight. If something happened, try to escape and let your spouse cool down and then come back later. That's better for you in comparison to staying there and fight. Right? That's good for your marriage to stay away. Also, whenever there is a fight, etc., happen when your Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Mrigashira, you should use humor to deflect tension. Like for an example, I remember a guy who is a jeweler. He has this, so his wife get angry. He is always like start to crack joke with her and say, "Hey, darling, hey, you are cute and you are looking like a cat and this and that." And he tried to make his wife laugh so that he can just relax the tension. So that is the kind of a placement. This is when you have Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Mrigashira. Try to deflect tension by using humor. There is a remedy for you. Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Mrigashira generally give you a spouse who have a lean body, very agile structure, very curious eyes, bright eyes, always observing something. They will always be observing. Right? Very expressive face, quick reactions, youthful look. Right? In age they may appear less than their real age. They have a restless body, light and fast movements, right? But of course we have to see Venus, Mars and seventh lord, etc. For that full horoscope consultation is required, right, along with this. So if you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. If we talk about spouse temperament, that will be very friendly and approachable, right? A spouse will easily make connections. You will also see spouse can sometimes be very indecisive. They can be confused about, oh, should we go to Thailand or should we go to Bali this month? Oh, maybe we should rather go to South America or somewhere. So, they always have this confusing nature. They need reassurance for commitment. That is also you can see. And intellectual bonding they enjoy a lot whenever you have Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Mrigashira. Intimacy always start with mental closeness, and even I've seen like Darakaraka and Mrigashira, maybe your spouse likes to talk, when while having sexual activities, sexual pleasures, intercourse. They're like some like partner, like they likes to talk and the partner enjoy or something like that. So yeah, like yes, and all that sounds, that you make during sexual activity. So they may enjoy that sometime. That can also be seen. Sexual nature can be very playful. Okay, very playful type of sex is important for spouse, or even in your marriage when Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Mrigashira. Emotional depth in marriage come with age, but earlier it's more like a playful stuff. Sometimes you will see that your spouse may show very on and off behavior when you have Darakaraka in Mrigashira nakshatra. They will be very inconsistent in emotional availability for you, right? And also for marriage, communication should be really important. Regardless of what happened, you should never stop communication. But yeah, if I mentioned earlier, like I told you, that if they get angry, maybe using a flirty or funny kind of a thing is better. Sometimes just giving a gap and then coming back later after 1 hour or something could be better. That's a remedy for you actually when Darakaraka is in Mrigashira. Darakaraka in Mrigashira also show that marriage teach you mental clarity, right? Darakaraka and Mrigashira also show that with marriage or spouse you become more adaptable, right? You will get a companion who will like whom with you will have a lifelong learning. Okay. If communication will be good, then separation risk will become negligible here. Right? So when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Mrigashira, intellectually, if you have a good bonding with someone, that could be a right partner for you. Darakaraka and Mrigashira, spouse is always driven by curiosity. When they have curiosity about something, that will be really important. Even they're attracted towards you generally with curiosity, right? It can give you a spouse who could be intelligent, charming, adaptable, okay, youthful type of person. a brilliant, investigative, and highly uh, perceptive type of mind your spouse will have in Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Mrigashira. They can be naturally researcher, always thinking about something, gathering information. Okay. Mental stimulation and variety could become important in life about stuff. Right in journal, you will see. Uh, and spouse will have a very expressive face when Darakaraka and Mrigashira nakshatra. You know, with Darakaraka and Mrigashira, when your spouse gaze at someone, it look like curious. It look like spouse is scanning the person, and seems like they are taking like for an example, you are a man, and Darakaraka is in Mrigashira, and your wife is like when they are looking towards someone, they are like seeing from top to bottom, scanning the details as if they are getting entire, like they are doing MRI of that person from their eyes, something like that. So yeah, that can be seen. Also, I've seen with Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Mrigashira, spouse could have a very expressive neck and shoulder. They might use their neck and shoulder a lot. That can be seen with this Darakaraka and Mrigashira nakshatra. They could have attractive hairs. Also, with Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Mrigashira, generally give your spouse a good health and vitality, but they can be prone to nervous energy, nervous related problems, anxiety, overthinking, issues related to throat, neck, and respiratory system that can be that they need to pay attention. Your spouse. Okay, spouse could be into the like professions like research, investigation, communication, travel, journalism, detective, researchers, salespeople, photographers, writers, actors, someone who is therapist. Darakaraka and Mrigashira nakshatra also show that maybe you could meet through communication, through travel. Maybe you are just taking a course and she could also be the one who's taking the course, and you guys discuss something, fall in love, things get serious, get married. That can possible. Maybe you guys met in a classroom, maybe you guys met while traveling in some workshop. Okay, it's some bookstore, library, or during a short trip. These things can be seen. Okay. But of course, you have to see other things as well. For that, horoscope consultation is required. You can purchase that. Links are in comment section and description. Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Mrigashira, spouse could have a very witty, persuasive, and incredibly engaging type of communication style. They could be good storyteller. Generally, I've seen with this, and they could be good in conversation when you have Darakaraka and Mrigashira nakshatra. Also, with Darakaraka and Mrigashira nakshatra, Mars influence, you can say that they use their words as a weapon. Arguments of them can be very sharp, filled with logical stuff. And they enjoy debates with you, right? So whenever fight, etc. happen, they love intellectual debate. Sexually very playful, very experimental kind of a person, right? And mental arousal become very important for them, right? That's why I mentioned earlier, saying things, mentally you have to arouse them first before like other thing. Flirting, teasing, intellectual conversation, maybe saying something on social media, messaging, these things could be important for them. Karka and Mrigashira nakshatra show that in marriage, traveling to new places, learning new skills like learning language together, instrument playing together, reading and discussing book, hiking in nature, these things could be important. Darakaraka and Mrigashira nakshatra can even give you a love marriage, especially when you have some friend, like for an example, you are talking to a girl online and you guys are just curious about each other, like, oh, you live there, oh, okay, nice, you live there, oh, how's your culture, oh, this is like that, oh, how things work in this culture, oh, you have this festival at that time, oh, we have this festival, and you just talking, and then slowly you guys decide that, okay, let's travel together to some country. You went to some country, travel together, eventually down the line fall in love, decided to get married. That can also possible with this nakshatra, Darakaraka and Mrigashira nakshatra. Okay. Then spouse need to focus on nervous tension, anxiety, throat, respiratory related stuff when you have this. Okay. Travel, right, or living in foreign land or traveling long or short distance could also become really important in this marriage. Okay, when you have Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Mrigashira. Darakaraka and Mrigashira nakshatra can give your spouse a very deer-like eyes as well. They could have like their eyes, there are some women who have deer like eyes, very striking feature, right? Very large, moist, alert, constantly moving type of eyes, searching for something. Okay, right? Generally athletic type of body, long limbs your spouse could have like a deer. Okay, whether they have long legs or long arms, right? And they could have a very graceful and airy type of walk, right? When Darakaraka in the nakshatra of Mrigashira, a spouse could have a triangular type of face, maybe a delicate chin and a broader face, creating a uh, like intelligent facial structure kind of a face. Darakaraka and Mrigashira, I have seen like sometime it can give your spouse a sensitive skin. They could be prone to allergy, etc. Or maybe sometime can give spouse freckles or something, or sunburn. Okay, they could have quick reflexes. You will notice that your spouse move very fast. You will see Darakaraka in the Mrigashira Nakshatra. Spouse will not get satisfied with surface level answers. They always hunting for knowledge, truth, and deeper answer. A restless energy they will have. Okay. Also, you will see mental or physical wandering kind of a nature. Very curious person. Love for languages. Right? Sometimes this can even give your spouse a very suspicious nature. They are always very alert, maybe having eyes on you, whether you are talking to someone, whether you are having an affair with someone. Sometimes that can be seen. And they can even can strike up with conversation in anyone. Right? They are generally very witty, very clever, right? And have a good sense of humor. Love for traveling can be seen. Road trips could become very important for your spouse, right? Research, investigative type of mind they could have in Darakaraka and Mrigashira Nakshatra. Like they could be like things like detective journalism, or they may watch such type of movies or web series on Netflix or Amazon Prime. That can be seen, right? They could also be connected to sometime travel and tourism or creative industry, right? That can be seen. Sometime things related to communication, media, sales, marketing, social media, they could also be connected to these things, right? Or maybe telecommunication, that can be seen. And as I mentioned earlier, like the best friend type of energy you will feel with this person generally, or a good friend. Also, you will see Darakaraka and Mrigashira Nakshatra, whether you will have a lot of changes in your house, because they like changes, they like variety. Or maybe they likes to change the place. Like for an example, for 1 month, the bed is in the east direction. For some months, they put in the west direction. They're like, oh, I get bored. Let's change the position of this bed. And now let's sleep on that room and this room. Oh, let's get shift to the lower floor. And now let's go to the top floor. So that can also possible. Sometime I've seen Darakaraka in the nakshatra of Mrigashira. They can be obsessed with the perfumes, essential oils. Okay, that can be seen. They may like forest. That can be seen. Darakaraka and Mrigashira, maybe spouse nervous system is connected to digestion. Like everyone is connected, but for them it's very sensitive. Like when the nervous, they're feeling bad, and then they also having digestion issues, that can be seen. Okay, mood affecting the digestion. Love for nature can be seen. They would like to go for a jungle safari or something. That can also be seen. Okay, they could also have this habit of doing analysis paralysis. Mental anxiety can be seen. So yeah, this is all about Darakaraka in the nakshatra of Mrigashira. If you want to purchase consultation or courses, links are in comment section and description. Darakaraka in Ardra nakshatra. So what's going to happen when Darakaraka is placed in this nakshatra of Ardra, right? So Darakaraka in Ardra nakshatra, you should understand, Ardra is ruled by Rudra, the storm from this Shiva, Lord Shiva. Okay. So Ardra nakshatra show, first of all, that your spouse will be emotionally very intense. Whenever Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Ardra, spouse will be emotionally very intense. Feelings of them will be very extreme, not mild. Spouse will be highly intelligent and analytical. Spouse will have sharp mind and deep thinking. Okay. Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra also show that spouse will be emotionally very unpredictable. Their mood can change suddenly. Like for an example, they are just happy and smiling, and then after 1 hour you talk to them and they are like, they just ignore you. They are like, mood is very unpredictable. And also Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra, there will be some strong inner pain or trauma they have in their life. Spouse carries some kind of emotional wounds in their life. Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra, spouse will be magnetic but dangerous, right? Charm they have. It's like having a spouse with attraction and chaos together. Darakaraka, when placed in the nakshatra of Ardra, it shows that you have a heavy karmic depth from your past life. And marriage become unavoidable here. With the person you are destined to be, you will have to. Also, Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra, spouse enter in your life during emotional chaos. Life feels unstable when your spouse appears. Okay, like you are going through some horrible stuff in your life, might be after heartbreak or something not good. Emotionally, you are in chaos, and that time spouse appears. Okay. Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra also show relationship begins suddenly. Okay. Darakaraka and Ardra often like the relationship start after a shock, loss or confusion. Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra also show that marriage exists to destroy your ego. Your illusions are shattered when Darakaraka is in Ardra Nakshatra. Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra, separation, reunion themes can be very common. Storms before stability, whether like you guys were together and then get separated. Like I was seeing this story of a couple. I remember this guy who just have breakup with his like girlfriend. They have an affair for some time. They got breakup, and then they travel to, I think, Bali, right, or Thailand. I didn't remember. I think it was Bali. Yeah, it was Bali actually. Yeah. So and he was looking. He was trying to find some other girlfriend or something. But see the destiny. Neither he is able to find anyone else, nor his girlfriend, like his ex obviously, was able to find someone, and they both were single. And they both don't know that they are traveling to Bali. And suddenly destiny one day forced them to meet. So they meet at a cafe or something, I remember. I think I was right. Yeah, I think it was cafe when I was watching this story. So, and they kind of a talk and they start to like each other, and this time again they meet like a stranger, although they had relationship earlier, and they fall in love again, and this time the relationship becomes serious and they get married. So yeah, this is again Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra. The themes of separation and reunion can become common like this story when Darakaraka is placed in the Ardra Nakshatra. Also, Darakaraka and Ardra, attraction will be very obsessive, right? You will become so much attached emotionally with your partner, or I would say rather obsessed with your partner, that it's really hard for you to detach when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Ardra. Also with Darakaraka in Ardra, love began with intensity, not with safety, right? Darakaraka in Ardra also show that there will be a strong sexual magnetism, right? Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra also show that there will be a passion mixed with pain, right? In this relationship, pleasure and suffering will coexist together, right? Also, Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra will also show that emotional bonding through vulnerability is going to be there. Okay. Also, Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra show that either you or your spouse could have, no, not you actually. Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra show that your spouse can have overthinking nature. Their mind never rests, always doing some kind of overthinking, thinking about something, this and that. Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra also shows spouse will be emotionally very guarded. The trust issues will be there. It's very common with Ardra. Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra also show that spouse will have fear of abandonment. Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra also show that spouse can emotionally test you. Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra also show that marriage goes through emotional storms in your life. Ups and downs will be there for sure. Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra also show transformation happen in your life through suffering, right? Marriage is change personality of both you and your spouse. Both personality will get changed after getting married to each other. Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra, emotional dependency can possible in your life. Okay. Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra also show that marriage mature after crisis. Okay. Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra also show that your spouse will expect emotional depth from you. Surface level love, they might not like it. They want emotional depth. Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra, obviously there will be explosive argument, sudden emotional outburst in relationship. So you should be careful regarding that. Harsh words spoken in anger, either by you or by your spouse. And later you guys regret about it. Why I said I love this girl so much. Why I said these things. Because you have Darakaraka in Ardra. Of course, other things are also important. We have to see other things as well. Venus, 7th Lord, Namansha, etc. Mars, etc. But full horoscope consultation is required for that. Links are in comment section and description. You want to purchase if. But yeah, still, you see Darakaraka in Ardra. Yes, when you guys get angry, harsh word gets spoken. And later regret, like why I said this. Emotional breakdown can possible. Right? You might be crying, silence, withdrawal. Right? Also, Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra, if you repeatedly neglect your spouse, that will destroy marriage, especially the emotionally, if you neglect. Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra also show that spouse could have a sharp, intense eyes. Okay, their eyes reflect pain and depth. Spouse will have strong facial feature when Darakaraka is placed in the Ardra Nakshatra. Strong facial expressions, I should rather say. They could have a little bit of nervous type of energy. Their bodies looks like a restless body. Constantly they move. You know, there are some people who just always, they can't stand still. They just always moving and having movement in their body. That's the kind of a vibe your wife will have or husband will have or your spouse will have with Darakaraka in this Ardha Nakshatra. Very restless type of body language. And they will have a magnetic type of presence as well. Okay, people will feel a little bit drawn towards your spouse. Emotionally, spouse will be very powerful whenever Darakaraka is placed in the Ardra Nakshatra. Okay, they give very strong reactions to things. And they also have this endurance to endure the extreme situations in life. They might have experienced that, due to which they develop that. They can be emotionally loyal but volatile also. But one thing is for sure, spouse will be very sensitive to disrespect. If you try to do disrespect and Darakaraka is placed in the Ardra Nakshatra, if you try to disrespect and Darakaraka is placed in the Ardra Nakshatra, this is really bad. Okay, because this create a lot of problem. And Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra, spouse really require emotional understanding from you. Sexual intimacy will be very intense and healing type of energy you can experience from sex when Darakaraka in Ardra. Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra, physical closeness claim extreme storms in life. Okay, Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra also show emotional safety increases sexual satisfaction. Right? Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra also show that emotional toxicity can be there if you show immature behavior. Right? Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra, either you or your spouse can experience stress, anxiety, or overthinking in life due to some reason. There will be a lot of verbal abuse in marriage when Darakaraka is in Ardra Nakshatra, especially during fights. I'm talking about arguments. Whenever there's fight arguments, it's not going to be respectful generally. Sometime if chart is horribly placed, then it can give a little bit exhausting, like type of energy, like marriage feel a little bit exhausting, taking a lot of your energy. Right? Also, Darakaraka in Ardra, your spouse teach you empathy and compassion. Okay, Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra, this nakshatra, like marriage convert your pain into your wisdom. You will also see that. right? Then what Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra, spouse temperament, you can say, or nature will be very intense, very passionate, very unpredictable, very transformative. Okay, they possess a raw, right, and like like a kind of energy, raw energy, which is both terrifying and magnetic as well. Spouse with Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra, spouse will be very, I would say, extremely intelligent. Okay. And there will be obsession type of tendency, whether you towards your spouse or spouse towards you. Right. And spouse emotions are like storm, sudden, overwhelming. Right. You will see that. Uh, Also, you will see, because Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Ardra, which is Rahu nakshatra, so definitely Rudra energy is there also. So, spouse may challenge society norms. They might not like your traditions and all that society stuff, so that can be seen. Darakaraka and Ardra nakshatra show that spouse have a striking, intense, and unconventional appearance, a very hypnotic, a very penetrating type of features they have, right? Very piercing, hypnotic, and stormy type of eyes. Their gaze can be very different. Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra give you a spouse with prominent forehead, sharp nose, or instant eyebrows, or I would say intense eyebrows. Okay, sometime it can give your spouse some kind of a scars or some tattoos also they might like. So either scar or tattoo, because for tattoo also you need to do a scar. So yeah, that is also Ardra. Dharakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra, spouse will be prone to sudden illness, fevers, nervous disorder, issues related to lungs, stress, head, that can be seen. Okay. Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra, spouse can be connected to the profession of destruction, research, intensity, right? Technology, surgeon, right? Someone who is like a crisis manager, detective, researcher, hackers, psychologist, right? Someone who destroys something and creates something new. So that can be seen. Okay. Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra also show you will meet your spouse during a crisis. Okay. Or maybe in a hospital, or through technology or internet online. That can possible. Darakaraka in Ardra Nakshatra also show spouse can also be connected to these tantric path, like worshipping maybe Bhairav Baba, or like some dark energies like tantra, etc. That can sometime possible. Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra, spouse argument style will be very dramatic, destructive, explosive. So that's something that you need to handle very wisely. Okay. Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra, maybe you and your spouse likes to do research on dark topics like tantric sexual pleasures, and what is how to control someone mind using this, and something which is hidden right in this world. So yeah, crisis management, right? These things can possible, healing, Reiki healing, anything which is taboo topics. You guys may likes to enjoy something together, or maybe even astrology, etc. Right? Spouse with Darakaraka and Adri Nakshatra also show that Darakaraka and Ardra, that spouse might experience sudden gain and sudden losses in their life. That can possible. Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra also shows spouse would have obsessive tendencies. They feel obsessed towards someone or something sometime. Darakaraka and Ardra can even give you a foreigner type of spouse, someone who is very different from your own culture, community. But of course, for that, full horoscope consultation is required, because we have to see other things as well in chart. So if you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. Then Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra, it give you a spouse who have a very searching type of eyes, right? When Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra, you feel that Spouse is like searching something, their eyes, and they are literally looking inside you, into your soul when they look at you. That's what you feel. Okay, they are generally not traditional person. They might not like the tradition, etc. much. Generally, they can also have this, futuristic fashion sense, something very different, tattoos or piercing, right? Generally, they until or unless seventh house is like having the heavy planets. Darakaraka and Ardra show that spouse is generally very slim type of person, elongated body structure they have. But of course, for that we have to see other things as well. Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra also show that their facial expression change a lot as per their thinking, right? It feel like, we used to watch those cartoons of 2D animation where the facial structures or their lines on the face change with the movement of like how they are happy or sad, the cartoons. So that's, I mean, I'm not saying in a negative way, but I'm trying to relate it here, right? That's the kind of a facial expression they have. Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra can also give you a very tech geek type of vibe, like it's your spouse, I mean. Like maybe your spouse would like to spend a lot of time in front of gadgets and laptop and screen. Like people will say most of the time he's just sitting in front of laptop or just working on his gadgets, or like to your spouse, your husband or wife, that can be seen. But generally, Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra spouse will have a very massive brain. Okay, and they can have this ability to process any information faster than an average person. That is also great about it. Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra also show that spouse could have difficult phase of early life. Maybe the early life is not good. They have a lot of pressure. They won't like it. Very techie savvy type of person. Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra can make your spouse very curious and sarcastic as well. Very witty person. Sometimes they could also have dark sense of humor. Very unpredictable partner you can expect. Okay. Also, Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra, very communicative type of person. Okay, because Ardra is like again Rahu, airy element they have. Right? They would like to break the old patterns, the old rituals, parampara and riti rivaj to build something new. That is very different mindset generally you can expect when Darakaraka is in Ardra Nakshatra. Okay, Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra may connect your spouse with also someone who is in some information technology field like a software engineer, hacker, data scientist, someone in astrology, etc., tantra, etc., excel in laboratories, right? Someone who is doing deep investigation, someone who could be in disaster management, someone who is into psychology, a psychiatrist who read about the human behavior. That can possible. And nowadays they could also be into electronics and sound, like a sound engineer or maybe a DJ, just like the pure Rahu energy DJ, Rahu Mars, right? Like they're just enjoying DJ. Who is your spouse? He's a DJ or she's a DJ. High frequency technology that can be shown, that can be seen over here. Also, Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra, your spouse can challenge your beliefs. Like if you believe in tradition, etc., they might challenge them. They will show you a different way of living. They will force you to grow intellectually, right? And because of Rahu influence, they have this need of a personal space. Okay, occasionally they would like to withdraw into their cave to process their thoughts. Like for an example, Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra, they might have a small room where they literally go and just have something on their ground, some mattress or something, and that's just lay down on the room and think about the life. And so yeah, it's like going into their cave or into their den, right? So that can possible. It can also give, by the way, non-traditional marriage, like a long distance relationship, foreigner, something unusual type of marriage when Darakaraka is in Ardra Nakshatra. Okay, Darakaraka and Ardra Nakshatra, your spouse may be like a night owls. They would like to wake up late at night, right? They feel active at late night. That can also be seen. Okay, now let's talk about Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra. What will going to happen when Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Punarvasu. So first of all, Darakaraka and Punarvasu nakshatra show that your spouse will be optimistic by nature. Even after problems, they believe that things can improve in life. Emotionally, they will be very forgiving type of personality, and they dislike holding grudges. Uh, like the problems will come, even if they in their life, they believe that yes, I can overcome them and improve, right? Darakaraka in Punarvasu Nakshatra will give you a spouse who will be very calm, gentle temperament they will have. Generally, they will not be aggressive and not be dominating until or unless some other planets are playing their role, right, in your chart. Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra also show that generally spouse have a very strong moral values, ethics, principle, right? Also, Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra will give you a spouse who will be very emotionally mature kind of a person. They understand the ups and downs of the life. Why? Because they might have faced ups and downs already in their life. So their life had teaches them such situation that they get emotionally mature, because Punarvasu Nakshatra again show that first you like repeated, like you need to put efforts to get success. So they might had failed couple of time in their life, had seen downs and ups. That's why they become emotionally mature. Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra also show that uh, like you have past life bond with your spouse, separation and reunion theme with your spouse from past life can be seen, and your soul will meet each other to complete unfinished karma in this life. Dharakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra also show that your marriage happen after some delay or some breaks. Initially, the union of you two might not be very smooth when Darakaraka is in Punarvasu Nakshatra, right? Spouse will enter in your life after emotional struggle, right? That can be seen, and there can be some break. Like for an example, you meet a girl, right? And you guys just maybe somehow after that not able to meet for longer time, and then when the right transit trigger, right, of Jupiter transit or some other transit and dasha trigger in your chart, that's when you meet again, and this time things get serious and you guys get married. That is Darakaraka and Punarvasu, returning of light. Then uh, also you will see relationship will heal both you and your spouse. Marriage for you guys will act as a medicine whenever you have Darakaraka and Punarvasu. Okay. Darakaraka here like show that destiny give you a second chance, right? So that is a good thing. Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra, your love grow through understanding, right? Not instant passion, but through understanding, love will grow. Also, Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra, emotional safety is the foundation of attraction, right? Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra also show that romance will be very simple and sincere in your life. Darakaraka and Punarvasu also show that your spouse express love through support, right? Is standing by you during tough time. That is also Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra. So it's really a good thing. Right, see, attraction will become more deepened with trust. See, Darakaraka and Punarvasu is not about the superficial charm. It's more like a very good, because Jupiterian nakshatra, it's a nakshatra which is more about like someone who stand with you. Nakshatra based on trust. Okay. Darakaraka and Punarvasu nakshatra also show that you will get a spouse who will be very wise emotionally. They will learn from their mistake. Also, Darakaraka and Punarvasu nakshatra, like they are the one who avoid unnecessary conflict. They prefer peace generally. Also, emotionally, they can be flexible. They adapt to circumstances when Darakaraka and Punarvasu. Also, they need respect more than the dharma. That's why they prefer calm love. Okay. Darakaraka and Punarvasu nakshatra, marriage will improve over time. Not initially. Initially, marriage might not be very perfect.
There can be some problems, like little bit, not problems, but like not a very perfect marriage initially, even if. But with time, Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra make sure that marriage will improve with time. Your relationship will survive crisis, right? When Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra is seen. Uh, like for an example, you guys get separated for some time, living away. But then after some time, you guys decide, no, we must have to live each other. We just cannot live without each other. So yeah, then you guys can again come together and start to live. That is Darakaraka and Punarvasu. Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra also show uh, that it is really a good nakshatra for children also, and overall for family prosperity it's a good nakshatra. But of course we have to see other things as well, like Venus, its nakshatra, seventh lord nakshatra, seventh lord, Venus, Mars, etc. For that, full horoscope consultation is required. You can purchase that. Links are in comment section and description. Also, Darakaraka and Punarvasu nakshatra show that arguments, if they are generally very mild argument, not explosive. It is very rare generally when Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra that you will have a very fight explosive arguments, because your Darakaraka is not in Ardra Nakshatra, it is in Punarvasu. But again, if seventh lord become, let's say seventh lord is in Ardra and Darakaraka and Punarvasu, then it's like a banana shake, right? It's or like a mixed fruit shake. Then one nakshatra is trying to put his energy and this nakshatra is putting its energy. So yeah, then you have to see. That's why other thing also we need to be seen. But as of now, we are talking about Darakaraka. So generally, it's this nakshatra. Make sure that even if you guys have argument in marriage or relationship, they are generally mild argument, normal, right? Not explosive type. So which is a good thing. And also your spouse generally quickly forgive you. After some time, they forget about the fight, etc. So that is again a good thing, right? And trust is very strong generally in this marriage. Okay. And the good thing I like about Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra, that reunion is always possible. So let's say breakup happen, fight happen, the wife start to live away from you, but then there is always going to be the possibility of reunion, the return of light when Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra. That is the best thing. Okay. Darakaraka, when placed in the Punarvasu Nakshatra, you will notice that if marriage break, let's say horrible divorce combinations are present in the chart. So the marriage when break, it is going to break after repeated neglect, repeated mistakes, and many of them, not the couple of mistakes. Because generally it is very common when Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra that let's say you guys start to live apart, the spouse will always come back and you guys will join together. But again, if these things happen for 10, 20 times, obviously at some point Dasha will change and things will impact. So if like separation permanently happen, that will happen after repeated problem, maybe from your side. Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra generally give you a spouse with pleasant and friendly face, very soft expressions, very calm eyes, average to well-built body, and they will have a graceful body language. And spouse will have a natural warmth in their presence. Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Punarvasu show spouse will be supportive and caring, emotionally loyal, okay, and a patient listener. Spouse will have balanced emotions, and they will have a faith-oriented or spiritual mindset. Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra also show that intimacy grows slowly but deeply in your life. Right? Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra also show that emotional connection in your relationship will be more important than the physical. Okay? So that is also seen. And when the trust develop, and Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra make sure that when the trust develop, that is when the intimacy becomes strong. And intimacy heal your past past wounds that you have due to bad experiences if you have. And spouse always need emotional reassurance. I have also seen when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra. Please avoid if like my voice is sounding bad, because I have facing throat infection and cold from the last couple of days. So yeah, I just finally recording the video because I know it's going to be a long video. So I have noted down my points. And yeah, so please avoid that. My like little bit of cold I have. My voice has changed obviously. So yeah, sorry for that. Now, sometime, like I've seen, when Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra, your spouse might have too much forgiving nature, right? And spouse forgive you too much. She tolerate too much or he tolerate too much. I think you should never make wrong use of that, because yes, they will be very tolerant, like for towards you, like they will forgive you, right? When you have Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra. But again, if you keep doing things again and again, right? If you just stretch an elastic band or a rubber band, yes, it's going to get stretched again and again, come back, come back. But again, at some point, when the breaking point get hit, it is going to get break. Same happen for the Punarvasu. Yes, they will have a very forgiving nature, too much forgiving nature generally. And sometime delays marriage can also possible with Dharakarka and Punarvasu Nakshatra if Saturn is also influencing, right? Uh, on and off phases in relationship can possible, as I mentioned earlier, right? Uh, and you should not take your spouse granted when you have Darakaraka in this, like Punarvasu Nakshatra. If you take your spouse for granted, then things can become problematic, right? You should avoid that. When Darakaraka is placed in the Punarvasu Nakshatra, you will expect a spouse who will be very optimistic, kind, philosophical, adaptable, right? Very forgiving. Also, uh, they have a deep faith maybe in God, like goodness, in growth. They can naturally be a teacher, like they have a teacher type of aura, a healer type of aura. Okay, a person who can see potential in everyone. There are certain people you see who always try to discourage you. Oh, you are learning to ride a bike, oh, you should not do that. Maybe you will fall down and you will have an injury. But no, there are certain type of people who always encourage you. Oh, it's fine, even if at this age you can learn anything. Look at that person, that guy had built multi-billion-dollar company even at the age of 70. You are so young. So yeah, that's the positivity of Jupiter. Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra, your spouse will always have this teaching, healing type of ability, the positive one. Okay. Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra, you will see Punarvasu is ruled by Jupiter and its Devi is goddess Aditi, the mother of Devas. So it shows that you will have a spouse who will have a calm, pleasant, okay, and a very wholesome, fortunate type of appearance. They have a very wise and a smiling type of eyes. Their gaze is very welcoming generally. Okay. Very healthy build type of spouse you can expect with this. A broad and a very intelligent forehead who could have. Right? Generally, this nakshatra show a good health, strong immunity. But they can be prone to issues of like weight gain, issues related to liver function, because that is always connected to the Jupiter. Okay? That can be seen. And your spouse with Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra can be connected to the professions like teaching, healing, counseling. Okay? Professor, doctor, therapist, diplomat, publisher, banker, philanthropist. So yeah, that can be seen. And when Darakaraka and Punarvasu, you can meet in a places of learning, spiritual growth, at some college, university, temple, church, hospital, or maybe while you are traveling to a long distance place, a foreign land, a long distance journey. Or maybe you could meet through a mentor, or maybe through family setting. Okay? Generally, you can like your spouse is generally with this nakshatra influence, very respectful, very growth oriented person. You will experience with your spouse, there is some sense of familiarity, comfort, and a shared value from the very beginning. Also, their communication style will be very diplomatic, very encouraging towards other. They can teach people, they can guide people through conversations. That is a very good thing. Also with Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra, maybe you guys do some higher education together. Maybe you guys study together. Maybe you guys travel together. Maybe you guys do some charitable work together. Maybe you guys do some gardening together, that can also possible. Generally, you will also see with Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra, your spouse have a welcoming smile, right? Which is a very good thing. Also, because of the Jupiter influence here, uh, like it give your spouse a very well built body. Okay, their eyes are very soft, which feel like they have a lot of wisdom. That is the kind of aura your spouse will have. Okay, uh, and a very clear and resonant voice generally it will give to your spouse, and they speak like that you would like to listen to, right? Generally the females who have moon in the second house, they're listening, like their voice is very good. Actually, I have seen that you love to listen to such ladies if they have moon in the second. I've seen that. But yeah, we are talking about this nakshatra. Also with Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Punarvasu, uh, I've also seen they may look good in white, light yellow colors, or maybe wearing the traditional attire, like the whatever the traditional clothing of your country. Okay. Generally, this nakshatra can give you a spouse who have long hands, long fingers. Okay, that can also be seen. Also, you will see Darakaraka in this nakshatra, your spouse generally do not hold grudges, which is a very good thing. They are a soul who always like try to be there with you, try to forgive you, and come back with you. They will naturally be a counselor, and even people will ask them for advice. You know, there are some females or some male people naturally come and ask them for advice, right? They are very good in advising people, and like when they advise people, they just like their advice really work for other people. This is naturally the Jupiter energy. So yeah, that's the kind of a wife you have. Also, they might have love for learning, reading books, taking new courses. That can be seen. Very nurturing soul, because Punarvasu Nakshatra goddess is Aditi. So they have this mother-like energy. That can be seen. They could be spiritually inclined as well because of this nakshatra. Sometime you may even feel like you married to a teacher or a professor because of this nakshatra influence. Uh, and they could also be a school teacher or a corporate trainer. They could be into counseling and psychology. They could be into judge, lawyer, legal profession, or a mediator of some kind. Jupiter is also connected to the travel and tourism, so that can also be seen. Okay, or they might be running a non-governmental organization, right? Social work, that can be seen. Also, you will see that because of marriage, because of your spouse, they will teach you how to be more patient, how to be more kind. That is again a great thing about this nakshatra. Uh, Generally, this nakshatra spouse likes to respect elder people and value lineage until or unless their ninth house is damaged, right? Generally, this nakshatra also give you a spouse who might be an animal lover. They have some need for silence. Okay, that can be seen. They earn wealth through wisdom. That can also be seen. Sometimes they might ignore real problem and become over optimistic. Okay, so that can also be a thing with them. So yeah, this is all about Darakaraka and Punarvasu Nakshatra. Okay, now let's talk about Darakaraka in Pushya Nakshatra. Okay, what's going to happen when a Darakaraka is placed in the Nakshatra of Pushya? So Pushya, you know, like have Saturn and Jupiter energy. First of all, you should understand. And Pushya means to nourish, to sustain, to protect. Right? So you will see when Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Pushya, what's going to happen, that your spouse will be highly responsible person. Right? And she will be a person or he will be a person, your spouse will be a person, they will take marriage seriously. Mature and dependable personality they will have. Even at young age, when Darakaraka in like Pushya Nakshatra, they have this mature and dependable type of personality. Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, spouse can be emotionally very controlled. Generally, the Darakaraka and Pushya will not give you very overly dramatic type of spouse. No, it will give you a very emotionally controlled type of person. Spouse will be very protective by nature. They act like a guardian towards you. Okay, which means towards their partner, which is you, obviously. When Darakaraka is placed in the Pushya Nakshatra, they believe that marriage is a duty, not only just a romance. So your spouse will also consider your like this marriage as a duty along with the romance, right? Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra also show that in your past life also might be spouse has supported you, right? It has some connection with the responsibility of past life. Also, marriage is a karmic obligation here, especially when Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra. It's not accidental here. It's a karmic obligation. Also, Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra show that your relationship grows slowly, but it will become very strong, right? So that is the positive thing. Then Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, marriage may feel heavy initially, right? Initially you may feel like too much heavy because it has the influence of Saturn ruler and Jupiter is Devta of Pushya along with the Saturn ruler. So what's going to happen is that Pushya, it's feel like because both are heavy planets. So initially the marriage may feel a bit heavy, but as the time pass, there will be stability. Also, Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, destiny will push you towards commitment. Even if you resist, maybe you have relationship with someone and you resist for marriage, but destiny will push you like, no, you should commit somehow, and which lead towards the marriage, right? Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, your love with partner develop gradually. It's not a sudden passion. It's a gradual love. Also, attraction here grows through trust. Okay, you will see that. Also, Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, your spouse show love through actions, not through words. Right? Like for an example, instead of saying I love you, they might cook for you, they might care you. Okay? They might give you a massage or something. Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra. Here, care by your spouse is more than the excitement. Okay, so that is again a positive side. Now, see, Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, with time you will see that your love become deepen. Okay, and even after struggle, love will deepen. Generally, you will experience emotionally very disciplined partner here who can control their impulsive when you have Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra. And I've seen like generally Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra spouse will have strong moral framework. Right? They are very clear about what is wrong in life, what is right in life. And that apply to both you and your spouse because they will be like that. Emotionally can be very reserved partner. They doesn't open easily. Okay, so even in early in relationship, you might have to put a lot of efforts so that they become emotionally open and you can have that bonding. But once it have it, it's really good. Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra spouse feel very responsible for your well-being. Okay, you will see that. Also, Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, like spouse needs some kind of appreciation. Like for example, they are taking care of you, and they're just cooking for you, and you are not even appreciating that they don't like it. So you have to say thank you so much for doing this for me and all that stuff. Maybe bringing some flower, etc. I know these things are very basic, but some people don't do it. That's why I have to say it, especially when you have Darakaraka and Pushya, you have to do small gestures towards your spouse so that he or she can feel yes, depending upon the gender, like they feel that yes, like, thank you. And happy they feel. Also, marriage is stable generally with this. Okay. And one thing is that when Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, your spouse handle responsibility very well. Whether it's family, finance or duties, they can handle responsibility very well. And also Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, domestic life of you become very organized. And after 30, marriage will improve more. Okay. Strong focus on family, security, home, saving future. Your spouse could have focus on these things very strong. But yeah, obviously with Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, we have to see other things as well, like where's your Venus, 7th Lord, etc., Mars. Right, for that full horoscope consultation is required. You can purchase that. Links are in comment section description. But still, with Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, generally you will see your spouse suppress their anger. Emotional outbursts are rare here. Okay. Also, you will see that if they do argument, they are generally very logical argument that they do, which is a good thing. Right, and spouse will forgive you for your mistake, but it's going to be a slow process because Saturn is there, right, in the Pushya Saturn energy, slowly, and Jupiter also. Both are Saturn Jupiter slow moving planets, so they will forgive you slowly, right. You will also see Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra give you a spouse who would be very serious and a very mature type of person in their appearance, not flashy generally. They could have a very calm facial expression, very stable type of aura, right? They could have a very strong bone structure, and maybe they like traditional dressing style, simple and decent type of dressing style. You will also see that. Your spouse will have a presence with Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra. Your spouse will have a presence that they feel like very reliable, right? So that can be seen. Generally, spouse can be very patient here, right, with Darakaraka and Pushya, and they can tolerate hardship in life. Emotionally very faithful, very loyal. They likes to follow a routine-based, disciplined lifestyle. I've also seen that. Okay. They could be less expressive emotionally, but deeply committed. And respect is really important. When Darakaraka and Pushya, your spouse require a lot of respect. Even more than love, sometimes respect is really important. And intimacy will not be impulsive here. When Darakaraka and Pushya, I've seen like it will grow slowly. Emotional security is the key to the intimacy here. Also, Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, physical intimacy improve with trust. Consistency matters. Also, Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, spouse prefers stability over experimentation. I've also seen that. Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, emotional connection of you and your spouse is strengthened with age. Okay, you will also see that. Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, emotional connection of you and your spouse will strengthen with age. Okay. Although sometime emotional dryness can possible. Okay, if you ignore your spouse a lot. Okay. Sometime in a negative way, it can give you a spouse who may feel like you have taken them for granted. So that is, you should not do that. Sometime you may feel that there's like either you or your spouse may feel like a duties, it's a lot of duty based marriage, like a lot of things I have to do. Sometime this can give you communication gap as well. So you need to work on that. Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, I've seen, if I talk about more about temperament and nature, like spouse will have a deeply caring, responsible, okay, and traditional type of nature. They carry this natural ability to nurture, to protect those who they love. Okay. They have this inherent sense of duty and service. You will also see that. And they might feel good by taking care of others. Also, Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, spouse will have a motherly or fatherly kind of a comforting type of nature or appearance, you can say that. Also very warm, gentle, and deeply compassionate type of eyes your spouse have. And when they look at you, it feel like very protective, very accepting type of gaze they have. Okay. A gaze which feel like unconditional care type of gaze when they look at you. Generally, physical structure of your spouse, I have seen very strong, sturdy, and well nourished build they have. Also, with Darakaraka in Pushya Nakshatra, spouse generally have a very strong constitution, but they can be prone to the issues related to stress because of Saturn, maybe joint pain, etc. Okay, these things they could have issues, right? Or maybe pain in legs. They could be involved in nourishment related, protection related, like this professions, like for an example, nurses, doctors, therapists, teachers, priests, spiritual leaders, social worker, farmers, right? Someone who could be in food and hospitality industry, that can possible. And with Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, you can meet in a place of care, tradition, spiritual practice, temple, hospital, family gathering, a place of worship, okay? Or maybe through community service, or a place where there could be some kind of a food and nourishment is involved. You could meet at such place. Uh, Sometimes this Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra I've also seen can make your spouse very traditional also. A little bit spiritual angle can also be there. They would like to do certain prayers and, so those things can also possible. Very reassuring and gentle and wise type of communication. They speak with authority, but that authority is like very calm authority. Like they say in such a beautiful way that you feel like, "Oh, I should do this thing." Generally, your spouse with Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra avoid conflict. They prefer to maintain peace. But when they feel pushed, they can become, like whether they become silent or they may try to withdraw, and these things can be seen. Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra also show maybe you guys likes to perform ritual together, maybe cooking, sharing meals, gardening, caring animal, charitable work. Okay, these things can possible. Maybe participating in some community religious event, maybe you guys likes to do together, that can be seen. Financially, generally this give you a responsible spouse who would be very cautious, security focused, can be excellent in saving money, building assets, especially with Pushya, I would say property. Building property related assets, they can be good. Basically, they would like to build assets so that they can provide for the family for the long term. Although love marriage can possible depending upon the other things as well in your chart, but even with Pushya Nakshatra, because Jupiter Saturn is involved here, so tradition, arranged marriage could be important. So it's most likely a placement where even if love marriage happen, maybe certain rituals could be important for the spouse. They are like, we should convince the family and then do it. So that kind of a thinking. Okay. Generally, I have seen Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, like they could also have like a round face or a full face that feel very comforting, very serious but kind eyes. Like the eyes which look very wise, the eyes which have depth and experience. That's what you feel. Well developed chest, you can say here, chest area. A very reliable type of frame they have like when it comes to body. And sometimes this nakshatra can even give your spouse a very soft or sensitive skin. Okay, or even both actually. They prefer like the classic, traditional, clean looks. Okay. They have this calm expression. Also, I've seen Darakaraka when placed in Pushya Nakshatra, your spouse will look better with age. Like for an example, if you look at their picture of 20s, you will say you look better. Like people will say you look better in your 30s. You see some people, when their age grows, they look better. If you see them earlier in their 20s, or like they look horrible sometime in 20s, and in their 30s and 40s they look amazing. So that is the kind of a spouse you could have. Okay, and also Darakaraka in this nakshatra show that your spouse sole purpose is to nourish you and the family. They will make sure that you are fed, they will make sure that you are healthy, they will make sure that you are safe. Like for an example, Darakaraka and Pushya give you, let's say, a wife or like husband who could be a dietitian. So they could make your plan, oh, you should eat this thing at that time so that your health would be good. And now you have to follow the routine, because they will be highly disciplined as well. Okay, and they also have emotional maturity, right? uh, Also, they could be patient generally. They believe that good things take time. Very protective type of nature. Also seen sometime Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra can give you a spouse who could be a teacher, or you may feel like you are married to a teacher, a professor like of vibe, corporate trainer, teacher, professor, that can also possible, or maybe someone who is in banking and finance, or maybe someone who involved in government bureaucracy, that can be seen, or maybe someone who involved in nutrition, food, hospitality, sometime real estate as well, or maybe human resources. Sometime you will see when Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, your wife or your husband behave like a parent. Like, when our mother, hey, always say, hey, have you eaten the food? Have you taken the lunch? Right? Why you are not having the proper sleep? You should go to the sleep now. It's enough. Like, so sometimes you feel like they're having this parent kind of energy towards you, because the caring attitude is going to be there. Okay? They will nurture you through cooking food, or maybe making some plan for you, right? Also, generally, if other things also need to be seen, obviously, like where your seventh lord is, and seventh house planet, and Rashi of seventh house, which means signs, and Venus, Mars, etc. But generally, this nakshatra show when Darakaraka is in Pushya, your social standing in the community usually rise after you get married. I've also seen that. And also Darakaraka and Pushya Nakshatra, I've seen the spouse could have love for water. They may like to live near lakes, ocean, beaches. Maybe they say a lot that, hey, I likes to be near water, near beach. I feel so peaceful. So that can possible. Also Darakaraka in this nakshatra, sometime spouse may want to live near the mother or their family, or they want to have a strong connection, right? That can also possible. Sometimes spouse may feel very cold, like because they are so focused on the duty, because duty become really important, responsibility become really important in marriage for them, that they appear to be very cold because they were just busy in doing the duty of daily life. Sometime you will also see that you need to actually take care of this, that they could have this emotional suppression nature. They may hide their own pain to keep the family stable, and here your role come important. You have to take care. You should understand that my partner is like when you live with someone, you can just have this idea, okay, now she's not feeling good, now he's not feeling good, so maybe you should try to talk to them and try to heal them, because sometimes they become so much involved in taking care of the family, they just ignore their own emotional suppression they do. Okay, so yeah, this is all about Darakaraka in this Pushya Nakshatra. If you want to purchase consultation or courses, links are in comment section and description. Okay, now let's talk about Darakaraka in Ashlesha Nakshatra. So what's going to happen when Darakaraka is placed in the Nakshatra of Ashlesha? So, it is one of the most intense, magnetic, psychologically complex, possessive, right, type of nakshatra, or I would say type of placement in your chart. So when Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Ashlesha, first of all, Ashlesha Devtas are Naghas, right? Serpent energy you will have. And it's ruled by planet Mercury. Okay. So whenever Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Ashlesha, you will see that your spouse will be emotionally very intense and private. Okay. Initially you will see that they will reveal about themselves very little. Right, later when you came to know them more, later you will understand more about them in comparison to initially. Very intense and private type of spouse. They will have strong possessive tendencies. Okay, and they will become possessive for you for sure whenever you have Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra, and emotional, like they want to own you kind of emotionally. Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra, very intuitive spouse, highly intuitive. A spouse can, like for an example, you are just start to talk to other girls And naturally, when you have an affair or something, your like relations, like I'm just talking from a male perspective, right? A male point of view, right? So let's say you just you have a spouse, your Darakaraka is in Ashlesha, and you start to talk to a girl outside of marriage. And you know, when you start to talk to someone, naturally your attention gets shifted from your wife, obviously, right? So they can easily sense this. Not everyone can sense that, but they have this intuition that they can easily sense that you are shifting emotionally. Instantly they can sense it. It's really powerful here. Okay, Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra spouse will be emotionally very strategic personality, right? They know when to act and what to act. Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra also show that your spouse will have a very magnetic presence. People will feel pulled towards them, unconsciously, whether they want it or not. Naturally, they will be pulled towards your spouse. Very strong past life bondage you have your spouse when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Ashlesha. Okay, your soul is connected to some unfinished karma with your spouse. Marriage feel very unavoidable. Okay, with your spouse you will feel that. Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra also show that relationship begin mysteriously, right, with your spouse. Sudden attraction without logic can be seen. It is difficult to leave this spouse. Emotional codes are very strong. Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra also show that marriage exists to dissolve attachment karma. It is not an easy love. Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra also show that attraction will be very obsessive. Okay? You or your spouse may think about, like, person very obsessively. Generally, because it's your Darakaraka, your spouse become obsessive about you. Now see, we have to see other things as well. Venus, Mars, 7th Lord, etc. For that, full horoscope consultation is required, obviously. If you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. But obviously with Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra, your love will be like there is an obsession kind of energy. And you will feel like the love you have, like the kind of a love bond you have with a spouse, it has both poison and medicine. And there will be a strong sexual magnetism. Sexual energy is very strong when it comes to Ashlesha Nakshatra. Emotional dependency can possible from both sides, from you and your spouse when it comes to Ashlesha Nakshatra. Also, you will see that spouse want exclusivity, right? They do not like generally that you share your attention with someone else. They want like, they are like, you are mine and I own you. That's the kind of energy they have. Also, Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra also show that spouse can become emotionally manipulative sometime. Okay, like for an example, they use silence sometime to control you, right? These things can be seen. Also, you will see with the Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra, sometime there can be trust issues in relationship due to some reasons. A spouse can be emotionally very secretive. They will keep their inner world very hidden. Okay? Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra, your spouse will be hyper aware of your behavior. Okay? Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra also show that spouse can emotionally dominate in relationship for sure. Right? Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra also show that marriage will be emotionally very consuming. Right? It's hard to stay detached, which is a good thing, I guess. Also, Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra, strong attachment cycle. Right? There will be. Like for an example, there will be closeness, and then you may feel like a little bit of like too much together, and then may you guys little bit distance, and then reunion. These things can be seen in relationship and marriage. Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra, when placed, it also show that your marriage will transform your personality. Also, spouse wants emotional priority from you. You will see that. Due to which your other family relationship will suffer, especially when you have Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra. Right? And in that case, maybe spouse want to live with you, and like especially in those countries where joint families live, here, there, it might create like a little bit struggle because spouse want your all attention. And when you are like, for an example, I've seen this, like Darakaraka and Ashlesha, and wife, like this guy have Darakaraka and Ashlesha, and his wife is saying, why are you spending more time with your brother's kids? You should spend time with me, with your wife, not with your younger brother kids, which is very bad in some countries, especially in countries where joint families are there. It's quite common actually. So sometimes these things can also possible. So you need to manage that wisely. Also, loyalty become very important here. Okay, Darakaraka and Ashlesha, especially from your side, because spouse expect that generally. Sometime very passive aggressive behavior can be seen. Okay, emotional manipulation during fight can be seen, especially from your spouse side, like silence, withdrawal, coldness. Right, there will be jealousy driven conflict, like spouse may feel jealous. Why are you talking to some lady in the neighbor? Right, why are you talking to this particular sister of that relative? Like they feel like jealous, even though it's a common talk, but they don't like it. Also, if spouse will be deeply hurt, they could have little bit of revenge mindset as well from you, like I will take the revenge. Also, Darakaraka in Ashlesha Nakshatra also show that spouse could have a very penetrating eyes, very sharp eyes, very snake-like gaze. This become very prominent. Eyes will be the most prominent feature of spouse. Somehow their eyes can be very penetrating. It feel like they are just looking into your soul. They could have mysterious facial expression. It's hard to read the spouse emotion. And very sensual aura, strong sexual present of spouse whenever Darakaraka in, like sexual present will be there for sure in Ashlesha Nakshatra. Also, you will see spouse will be attractive with Darakaraka and Ashlesha, but yet there can be some intimidating kind of a presence they have. A beauty which is mixed with a danger. It's like a beautiful snake. It's really amazing, it's beautiful, but still you are very cautious because it's a snake. And that's what Ashlesha is, right? Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra emotionally very powerful. Like they control emotionally environment of you, spouse, right? And they will be generally loyal but dominating also, right? And demanding especially, right? And sometime if other things are not working good, then they can become emotionally toxic also, right? And but in a positive way, emotionally protection can be there. Okay. Also, spouse need again and again emotional reassurance. Spouse need emotional reassurance, like you are not cheating with me, you are not having the secret affair. These things they would like to ask you. Okay. Then Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra. Sexual bond with your spouse can be very hypnotic. Okay, it's hard to detach physically with your spouse. Intimacy is the tool for emotional bonding. I'm sorry for my bad voice today because I have a little bit of cold, right, and throat infection. It's really hard to speak, but I have to record the videos because otherwise it will take some days to recover. I have to do it. So, his spouse will have sexual jealousy, strong possessiveness. They make sure that you are not having sexual affair with someone else, even emotional also. So they are very, like this thing is really important for them. Also, you will see Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra. There can be power struggle in relationship, like who control whom. Because whenever Darakaraka and Ashlesha, they always try to control you, try to give you tight hugs, hugging very tightly. Also, Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra, psychological games can be seen in life, mind battles. Okay. Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra, marriage teach you detachment from obsession. Love without control can be seen. Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra also show that, it ultimately, if everything goes well between you and your spouse, that it transfer the jealousy into the trust as well. Okay, and it also create a soul level union. Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra, spouse temperament and nature, if I talk about more, they can be very mysterious, very magnetic, very emotionally complex kind of a person. Okay. They possess an energy which can be seen both as a protective as well as dangerous sometime. Okay. uh, Spouse will psychologically very deep. They have intuition. They can read people, they can read situations very well actually. Their emotion can run deep, hidden beneath calm surface. They have a lot of things going on in their mind. Okay. They are very patient, they are observant. Okay. But when they are provoked, they have this ability, they have this ability to strike you with a very good power. Like for an example, they are just observing, getting intuition, oh, this guy is doing something not good in our relationship, just keeping observing, and then one day attack, like telling you all the facts, and then the fight, etc. happen. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra often give you a spouse with a very striking magnetic type of appearance, very unusual beauty, you can say. Very hypnotic presence they have that people feel drawn towards them. Okay. Eyes will again and again, I will say, the most powerful feature of them is their eyes. The gaze they have, that very penetrating, as if they are looking into the soul, looking into your soul, entering into your soul. That's what you feel. Okay. Very flexible type of body they have, very slender and flexible type of body. Generally, it gives your spouse. Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra spouse can be prone to the issues related to toxins, nervous system, disorders, skin condition. Okay, these things can be seen. Although they also have naturally the strong healing abilities. Maybe they have the knowledge of homeopathic medicines, yoga, or any these like astrological remedies. So that can be seen. They can be connected to the profession related to like hidden knowledge like astrology, right, occult sciences, etc., tarot card reading, healing strategy, making of some kind, psychologist, right, therapist of some kind, astrologer, detective, strategic consultant, or someone who would deal with poison, like for an example any positive use of poison, or negative also as well, depend upon other things, or some kind of a negotiator. Okay, someone who could be in hypnosis, someone who could be a snake handler, literally could have this placement. Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra, you might meet in a very mysterious way. Okay, there can be hidden circumstances, right, through some kind of a healing, during maybe crisis in your life. Maybe you went to an astrologer and there the spouse will be also sitting through some secret place. Something very mysterious there will be. Darakaraka and Ashlesha, spouse could be connected to the like god, like Lord Shiva, like the god which are connected to the snakes, right? They are connected to the Nagas, like praying to the Nag Panchami, and like these things can possible, doing some kind of rituals related to that. Uh, they could be very strategic, by the way, right? Very persuasive nature they have. They know exactly what to say and when to say. Okay. And generally they don't argue openly, but they use psychological tactics and strategic silence as well. They know when to strike, like a snake. Just keep sitting, and when the time is right, that's when they strike. Right? Sexually very passionate, mysterious, transformative. Together, you and your spouse, when Darakaraka and Ashlesha, I've seen like you guys might do astrology studies, occult sciences, tarot card reading study, like you guys talk about deep psychological conversation, healing practices, strategic games you guys play like chess, right? You guys would like to walk on nature, right? Creating a private sanctuary together. That's the kind of a placement this is. Okay. What more we can see? Darakaraka in Ashlesha again, very observing eyes, observant, hypnotic, serpent gaze like eyes. Okay. Generally, I've also seen they could have a very sharp chin and a well defined nose with this nakshatra. A very cool skin tone. Okay, smooth, maybe like see complexion, etc. depend upon other factor as well. But very smooth skin it give you your spouse. They have very mysterious smile. Also, generally I've seen they spouse with this nakshatra prefer dark color, rich color, like deep green, black, navy blues. They're often uh, They understand high quality as well of things. But the point is, for like the kind of a dressing your spouse like, that's a different video. Maybe I create in the future, because for that you have to see Venus, Mars as well. For boys, you need to see Venus. For girls, you need to see Mars as well. Another thing also play their role. If you want to purchase that, if you want to know more about that, you can purchase consultation. Links are in comment section and description. I've also seen when Darakaraka and Ashlesha, your spouse might use their hand a lot while explaining things. Right? They could be a very good strategist, by the way, and very protective by nature towards you and family. They have a very good emotional depth, and they are the best BS detector. Okay, you cannot lie to Ashlesha's spouse, I'm telling you. If you have Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra, they can smell the lie instantly. They are like, really, you are just lying to me. They have this natural ability, you know. You will also see that. Naturally, they will be interested to occult, etc., tantra. That's natural with Ashlesha. This is always generally the case. You know, they could also be having some kind of a healing ability. As I mentioned earlier, they could heal themselves. Whether they know some homeopathic medicine, like some people naturally study about it, study books about Ayurveda, or some kind of a Reiki healing, or maybe doing this remedy, home remedy, you know, that can be seen. Also, they might also be good like in cracking the business deal sometime. Also connected to chemistry and pharmaceuticals, medicine, poison, liquid, that can be seen. Sometime even ethical hacking or data analysis can be seen, your spouse connected to. Information technology like cyber security, ethical hacking. Sometime even I've seen like spouse could be a detective, forensic expert, that can be seen. Detective, lawyer who deal with complex and messy cases, especially not a normal lawyer generally. Or even if they are normal, after getting married to, you will see they start to deal more with the messy cases. Darakaraka and Ashlesha Nakshatra, spouse like somehow or other always have a suspicion on you, like, oh, you are cheating on me, you are doing this, you are doing that. And sometimes they become over possessive about you. So sometimes you feel like it's too much of protection for me. I need to break this barrier. Right? And then they start to think about like, why this guy is doing this, why she is doing this, why he's doing that. Maybe he's having an affair. So yeah, these things can be seen like a power struggle. Right? So you need to maybe deal these things wisely. Maybe sometime when the trust issue develops, that's when you can tell them that, hey, it's too much for me. Right? But although the possessiveness is always going to be there when it comes to this nakshatra. Right? But again, you have to see other things as well. Venus, Mars, 7th Lord, etc. Planet in the 7,000, 1,000 other things need to be seen. For that, full horoscope consultation is required. If you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. Now let's talk about Darakaraka in Magha Nakshatra. Right? So what's going to happen when Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Magha? Magha, first of all, is ruled by its devtas, your pitris, your ancestors. Also, Magha ruling planet is Ketu. Right? And its symbol is royal throne. So what will going to happen when your Darakaraka in this nakshatra? First of all, when Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Magha, your spouse carry a royal or authoritative aura. Right? Naturally, they have dignity in their behavior. There will be a strong self-respect. There will be a strong pride in their spouse. Right? Whenever Magha is like in your spouse, whenever you see Darakaraka and Magha, definitely give you very strong pride, very strong self-respect in your spouse. Okay, they cannot tolerate humiliation. And if, let's say, for an example, you are a female and you have Mars or Sun connection in your chart somehow, or you are a male, you have Venus or Sun connection in your chart, and at the same time Darakaraka in Magha, definitely self-respect will become too much in your spouse. Darakaraka in Magha Nakshatra, very dominant personality your spouse will be. They would like to lead in marriage. Okay, they will be the leader of marriage, not you, when you have Darakaraka in Magha. Generally, they have the deep respect for lineage and family name, these things. Right? When Darakaraka in Magha Nakshatra. Maybe they could come from an influential family. You know, there are some families whose name were well known in the areas. So maybe they have something like that. Darakaraka when placed in Magha Nakshatra. Spouse would have a very traditional yet commanding nature. Okay, they could have little bit old values, strong authority. Darakaraka in Magha Nakshatra, your marriage is ancestrally destined actually. Some kind of a family karma is involved, right? By your like Pitris, ancestors here. Darakaraka in Magha Nakshatra, there can be, like in marriage, there can be a king-queen type of dynamic, leadership, support type of dynamic. Maybe you treat your wife as a queen if you have Darakaraka and Magha Nakshatra, or you will treat your husband like a hey king in that way, because you are like, it is also a remedy. You give them a respect. That's what they need. And when you say your wife as a queen and you have Sun Venus or Darakaraka in Magha Nakshatra or Venus in Magha, you are already giving them that authority. So they naturally feel better, right? It's like a nickname that you just give them out of love. And if obviously it's your husband, if you're watching for husband, you can say them king, right? Because that's what we are giving them. Because literally the Magha Nakshatra symbol is the king throne. So we are just saying them queen or king by let them sit on that throne. So in that way, it will naturally work as a good remedy. Also, you will see that marriage can change some kind of a family direction in your life. Darakaraka and Magha Nakshatra, your relationship field very destined. It is not quite coincidence. You feel like it's my destiny to finally get married to this person because I have tried this thing, I have tried that thing, not able to find the right person. I have this heartbreak, this happened, that happened, and finally my destiny put me with this person. Okay, with ancestral blessing, the marriage can get strengthened. So if let's say you are in the north of India, I'm not sure about the other part of the places like the world or especially even in India, but if you are from the north of India, right, you see there are certain people who go to pray for their devtas, pitris. They go to their villages around Holi and Diwali, and they literally like light diyas, like lamp, and they literally pray to their ancestors there, right? I hope you understand the people who live near like Haryana, Uttar Pradesh and those states, even near Delhi, etc., Delhi NCR, you know. So you guys know that what I'm talking about. So that is a very good remedy actually. Some people become modern and think that you should not do that. Actually, you should do that. Especially the people who do that. And if let's say you have Darakaraka and Magha Nakshatra and you are already doing that thing, right? So you should never discontinue that. You should do it whenever you can. At least once in a year, do it. Maybe go to your village and pray to your ancestors. And they are this very little, very small ritual that you have to do. Okay, it's a very good thing actually to take their blessing, especially when Darakaraka and Magha Nakshatra. Also, when Darakaraka and Magha Nakshatra, attraction is based on the respect first. Okay, it's not a cheap type of romance. Here, like spouse definitely demand respect. Also, you will see that spouse will expect admiration from you. Feeling valued will keep them alive. Okay, so you should always admire them, like my wife is this, my wife is that, my husband is amazing and this and that. So yeah, they really like it. And it's a very dignified romance here when Darakaraka is placed in the Magha Nakshatra. Physical attraction will be very strong. Okay, because Leo energy is there, Magha Nakshatra due to. So Leo generally like here increases, like I would say enhances the magnetism. Right, but of course you have to see other things as well, like Venus, Mars, 7th Lord planet in the 7th house. For that, full horoscope consultation is required. If you want to purchase, links are in comment section and description. But with Darakaraka and Magha Nakshatra, definitely, right, love increase with public recognition also. Status matters here. So this is also one of the combination where you become a power couple, like some status symbol, right? Also Darakaraka and Magha Nakshatra. Like see, ego can become an issue in your marriage for sure. As I mentioned earlier, if you are a male, you have Darakaraka and Magha Nakshatra, and let's say even you have some connection of Venus with the sun as well. Like Venus is with sun, Venus is in the sun in the next house of Venus, sun is in the trine of Venus, or Venus in the sign of sun. You see, like, and Darakaraka and Magha, and let's say you are a female, you have Mars sun connection anyhow, like Mars next to Sun, Mars with Sun, Mars in the trine of Sun, right? Mars in the sign of Sun. Anyhow, in that case, and let's say you guys have Darakaraka and Magha Nakshatra along with that, then like ego will be really important. That's why I mentioned earlier, when Darakaraka and Magha Nakshatra, always treat your spouse as a king or a queen. It's a great remedy. Like, hey queen, yes, I will follow your order. When you say these things sometime, they naturally feel that authority and they become happy kind of. Right? It's a psychological remedy actually, but it's really work. Because you will do this throughout your life. Right? And your husband is like, okay, my king, I will follow your orders. Sometimes when you say that in a funny way also, right? It's really good actually. I'm telling you. Because then that ego definitely gets satisfied, right? So yeah, they definitely, even if like, see, you see the hair, like the problem in marriage will occur due to ego. Like they will feel like, oh, why should I do this? Oh, I'm a female, that's why you are telling me to do this. Oh, I'm a male, I should not do it. Like, so ego can become an issue. But when you treat them like authority, your spouse, like a king and a queen, then you naturally, so you have to deal them very wisely here. And they always need validation and respect. And criticism hurt them very strongly when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Magha. Generally, Darakaraka in Magha nakshatra will give you a spouse who will be emotionally very strong, but not very emotionally expressive. They control their emotions. Okay? Also, Darakaraka and Magha nakshatra, once they commit, they become very loyal actually. Okay? They will also be very image conscious type of person. Right? About reputation, image, they could be very conscious. Also, marriage could have some authority role. Right? And they definitely, like who lead the matter, like who lead this, like whether you will lead or your spouse will lead, that kind of a thing. As I mentioned earlier, ego related stuff. So you should always be, I would like, see, when it's your Darakaraka, which means your spouse will be like that. So you should always be, let them lead, okay? That's the only way. If they get angry or something, so let them, like, because it's your Darakaraka, so your spouse will be the king or the queen. So you have to be subservient, right? So yeah, you should understand that. It's good for your marriage, otherwise marriage will suffer, right? Sometime in these combinations. Also, you'll see that definitely they will dominate the decision making in marriage. Naturally, they will have that leader mindset. Darakaraka and Magha nakshatra, your marriage improves social standing. Okay? Your public image rise with this. Okay, maybe you get married to an influential person or influential female family or something. Their father could be important figure, something like that. So your status rises. That can possible with this. Also, Darakaraka and Magha nakshatra, your in-laws influence can be very strong in the marriage, right? Spouse, parents, right? In-laws become very, it's very, their influence is a lot. You should balance, like power balance need to be there, and also like you have to give them respect, right? Especially when it comes to Darakaraka and Magha. Ego clashes can become the main issue in this marriage when Darakaraka and Magha nakshatra. So I've already mentioned earlier how to deal with this. Disrespecting your spouse, it causes very deep wounds. So you need to be careful regarding that. Also, you will see, respect is always the key in this. When Darakaraka and Magha nakshatra, for a spouse, respect will be really important. If you try to deal, like, see, marriage in these cases will become weak only when you repeatedly respect your spouse. When you repeatedly disrespect your spouse, right? So yeah, you need to pay attention to that. Generally, spouse would have like very commanding posture. Okay, a pride type of body language, very strong facial features, regal type of appearance, bright eyes, right? Eyes will have fire of Leo, right? Confident walking style, and they'd like to dress in a very dignified dressing style, very classy, not flashy. Spouse will definitely have very authoritative but protective type of temperament. They likes to lead, they like to defend. Emotionally very reserved generally. Loyal, they will be loyal to you and your family, right? Generally, like family and spouse in general, I'm talking about. Spouse can be controlling, of obviously, as I mentioned earlier, they will like to take the authority. And you should always try to keep, like, they really like it when you just appreciate them, honor them. It's really important for them. Even in intimacy, while having intimate relationship, they, they prefer it when you are talking, you are, when you are having intimate moment, it like for an example, you like husband, like you are watching, like you see, you know let's say you are a male and you're watching this for your wife, like your male Darakaraka is in this nakshatra. Your wife always, when you guys have intimate moment, she will always desire, you will say you are very sexy, you have this and that while having intimate. So that's really important here, these things. So you should always, try to do that. That will make them more happy actually, and that improve the quality of intimacy. But ego battles can become the issue in the marriage. You need to overcome that. Who will the boss? Who is the boss at the home? Right? That dominance issues. Okay, these things can become very uh, like problematic. So you should deal with these things wisely in your marriage. Sometime Darakaraka in this nakshatra give you spouse who could be very dignified, proud, authoritative, and they could become deeply conscious about their lineage reputation. Okay, they would not like to listen any negative word about their father and their family generally here, right? Uh, they likes to respect elders and ancestry. These things can become really important for them. Naturally, very authoritative person. Okay, very striking, dignified, and even I would even say very aristocratic, right? Very aristocratic type of facial features, or like, not facial feature, like the vibe they have, very aristocratic type. uh they carry themselves with like very grace. Okay, very commanding eyes they will have, eyes which are very aware. Generally, Dharakarka in this nakshatra give you a spouse who would have very well built and very impressive physique, uh, and could have prominent features like strong jawline, strong jaw, high cheekbones, and a noble nose that can be seen. Darakaraka in Magha nakshatra can give your spouse who will have like a because here it's a lion is important when Darakaraka, uh, like a lion like mane of beautiful hairs. That's what it can give you, right? So those, if you're watching for your wife, so those female who keep their hairs like a lion's mane, who like those girls who keep their hairs like a lion like mane of hairs. So yeah, that can be seen. Also, their voice could have some sort of authority, commanding nature. Generally, this nakshatra give you spouse who have a strong vitality, but they could be prone to the issues related to pride, stress, sometime heart, back pain, okay, or some kind of a body alignment related issues they could have. When Darakarka and Magha nakshatra, spouse could be involving in profession of authority, legal profession, right? Public relations, politician, CEO, some royal or some government related stuff, politics, archaeology, history related profession, museum related professions, family business. Okay. So yeah, these things can be possible. When Dharakarka and Magha Nakshatra, you could meet your spouse in a places of power, tradition, or maybe ancestral significance, family gathering, political event, okay, or even at a funeral here, or maybe at some traditional ceremony, maybe at some wedding or some ceremony, or through family connection also. When Darakarka and Magha Nakshatra, uh, maybe you guys likes to do research together, right? Maybe you guys like to visit some ancestral or history related places together, traditional places together. Okay. Uh, Maybe you guys likes to discuss things related to preserving old stuff, heritage that can be seen here. Darakaraka and Magha Nakshatra will give you a spouse definitely who will have a royal stature. They carry themselves with royalty. Okay. Like for an example, even if your spouse will not be tall, they will feel like they will behave like they are tall. They carry their posture in that way. Right? They could have a very thick, lustrous and prominent hair. And hair sometimes can become a very important thing for a spouse when Darakaraka and Magha. I've also seen that. Generally, this nakshatra give you a spouse who have a very broad chest and shoulder, especially when it comes to men. If you are watching for a man, your men will have, and you're a female with Darakaraka and Magha, your men will have a broad chest and shoulder generally with this. Okay, very commanding upper body this nakshatra give to your spouse, and a very prominent nose. May have a Roman nose also sometime. I have seen that. So Darakaraka and Magha nakshatra will give you a spouse who will look straight into your eyes, and they will have some sort of authority in their voice, and they may have traditional things like, for an example, love for gold, silk, classic luxury. They love that because these gold, silver, silk, etc., these are classic luxuries, so they prefer that. This nakshatra, your spouse could be deeply traditional. They respect history, they respect family trees, they respect all tradition, and maybe you don't like these things. Sometimes these things can also become issues in marriage, like spouse like tradition and you don't like it, and that's why they are like, we should go to this event, and you are like, I don't like this tradition and all that shit, this is all bullshit, and they are like, no, these are really important, you have to go, right? So yeah, then you have to deal wisely, right? Naturally spouse would be leader. Okay, you will see that here. uh, and self-respect will be very high. Okay, in your spouse. Generally, I've also seen Darakaraka in this nakshatra. Can your spouse can make your spouse very truthful, and sometimes they can be bluntly honest, and that feel like sometime harsh to you because they say something very bluntly. But of course, you have to see other things as well, like you have to see Venus, Mars, and other placement. For that, full horoscope consultation is required. As I mentioned earlier, if you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. Also, Darakaraka and Magha Nakshatra give your spouse who would be very highly ambitious person, someone who want to leave a legacy or something. Okay. Also, Darakaraka and Magha Nakshatra, they can excel in some high-ranking government like profession, corporate management like CEO, director level person, someone who is related to history, etc., heritage, large organization, or even legal profession. Okay, or someone who manage ancestral property, real estate, old money related stuff can also be seen with Darakaraka and Magha Nakshatra in your spouse. Okay, but you have to see, as I mentioned again and again, ego related stuff in marriage can become issue, so you need to deal with that thing wisely. Sometime I've also seen that Darakaraka and Magha Nakshatra, you will get a spouse who will inherit property. Like maybe because of your spouse, you will have some property whose rent is coming to you regularly, and that could also become your source of income. That can possible. Like something like that can also be seen over here. So yeah, this is all about Darakaraka and Magha Nakshatra. If you want to purchase consultation or courses, links are in comment section and description. Okay, now let's talk about Darakaraka in Purva Phalguni Nakshatra. Okay. So what's going to happen when Darakaraka is placed in Purva Phalguni? Purva Phalguni Nakshatra, this nakshatra is strongly connected to romance, sexual attraction, pleasure, beauty, creativity, and marital happiness. Okay. Purva Phalguni, it's ruled by Venus. So definitely love, romance, sex is really important here. Now what's going to happen when Darakaraka and Purva Phalguni? So first of all, spouse is naturally charming. Okay, spouse will be naturally charming. A spouse is someone who attract attention easily. Like for an example, I am a male, so I will always talk from a male point of view. I have seen, like for an example, there are certain females, certain people, wife, they naturally draw attention. Like people love to talk to them. Whereas other people's wife, people just don't even want to talk to them. But there's very specific women who likes to, like, people naturally they draw attention. So when you have this Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Purva Phalguni, naturally your spouse will draw attention regardless of the gender. Okay. Now they will have a romantic personality generally with this, right? Spouse enjoy love, affection, emotional closeness, that can be seen, right? Like hugging, cuddle, etc. Everything. Then a spouse will have a very pleasure loving nature. They like comfort, they like enjoyment, they like luxury. Spouse, you will also see with Purva Phalguni, will have a very warm and affectionate type of temperament. Okay, they will be very expressive in love. Some people won't, but they will be, because your Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Purva Phalguni. Also with Darakaraka and Purva Phalguni nakshatra, spouse can be very creative personality. They may enjoy art, they may enjoy music, they may enjoy fashion, they may enjoy beauty, right? Darakaraka and Purva Phalguni nakshatra also, it show that you have some past life romantic connection with your spouse. Also with Darakaraka and Purva Phalguni nakshatra, strong attraction will be there when you will meet your spouse. There will be instant chemistry possible. Like you guys will have strong attraction. Like you feel like instantly like, oh, this could be the one. Or like have something good, right? A good chemistry between you guys. Also Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Purva Phalguni, it also shows that your marriage often feels very joyful, very exciting. Unlike heavy karmic marriage, this is going to be a joyful and exciting type of marriage. Okay? A spouse come to bring pleasure and happiness in your life. Your life become more enjoyable after marriage. Okay, also Darakaraka and Purva Phalguni, your marriage may improve emotional significantly after getting married. So if you are already feeling lonely, etc., then this Darakaraka and Purva Phalguni nakshatra is obviously it's an excellent nakshatra for you. Darakaraka and Purva Phalguni nakshatra, love marriage generally become very common. Okay, strong attraction drive will be there in relationship. Also romance is very important in the marriage. That's why I said love marriage, because generally it's all about attraction, love, romance. Affection must be maintained in the marriage, and physical attraction play a big role when Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Purva Phalguni. Okay, you will find your spouse very attractive. It doesn't even matter for other people how the spouse will look, like how they look, but you will find them very attractive physically also. For you, you feel like, wow, she's the one or he's the one. Also, there can be dating phase, intense dating phase, I would say, in this relationship. Also, Darakaraka and Purva Phalguni, a spouse enjoy flirting and playful love, right? Light-hearted romance, they will enjoy. So yeah, if you do that, generally this nakshatra, it's good for you. Darakaraka and Purva Phalguni nakshatra, spouse could have very emotionally expressive nature. Spouse openly show affection. Spouse enjoy attention from you. They need appreciation. Okay, so it's more like a Instagram type of, like the kind of a reels you see nowadays. So that's the kind of a together, just enjoying that affection. So that can be seen. Spouse likes feeling admired. Spouse like feeling loved from you. Okay, also if you compliment your spouse, that will strengthen your bond. Okay, complimenting about their beauty, their looks, their intelligence and whatnot. Also, spouse dislike emotional coldness. They need warmth in relationship here. Always remember when Darakaraka and Purva Phalguni. Also, Darakaraka and Purva Phalguni, your marriage focuses on enjoyment of life, travel together, having food together in a very good restaurant, going for some kind of maybe watching movies like a couple do. So yeah, this is in those things, it's really an excellent nakshatra. Also, spouse like decorating home beautifully. This is very good. Maybe aesthetic lighting, etc. That kind of environment matters a lot. Okay. So that can be seen. Also, relationship here, when Darakaraka is Pur Phalguni, relationship work best with emotional affection. Love language matters a lot in this nakshatra. I have also seen sometimes Darakaraka and Pur Phalguni nakshatra, marriage can bring some kind of a financial comfort in your life. Okay, Venus is there because the ruler, so it will improve your lifestyle. Right, that can be seen. Maybe you guys likes to go, like after marriage you go with parties and gatherings and celebration, etc. But of course we have to see other things as well. Where is your Venus, where is your seventh lord, where is your other things, planets in the seventh, Mars and thousand other things. For that, full horoscope consultation is required. If you want to purchase that, links are in comment section description. But along with this, when Darakaraka is in Pur Phalguni nakshatra, fights usually revolve around attention or affection. Like for an example, when Darakaraka and Pur Phalguni, generally you will see that the fight, etc. See, the Ketu is like the dog is barking, so even the Ketu is saying yes. So this point is very strong. Fights, if happen in relationship when you have Darakaraka and Pur Phalguni, most likely your spouse will complain that they are not getting the attention that they used to get from you. Now you are not caring them enough. Okay, the affection is reduced. Are you just looking at someone else? It's like these kind of a thing. Because they want constant attention. Whenever they start to see that you are just ignoring them, they are feeling ignored, yeah, this is bad for the marriage, right? So that's when the fight, etc. happen. Also, when the spouse is hurt, they become dramatic here. When Darakaraka and Pur Phalguni nakshatra, they give you very emotional reaction. Okay. Also, like arguments in the fight, right? Argument, fight, etc. in marriage, when Darakaraka and Pur Phalguni will resolve through emotional reconciliation. Okay, love obviously here heal the conflict. That's a great thing. Marriage suffers if like you become too cold or too serious. Romance must be alive. Always remember, it's your Darakaraka. Whenever Darakaraka is in Pur Phalguni nakshatra, you must keep romance alive. That is most important. Also, Darakaraka in Purva Phalguni nakshatra show that your spouse can be very attractive. They could have a very charming face. They could be natural beauty. They could have bright eyes and pleasant smile. Very appealing expression. Well proportionate body. They have, and they like stylish dressing sense. They could be very fashion conscious kind of a person. They have magnetic presence. Okay, they have this magnetic presence that people love their company. There are certain people, whether it's a male or female, when they come in a group, naturally they become the center of attraction. People love it to talk to them and to spend time with them. That's the kind of a spouse you get with this nakshatra. Darakaraka and Pur Phalguni, very friendly and sociable personality your spouse will be. Okay, they could have very generous nature. Right? Passionate lover, someone who enjoy romantic gestures. Right? Also, Darakaraka and Pur Phalguni, spouse need emotional appreciation as well. Darakaraka and Purva Phalguni nakshatra also show that sexual chemistry will be strong here. Okay? Darakaraka and Pur Phalguni, physical affection will be very important. Right? Also, Darakaraka and Pur Phalguni show that romantic intimacy depends upon emotional connection here. That can also be seen. Darakaraka, when placed in the this nakshatra of Pur Phalguni, you will also see that you will spend money on luxury, etc. Because this nakshatra promote comfortable lifestyle. Right? Also with this nakshatra, if relationship get weakens, right, that will be only if romance disappear. Okay, so love must be present. That is the basic need. Love, affection and caring things must be there in the marriage. Okay. This nakshatra actually encourage appreciation of beauty and pleasure. It's really important here. Building a very loving, creative, funny, emotionally type of marriage, right? Fulfilling emotionally marriage kind of a situation this nakshatra create. That's why I mentioned earlier, it's a good placement for love marriage, because in that these things develop first. In arranged marriage generally you talk, etc. and yeah, but for love marriage it's an excellent nakshatra. But of course for that you need to see other combination as well in chart. If they are supportive, that's when the love marriage happen. Also, uh, like marriage improve your lifestyle somehow with this nakshatra, right? And if you guys enjoy together, that's why I said love marriage here, because if you guys like meet and enjoy together, you guys fall in love, that's when this nakshatra do an excellent job. Also, Darakaraka in this nakshatra show that your spouse is the one who will be the lady of pleasure, or the lord of the pleasure. They are here to bring joy in your life. They are here to bring romance in your life. They are here to bring creativity in your life and sensual fulfillment in your life as well. They will have very warm, affectionate, charming, pleasure loving type of vibe. They radiate very playful and a bit of flirtatious energy as well, naturally. Okay? Definitely, very romantic, artistic, creative type of person you will get. Naturally, they will have this charismatic personality, socially adaptable. They know how to make people feel special, how to make people feel loved, appreciated, right? Also, with Darakaraka in this nakshatra, you will see uh, very striking appearance this nakshatra give to your spouse. Very glowing complexion. Okay, very magnetic charm type of appearance, I would say. Warm type of flirtatious eyes they have. Okay, their gaze promise pleasure. There are certain people who look at you and the way they gaze at you, like it give you like smile or pleasure. So that's the kind of eyes they have. Often you will see that they will be very well proportionate. Their body will be right, attractive build they have. They are the one who carry themselves with confidence, and like that can be seen. Also, uh, they have, I would say, they care a lot about their skin. Generally, I've seen here. Also, a very good smile, enhancing a smile, I would say, right? Generally, this nakshatra give your spouse a good health, but they can be prone to issues related to overindulgence, right, in something, sometimes reproductive issues, skin problem. Okay, these things can possible in their life. And like for an example, if let's say they are indulged too much in drinking, so that can create issue. So yeah, in that way they need to be careful. Profession wise, they could be involved in some kind of a beauty related profession, art, pleasure, creativity, artist, musician, actor, fashion designer, right? Event planner, romantic writer, perfume related work, luxury goods dealers, or maybe some kind of hospitality industry or entertainment industry, that can also possible. With this nakshatra, Darakaraka and Phalguni, you could also meet in a places of pleasure, beauty, celebration, at some party, wedding, art gallery, concert, or even a very romantic vacation spot of some kind, where like a romantic people, like nowadays in some places, in Bali also you have this romantic sunset type of culture. So maybe that those places, or any place which is famous for like romantic points, so yeah, you could meet there. Maybe at some luxury resort, or through some kind of a creative stuff you can meet. Maybe you guys, with Dharakarka and this nakshatra, maybe you guys create some art together in life, attending some cultural event together, right? You guys go to the romantic places, go for fine dining, go for shopping of some beautiful creative things, going for some dancing events, okay? Or maybe you guys hosting some fabulous gathering together. These things can also be seen, like the activity you guys do after getting married with this. Also, you will see because of Venus energy, whenever Dharakaraka is in Purvalguni Nakshatra, your spouse skin look very healthy, very vibrant, okay, without much efforts. Why? Because of this Venus energy, and they will have a magnetic smile, right? It's very warm, it's very inviting. As I mentioned earlier, eyes will be very expressive. Also, they likes to follow fashion trend sometime. I've also seen with this nakshatra, spouse like to follow fashion trend, and sometime they add their own touch in that and create some new fashion that can possible. They always love to smell good, which is a great thing. They love good perfumes, right? Like grooming products, can be essential for them, which is again a great thing, I guess. Also, you will see that generally they have symmetrical body, very balanced build they have, right? They are the one who is like a fun seeker also. uh, they always want something like a creative stuff in their life, highly creative person, right? Maybe doing some kind of a painting, singing, cooking, decorating. Naturally a designer soul they will have, and always they have a love for leisure. Okay, like the master of relaxation who know how to do relax, right? If you are a man, you should be ready. The wife is going to be someone who spend the money on these stuff, which is a good thing sometime, right? No? Depend upon you actually. They know actually how to chill. Okay, and they will also teach you how to enjoy your time when you have this nakshatra, your Darakaraka. Okay, this nakshatra sometime can give you a spouse who could be a social butterfly as well. Okay. Like, see, physically, it's really important affection for them. Maybe hug you, kiss you again, and touching could be really important for them. Also, this nakshatra naturally connect your spouse to entertainment, media, video creation, maybe some model, etc., video creating, luxury good, hospitality and tourism. Even the wedding industry, this nakshatra can show. Maybe doing some wedding work. Finance and wealth management can also be linked to this nakshatra. Okay, or maybe someone who is doing beautification work, like cosmetic surgery related profession. uh, this nakshatra actually support the honeymoon marriage type of scenario. Like for this nakshatra, the honeymoon phase of the marriage, I hope you all know about it, it must stay longer or throughout the life. It is not like that you get married and the honeymoon stay there for some like months or a couple of years. Generally it's like a 2 year phase, but then it's for this person, or I would say especially for your spouse, when you have Darakaraka in this nakshatra, it must be lifelong honeymoon phase of marriage. That's really important. Physical intimacy is really key here, which is again a good thing as well. Okay, they are the one spouse is the one who is like, let's just spend some quality time together, put the phone etc aside, and let's you know do this. Also, Dharakaraka in this nakshatra, I have seen like even your spouse is the one, there are certain people when they cut the salad, like especially again, I'm a male, I'm talking from the wife perspective. Like I've seen like certain people, when their wife cut the salad, they literally just cut it into any bad pieces and they just put it like, okay, eat it. How does it matter that the shape is what? But there are certain female I have seen, when a man have Dharakaraka in this nakshatra, even when they cut the salad, it's so beautifully like, cut it into equal pieces, and they even made some design with like with the knife, and when it comes in front of you in some plate, it looks so beautiful, well decorated salad. So naturally, even the look is really amazing. So maybe your spouse could be like that. For them, even the look matters before eating, like the well decoration. These things, these small things can matter a lot. Okay, sometime through your spouse or something, there can be some inheritance and assets you could also get, that can also possible. So yeah, this is all about Dharakaraka in this Purva Phalguni Nakshatra. And if you want to purchase consultation or courses, links are in comment section and description. Okay, now let's talk about Darakaraka in Uttara Phalguni Nakshatra. So what's going to happen when Darakaraka is placed in Uttara Phalguni Nakshatra? First of all, Uttara Phalguni Nakshatra is ruled by Sun. Okay, Uttara Phalguni Nakshatra is ruled by Sun, and his deity is Lord Aryaman. Okay, the deity of marriage agreements and partnership, right? So this nakshatra actually represent commitment after romance. Okay, so what's going to happen when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Uttar Phalguni? So you will see that a spouse you will get with this nakshatra is going to be very responsible and dependable person. They are the one who take commitment seriously. They have a strong sense of duty in marriage. Okay, they believe in fulfilling their responsibility. Also, with Dharakaraka in this nakshatra of Uttar Phalguni, you will get a spouse who will have a very loyal personality. Once they commit, they rarely betray. Right? That is a very good thing here. Also, it show a spouse who have honest and straightforward nature. They have transparency in a relationship that they would like to have. Also, Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Uttar Phalguni, you will give you a spouse who will have a very mature outlook towards marriage. Okay, they will not be very childish or impulsive. No, they will have a very mature, very serious outlook towards marriage. Also, Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Uttar Phalguni show that marriage may come through karmic contract. Okay, soul. Also, you will see with this nakshatra, definitely it show like you have past life based serious partnership. So it can also show that maybe you have a partnership with your spouse in the past life related to business, family alliance or something. Okay, also in this nakshatra, your relationship with a spouse will become stronger with time. There will not be an instant passion, but with time, relationship will become stronger. Also, Darakaraka in this nakshatra show that marriage brings stability into your life. Right? Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Uttar Phalguni also show that destiny push you towards long-term commitment. Okay? Darakaraka in this nakshatra also show that attraction grows through respect. Right? So maybe your spouse require a lot of respect, and that's how like attraction build. And in fact, in this nakshatra, you will see that your love built more on admiration. Right? You will see that. Also, Darakaraka in this nakshatra show that emotional security strengthen attraction between you and your spouse. Okay, when your spouse by spending time with you more, by talking to you more, when they start to feel safe, that increases affection naturally. Right? Also, romance here with Darakaraka in this Uttar Phalguni nakshatra, romance may begin slowly. There can be a friendship type of bond first, and then that will move towards romance. Love become deeper after marriage with this nakshatra. Right? Also, Darakaraka in this nakshatra show that loyalty is the biggest turn on for your spouse. Right? That is really, really important for them. Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Uttar Phalguni also show that spouse will have strong moral values. Ethics and integrity will be really important for them. Right? They will be emotionally very steady personality. They generally, this nakshatra will not give you a very dramatic spouse until or unless other things are horribly placed in your chart. This nakshatra talk about someone, your spouse will be someone who will be emotionally very steady person. A spouse may act like a mentor in your guide, like a guiding partner. That can be seen. Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Uttar Phalguni also say that spouse need appreciation for efforts. Recognition matters for them. Also, Darakaraka in this nakshatra show that there will be spouse will be emotionally very protective. They want partner like who feel secure. It show that Darakaraka in this nakshatra show that your spouse will be emotionally very protective. They want a partner to feel secure. Okay, so that's what they expect from you also with this nakshatra. Also, Darakaraka in the Uttar Phalguni nakshatra, marriage become partnership oriented. Okay, it's like a teamwork. Like you and your spouse is like a team in marriage. That's what this nakshatra is showing. This nakshatra Uttar Phalguni, when Darakaraka is placed, it also show that your spouse support career and life goals in your life. Okay, they will encourage you. They will push you forward. Like you are not interested in something, and they're like, you should do it. This is how you have to do it. Come on, you can do it. Right? So they will constantly encourage you or maybe support you somehow in your career goals. You will see that in life goal. Relationship here built on mutual respect. Right? Equality in many decisions will be there. Also, domestic life become kind of a structured here. Organized lifestyle generally I have seen with this nakshatra. Also with maturity, your marriage improve. Often your marriage will better after 30 here. Now, when it comes to the conflict in the marriage, when Darakaraka is placed in the Uttar Phalguni Nakshatra, I have seen like generally the argument that you have between you and your spouse generally uh, around responsibility or fairness. This is not a very emotional drama type of nakshatra. It is more like a maybe they want you to take some responsibility, and you are like, they are like, hey, you are not responsible, you should not do this, you should do that. So that could be the very practical type of arguments here rather than the emotional stuff. Okay, the point is spouse dislike honesty. Oh, sorry, spouse dislike dishonesty here. Honesty will be really important for them, right? Trust must be maintained in the relationship. That is what your spouse expect when you have Darakaraka and Uttar Phalguni Nakshatra. Also, ego clashes can possible because ultimately it's Nakshatra ruled by Sun. So authority conflict can be there. Like they will say that I will take the decision, I should do that, and this, and you will say no. And especially when you have Darakaraka in this nakshatra, and let's say the sun is also placed in your lagna, then you can also become yourself egoistic. At the same time, your spouse can be a little bit egoistic. So then the clashes can happen. At least one have to be subservient, and because it's your Darakaraka, it might be you. But again, it also depends. Let's say your spouse Darakaraka is something which is making you as well. So then it show like the power balance need to be seen. And other things like Venus, Mars, etc., 7th Lord, 7th house planet also need to be seen. For that, full horoscope consultation is required. If you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. Also, you will see that here your spouse prefer logical resolution. Okay, they prefer discussion rather than shouting whenever problem happen. They are generally, this nakshatra will not give you a spouse who will shout and who will behave like horribly, like, you know, but this nakshatra give you a spouse who generally would like to have a discussion with you, like, hey, this is a problem, why are you not doing, like maybe a discussion stuff isn't, which is a good thing, I guess. Also, like respect is really important. Mutual dignity is the key here for the success in marriage. Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Uttar Phalguni will give you a spouse who will have a very confident aura, very dignified personality. When they enter into the room, they will have a strong presence. Okay, very warm facial features, very sun-like aura. Okay, well built and well balanced body your spouse will have. Okay, generally I've seen like very healthy appearance your spouse have with this. Also, very graceful posture they have. And when it comes to dressing style, Darakaraka and Uttar Phalguni Nakshatra give you a spouse who will have simple yet very elegant dressing style. This nakshatra give you a spouse who will have a very generous nature. Your spouse generally here likes helping others. Or sometimes this nakshatra even give you a spouse whom with you have this companion energy, a friend-like partner. Emotionally very supportive partner who encourage growth in the life. And they will be very responsible in decision making. And they will always have this protective instinct towards family. That is also a great thing. Also, you know, for intimate life, emotional connection will be really important, right? Emotional involvement is going to there. More emotionally connection is going to improve the intimacy, right? Also, you will see that the more emotional closeness is going to be there, the more intimacy is going to be there, right? And when you are emotionally having issues, then intimate life is also going to suffer in this nakshatra. Okay, so emotionally make sure that you are connected well with your spouse. Even if something happens, just try to maintain that emotional glue between you and your spouse. And always remember, loyalty is going to be really important with this nakshatra again and again. Uttar Phalguni again talk about loyalty. Also, I've seen like with time, intimate life will become better. Okay, earlier it might not be, but with time, it will improve actually for you. Challenges in marriage with this nakshatra is related to ego clashes. You need to work on that. Okay. Also, if emotional expression is limited, you are not emotionally expressing thing, and emotionally connection is not good, that could become an issue. Okay. And also your spouse may sometimes feel that you are not appreciating them enough. Recognition and appreciation is important. Like for an example, if you are a male, you should always say to your wife whenever you can, hey honey, it's an amazing food. Just a small thing, like appreciation. Maybe you are looking beautiful, this food is amazing. Like, generally I've seen some, like, men's have this, or people have this in general, bad quality, that let's say your wife is cooking food for you. Whenever the food is not good, they always say, hey, today the food is not good, today the salt is less or more, today it's less spicy or more spicy. They always point out the mistake. But if your wife or someone or mother or whoever is cooking food, they are cooking good food, you hardly say that it's really amazing, it's really tasty, it's good, today food is amazing. So imagine you are just criticizing a person who is cooking food for you daily, and you are criticizing them for one mistake, and but you are not appreciating them, right? I can understand you can say that it's not good today, but if let's say it's good, so at least say that it's good. Some people don't have this habit, so start to appreciate others, right? Start to appreciate your spouse, that's really good, and your mother and whoever cook for you. In general also, like when the food is good, or I'm just giving one example, but there are many other example as well. So let's say the food is good today, say it, hey, it's really a good food, thank you, or something like that. It's really tasty, it's simple, right? Start to develop this habit. For you it matters a lot because your Darakaraka is in Uttar Phalguni Nakshatra, right? Also, see, respect will be really important for your spouse. If you drop the respect towards your spouse, relationship will have issues for sure in this nakshatra. Emotional connection is good, loyalty is maintained, and respect is going to be there, and you keep appreciating your spouse, then this is going to be one of the best nakshatra for your marriage. It not talk about actually, it support long lasting relationship, marriage, growth, and stability in your life. Overall, it show that your marriage will become stronger with age, and marriage also help in improving your career and status. It's really one of the best nakshatra for lifetime marital happiness, right? If you maintain the things which I mentioned earlier. Okay, then what are the more things we can see? The temperament and nature, if I talk a little bit more about your spouse, like they have very dignified, responsible, loyal, and socially conscious type of personality. Okay, they value reputation, respect, honor, doing things in right way, getting appreciation. These things become very important. Okay, and they will have this commitment towards promises, right? Once they commit, they are into it, as simple as that. uh, Also, spouse will be someone who understand their role in society. They carry themselves with grace and dignity, and they have this sense of duty towards other, and especially towards you, because you are their spouse, right? uh, Also, when you look at your spouse, their eyes looks very reliable, very steady, very warm. Also, the gaze of your spouse with this nakshatra, they will have a gaze that convey the, I would say, a sense of commitment, a sense of honor. Okay. Also, this nakshatra give you a spouse who will have a well proportionate body, generally a solid and reliable build, right? Generally it little bit tall type of spouse towards it talk about. Okay, spouse with this nakshatra generally give you good health, but they can be prone to heart disease or back related problems, or alignment or problems related to overwork, over responsibilities. This nakshatra can also give you a spouse who might be connected to law, okay, social service, leadership role like judge, lawyer, social worker, someone who could be a philanthropist, politician, even someone who could be a marriage counselor, wedding planner, community leaders, or those who work for public service. And this nakshatra also show that you can meet in a formal, in a social, or I would say maybe legally significant type of setting, or maybe you could meet in a wedding, or maybe in a legal proceeding. Probably you were sitting as an audience in a legal proceeding, and you guys just like have this eye contact or something, and you just meet there, or maybe in some community event, or through some friends. Okay, or in some formal gathering you could meet. It also talk about that. uh, Very honest and trustworthy type of spouse generally this nakshatra show. Darakaraka in this nakshatra also show that maybe you guys do together community service, hosting gathering, building a home, managing a family affair, attending social events together, supporting each other career. These things can be seen. Okay, spouse will teach you the value of commitment, the power of keeping your words, give you deep satisfaction. That's what the spouse goal is over here, right? Then what more we can what more we can see about it? Darakaraka and Uttara Phalguni Nakshatra also give you spouse. Like naturally they have this radiance due to sun. And they could literally be someone who belong to some government or respectable family or some noble family. And spouse will this nakshatra generally give you a spouse who will have eyes which are very bright, very observant type of eyes they have. Okay, like imagine if like eyes of a Leo, which is very fiery generally, and Virgo, which is what Virgo is all about, analytical thing, analyzing. So the mixture of these two type of eyes they have. Right, generally this nakshatra gives you spouse who never likes to be messy. Even in casual wear, like their clothes are generally well ironed, like perfectly groomed type of person. Okay, and if they are male, like prominent chest or prominent shoulder can be there, and they will have a very steady walk. This nakshatra talk about someone who will have a glowing skin with a, I would say, golden undertone or reddish undertone of skin, right? And they could have a very, I would say, symmetrical type of face, right? This nakshatra support a spouse who might have a thick hair, well managed hair in a place, even in the wind, even in the wind. This nakshatra also give you a partner or spouse who will be very reliable. Also, they have this ability of, because this nakshatra deity of Uttara Phalguni is Lord Aryaman. Okay, so they are all about helping others. They are the one who give favors to the people. And their moral compass is going to be very high of them. And spouse like disciplined lifestyle, you will also see that. Okay, maybe going to the gym, having specific diet, right? Working for strict hours schedule, that can be seen. They can be very kind, but also very firm person. You will see that. And this nakshatra give you a spouse who will have a very analytical mind, and they love to help other, they love to give. Also, Darakaraka in this nakshatra spouse can be linked to public or government sector, okay, or maybe philanthropy, non-governmental organization, or maybe sometime healthcare and wellness can also possible, like nutrition, medicine, healing arts they could be doing, contract or law, okay, or someone who could be in education or higher management. I've also seen this nakshatra spouse. Your spouse may like tradition of marriage, some ritual on anniversaries and family dinners, and this religious holidays. These things could sometime become very important on them, depending upon where you live, in which culture you are. So these things can become really important for them, right? Sometimes spouse will also act as a very mentor for you, like guiding you, this you should do, that you should not do. Even a spouse could be a very sensitive to reputation. They care a lot about how people see them, right? Reputation, public relation, PR, etc. Also, animal lover type of spouse just give you maybe connection to the pet, training them, right? Dogs, horses, that can be seen. Cleanliness related like obsession they could have. They likes to make sure everything is clean, which is a good thing, I guess. Okay. Generally, this is nakshatra give you a spouse who would have a very good stamina, right? That can be seen. But again, you have to see other things as well. As I mentioned earlier, for that full horoscope consultation is required. If you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. And yeah, this is all about this nakshatra. And if you want to purchase consultation and courses, links are in comment section and description. Okay, now let's talk about Darakaraka in Hasta nakshatra. Okay, you know, Hasta, it's one of the most, like I would say, like whenever Darakaraka is placed in this nakshatra of Hasta, it creates one of the most intelligent, right, most skillful, emotionally adaptive, very playful and psychologically interesting type of spouse pattern in your chart. Okay? Hasta nakshatra is ruled by moon and its symbol is hand. Right? Now what's going to happen when this nakshatra, when your Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Hasta? So first of all, Darakaraka in Hasta nakshatra, you will get a spouse who will be very intelligent and very observant. Okay? You will get a spouse who notices small emotional details. Right? They are the one who will have an emotionally very adaptive personality. They will able to adjust to changing situation, which is a very good quality, I guess. Right? Also, this nakshatra can even give you a spouse who will have a bit of a playful nature. Right? Also, a spouse will enjoy humor in a relationship. So if you are one of those person like me who would like to have a little bit of humor, a little bit of fun, okay, so in that way it's really one of the best nakshatras, right? Then spouse will have a very practical mindset when Darakaraka is placed in Hasta nakshatra. They will focus on solving daily life patterns, daily life problems. They will focus on like solving daily life problem. Very practical type of person they will be. Very practical mindset. Also, Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Hasta give you a spouse who will have a good communication ability. A spouse will express through thoughts very clearly. Darakaraka in the nakshatra of Hasta also show that your spouse and you will have past life connection involving cooperation. Okay, you might be a partner in past life who might have worked together somewhere. That can be seen, and that's related to karma is there also. Marriage built through mutual efforts here. A relationship will grow through both you and your spouse like a teamwork. Okay. Darakaraka in Hasta nakshatra, spouse will enter in your life during an important life transition. Right? It's like a destiny driven meeting when there is a transition is happening in your life. Right? Darakaraka in Hasta nakshatra also show that your relationship is strengthened with time. And gradually, when Darakaraka is in Hasta nakshatra, emotional understanding develop with your spouse. Darakaraka in Hasta nakshatra, marriage teach you emotional intelligence. Right? Learning to communicate better. Darakaraka in Hasta nakshatra also show that your attraction often begins through conversation. Right? There will be a mental connection first of all between you guys whenever Darakaraka in Hasta. Darakaraka in Hasta, your spouse enjoy playful flirting. Right? Light-hearted romance they enjoy. Also, Darakaraka in Hasta nakshatra show that emotional comfort strengthen your attraction. Right? Also, Darakaraka in Hasta nakshatra, your love will also grow through daily interaction. Small gesture by your side matter a lot to your spouse. Like maybe you just complimenting them, maybe giving them on Friday maybe roses. Small things matter a lot. Then Darakaraka in Hasta nakshatra, intellectual connection will definitely enhance your romance. Communication will be the fuel of passion in your romantic life whenever Darakaraka in Hasta nakshatra. Darakaraka in Hasta nakshatra also show that your spouse, will understand your emotions very quickly. That's the great ability you have, because again Hasta is ruled by moon. And spouse can be emotionally very responsive also. They can adjust behavior based on the situations. That can be seen. A spouse will be curious about your thoughts. They enjoy learning more about you. Like for an example, they are studying about your ascendant and sign and seeing that how the thought process of my partner is. That can also possible here. Darakaraka in this nakshatra also show that spouse need mental stimulation. Okay. And if you want to have, or if you have a boring relationship with them, if you bore your like spouse, then that will harm your relationship. They always need some kind of a fun, some charm, something which mentally stimulate your spouse. Darakaraka in Hasta Nakshatra, your spouse will be sensitive to emotional atmosphere. Environment definitely affect their mood. And because it's ruled by moon, so you see traveling to the places near ocean, near water, beaches, right? Definitely it's really good for your like relationship. Maybe your spouse feel more romantic, more like relaxed, more like better when you are near some beach, etc. Also, Darakaraka in Hasta Nakshatra, your marriage revolve around daily cooperation. It's like a team effort between you and your spouse. Darakaraka and Hasta Nakshatra also show that your spouse contribute actively to your household management. It will be a practical support from their side. Also, communication keep marriage very healthy, right? And like whenever you guys have some issues, etc., always just talk about it. Do not just keep in your mind. It's really important when Darakaraka is in Hasta Nakshatra. Talking will resolve the issues. Also, Darakaraka in Hasta Nakshatra, you guys share activities together here. Right? You will also see that. Darakaraka in Hasta Nakshatra also show that whenever the fights and conflict happen in your life between you and your spouse in marriage, generally it show that arguments will be very verbal argument. Rather than shouting, there will be a debates about something. Okay, this is the plus thing. Oh, but you are not talking about this point. This is this point. So that can be seen, right? And but again, you have to see other things as well, right? You have to see Venus, Mars, planets in the seventh Lord Nakshatra. All those things play their role, and Venus Nakshatra, Mars Nakshatra also. But the point I am trying to tell you is that Darakaraka is very important, right? Its nakshatra is very important, right? Of course, if you want to know all that, you can purchase full horoscope consultation is required. You can purchase that. Links are in comment section and description. Also, your spouse may be very sarcastic when they become like upset. Fights can happen because of emotional misunderstanding. I mean, emotional misunderstanding, because remember, Hasta is ruled by moon. So emotional misunderstanding can lead to conflict in marriage. Right, so you should make sure that these things will not happen. Also, the issue can be there related to discussion. Like maybe you are not giving the time, maybe you are just emotionally cut off, not doing discussion. That could become the issue. Whenever the communication is stopped about any topic in marriage, that's when the marriage suffer. Remember that. Darakaraka in Hasta Nakshatra also give you a spouse, whose like facial features will be very expressive, right? Their emotion emotions can be visible in their expression when Darakaraka is in Hasta Nakshatra. Very bright and alert type of eyes your spouse will have, and their gaze will be curious, as if they have some curiosity in their gaze. Spouse will have a youthful appearance here. They look younger than their age. Very active body language, maybe showing a lot of hand gesture. Your spouse, when Darakaraka in Hasta, they use a lot of hand while speaking. Spouse will have a very pleasant smile and a very friendly aura with this nakshatra, right? And I've seen that when Darakaraka is in Hasta, your spouse will be like, I would say, they have a very friendly and approachable personality, right? It's generally very easy to talk to your spouse. And his spouse will have a very helpful nature. They enjoy assisting to others. Spouse will be emotionally very supportive. Okay? And spouse will have adaptable temperament. That can be seen. Also, spouse can be sometimes very restless as well with this nakshatra. If I talk about more like your intimate life, when Darakaraka is in Hasta Nakshatra, emotionally, if you are well connected, the intimacy is going to be great. For good intimate life, emotional connection is really important here. Generally, physical intimacy is very playful and affectionate here. Also, communication is always the key for your romantic life and marriage life also. Whenever Darakaraka is placed in Hasta Nakshatra. Also, your spouse, whenever Darakaraka in Hasta Nakshatra, I've seen your spouse enjoy affectionate gesture, like for an example, touching them slightly, you're going back, touching them, right? Maybe rubbing around the neck and maybe holding the hands. Like small things matter a lot here, right? Uh, then, like spouse could have issues related to overthinking about small issues, mental stress, right? That could affect your relationship. Okay, they could have mood swings, mood changes, emotional issues, right? That could, you should take care of them. Then communication gaps can be there in relationship, that could lead to misunderstanding, so you need to work on that. With this nakshatra of Hasta, when Dharakaraka is placed, it will give you a spouse who will be very clever, okay, very charming and highly skilled person. They have this like ability to create, to fix things, to manifest through the effort, right? Also, you will see that they have some kind of exceptional skill with their hand. Maybe whether they are involved in art, creating painting or some kind of a craft, or maybe they are doing some sort of healing, communication using a lot of hands. Okay, they are naturally a creator, a problem solver. That's what your spouse will be, right? Very pleasant, charming, youthful appearance this nakshatra give to your spouse. Very approachable, friendly look they have. Okay, people may feel very comfortable around them. Okay, very intelligent and observant and warm eyes they have. Also, they, I've seen like often this nakshatra give you a spouse who is very well proportionate. Okay, uh, beautiful, expressive, skilled with their hand, right? Hand could be really important when Darakaraka is in Hasta Nakshatra. Whether they are just doing painting or something, or maybe using a lot of hand for some work. Obviously, we all use that. But here, Hasta Nakshatra, those things become very prominent. Sometimes this nakshatra can give you a spouse who would have a very beautiful hand. You know, there are some female, their hands are very beautiful. I've seen that. And even little bit long finger. Okay, and a very genuine smile they could have. Generally, this nakshatra gives a spouse who have good health, but they can be prone to the issues related to hands, wrist, arms, right? And anything related to that. May also experience stress related to digestive issues, right? Right? They could also experience stress related digestive issues, because whenever stress like digestion also affect, that can possible to them. If I talk about a little bit their profession could be like they could involve in some kind of a craftsmanship, artist, surgeon, dentist, musicians, especially someone who is using in like playing instrument, etc. Instrumental music. Also, some kind of a person who is some kind of a designer, architect. Okay. Sometimes this nakshatra, even funny enough, can even give a spouse who could be a comedian. You could meet your spouse through some kind of a creative work. Okay, skill based activities, service, workshop. Okay, or maybe some musical performance, you went there, some beautiful like maybe like in musical instrument were playing some concert and you meet there, it's, that can possible. Some kind of a healing center, massage center, spa. Okay, that can possible. Spouse with this nakshatra will have a very witty, very clever and very engaging type of communication style. They are the one who will use their words very skillfully. Often their words have humor and charm as well. They can be a very good storyteller, very good conversationist as well. Also with this nakshatra, you guys together, like maybe doing small things like cooking together, doing some DIY home project together, right? You and your spouse may play music together, may do gardening together, maybe learn new art and craft together. Some creative endeavors you guys do together, that can be seen. Okay. Spouse also, they have this financial attitude, or like the financial attitude your spouse will have, that they learn new skills, um, like so that they can earn money from their talents, from their skills. Okay, they can be very practical with financing and good at doing budgets, like budgeting, they can be very good, right? Generally, your spouse with this nakshatra value quality over quantity. That can be seen. Then, I've seen this nakshatra Darakaraka whenever it's in Hasta. Your spouse most distinctive feature is going to be their hands, right? Very remarkable thing regarding their hand there will be, and they could even look very younger in comparison to the age sometime. I've also seen that. They have this expressive facial gesture, right? Uh, like, for example, you can exactly tell what they are thinking by their eyebrows or a twitch of mouth. So that can be seen. Also, uh, very bright, very constant smile they have, right? Dharakaraka in this nakshatra of Hasta, your spouse will be medium built generally, and even lean. I have seen sometime. You will also see their eyes will be very quick, right? And they likes to have a very neat appearance. They are not the one who will be messy. No, they dislike being messy. They are the one who likes to be clean and tidy, which is a very good thing, right? Also, again, master craftsmen, maybe some talent related to art, surgery, fixing things. So that can be seen. They can be very analytical, or I would rather say highly analytical type of person, doing analysis paralysis about something. That can be seen, especially the analyzings about something. Okay. Also, sometimes this nakshatra will give you a spouse who could have this belief that they can create their own good luck by working hard, right? They will have this moody cycle. Sometime they are feeling very good, and then they have this fluctuation of mood as well. This nakshatra even, give you a spouse who can be sometime very cunning and clever as well. A bit anxious also sometime. This, spouse can also be connected to healthcare and healing as well, like massage therapist, even chiropractors. Yes, chiropractor can be seen with this nakshatra. A doctor, a chiropractor, someone who could be into coding, writing jobs, right? Someone who could be earlier, we can say blogger, etc. But now the blogging is reducing because of artificial intelligence. So also someone who could be artist of some kind, like graphic designing, jewelry making stuff, right? Tailoring. Someone who could be doing magic and illusion with their hand. That can also be seen. Darakaraka in this nakshatra, maybe your spouse will have love for animals, right? That can also be seen. Sometime your nakshatra, this nakshatra can show that your spouse may likes to do mimicry also of someone. This is all about Darakaraka and Hasta nakshatra. If you want to purchase consultation or courses, links are in comment section and description. Okay, now let's talk about Darakaraka in a Chitra nakshatra. So what's going to happen when Darakaraka is placed in this nakshatra of Chitra? First of all, Chitra is one of the most magnetic, attractive, passionate, and kind of a perfection seeking type of nakshatra. And Chitra nakshatra is ruled by planet Mars, okay, and symbolized by a shining jewel. The deity of this nakshatra is Lord Vishwakarma, right? The divine architect, which represent creativity and perfection. Now, when your Darakaraka is placed in this Chitra nakshatra, it shows that your spouse will be naturally very attractive person. Spouse possess a strong physical attraction. Okay. Spouse will have a very strong individuality. Spouse value personal identity. Spouse will have a very passionate personality. They express emotions intensely. And spouse will have a very creative mindset. They could be interested in design, beauty, aesthetics. Very confident and charismatic personality your spouse have. Generally, I've seen this with this nakshatra. People can easily notice your spouse presence with this nakshatra. You will see that. This nakshatra also show that in past life you guys might also be a lover, right? Not everyone is a lover in past life, but this nakshatra is one of those indications which show that you are not only going to be a lover in this life, but in your past life also you have this love connection, being a lover or lovebirds. Darakaraka in nakshatra of Chitra show that you will have a strong karmic pull when you meet your spouse. Instant fascination towards them can be seen. Marriage I have seen often bring like begin through attraction, like you will have this chemistry between you and your spouse you will experience. Also Darakaraka and Chitra, your relationship teach you balance between ego and love, and your personal pride need adjustment here. Also Darakaraka whenever placed in Chitra Nakshatra, your marriage will transform your personality. There will be a transformation in your personality because of marriage or after getting marriage. Obviously it will take some time, but marriage will impact your personality for sure. Definitely Darakaraka and Chitra Nakshatra ruled by Mars. There will be a strong physical chemistry between you and your spouse, a magnetic physical attraction. Romance is very passionate and very dramatic kind of a romance, very passionate romance. Okay, there will be emotional intensity in romance here. Also your spouse, whenever Darakaraka is in Chitra Nakshatra, spouse enjoy admiration from you, feeling desire in love, right? That's really important for them. Love relationship sometimes can start suddenly because the energy of Mars is present, suddenly unexpected connection. Okay, and here you will see visual appeal could be important. Maybe you, when you see your spouse, you just fall in love instantly. It's like love at first sight sometime kind of energy. You will just have, you see their facial expression and their beautiful eyes and you just fall in love instantly. That can possible here. Darakaraka and Chitra Nakshatra, it shows strong self-confidence of your spouse. A spouse believes in their abilities. Some people won't, but with this Darakaraka and Chitra Nakshatra, your spouse will have believe in their abilities. They can be emotionally very expressive nature they could have. Okay. Also Darakaraka and Chitra Nakshatra, your spouse have desire for admiration, right? They need appreciation. If the more you appreciate your spouse for small thing, that will going to strengthen your relationship. So you can take this as a remedy as well. When Darakaraka and Chitra Nakshatra, you can just say, hey Ani, today you just cooked this food very nice. Thank you so much for this cook, for this food. You are looking so beautiful today. Oh, you are very intelligent. Like small, whatever you can. I'm just giving you an example. Whatever like compliments you can give them, it's really good for them. Spouse will also have very competitive mindset with Darakaraka and Chitra Nakshatra. Spouse likes to achieve success. Although one thing is here, spouse can be very sensitive to criticism, I have seen. Okay, they can be very sensitive to criticism. Also you will see, so if you want to say something to them, if you criticize them, that will create relationship problems, right? So rather maybe you have to use diplomatically, you have to say something to them here, right? Also Darakaraka and Chitra Nakshatra, your marriage often feel very exciting, very passionate, not dull marriage. The Mars energy is there, very exciting, passion is going to be there. A spouse will also encourage you, motivate you for self improvement, like hey, you need to go to the gym and do exercise, you need to play some sport, right? You need to do physical activities, why are you so lazy, right? That can possible. I'm just giving you one example, 1,000 other things can possible, but they will encourage you, they will motivate you, right? You and your spouse with Chitra Nakshatra Dharakaraka, you and your spouse will focus on building a beautiful home, right? Because its ruler is it's like the divine architect Vishwakarma, Lord Vishwakarma, right? Also you will see that social life may increase after getting married. You might have to do more public interaction somehow. Okay, that can be seen. Although this nakshatra here, you need to reduce your ego. Okay, or I would say this marriage with Darakaraka and Chitra require you to balance between ego and love. That's really important. Too much ego will create problem in relationship. Always remember, because ego, which is connected to the sun, right, it always destroy Venus, which is love. Because Venus and sun are not, they do not like each other, and sun is ego, Venus is love. If you increase the energy of sun, Venus will get destroyed. That's why ego need to be kept away in relationship if you want to have the love, which means the energy of Venus. And this applied to both. That's why sometime when the spouse is angry, you just maybe take it in a funny way, or just maybe just try to relax, let them say, let them cool down, right? In general also, it's a good advice. Maybe have this discussion that, okay, whenever one get angry, the other partner is just cool down, and when the everything will be normal, they feel better, that's when discussion can happen. So that is better, because this nakshatra also show ego clashes can possible between you and your spouse, so you need to handle that. And if you try to insult your spouse, I'm telling you, they could be very pride sensitive person, they will give you a strong time, right? Very tough time, because Mars is the ruler of this nakshatra. You should understand that. Also, it's really important in this relationship when Darakaraka and Chitra that you should always admire your spouse, because relationships survive on that. His spouse want it. This nakshatra give your spouse, generally I've seen, very attractive facial structure, right? Very bright and expressive eyes with confident gaze, stylish appearance they have. Okay, and spouse could also have good fashion sense, very graceful body posture, strong physical presence they have, right? Also, a spouse will be very energetic personality. They would like to follow active lifestyle, maybe going to gym, etc., doing maybe Pilates, or probably any exercises, whatever is good for them. Also, you will see that spouse could have ambitious nature. They want progress in life. Spouse will be romantic yet proud. Okay? Spouse can be very protective towards you, right? They enjoy always, again and again, I will say, appreciate, like you must have to appreciate your spouse again and again with this nakshatra. That will strengthen your bond. And even if you have fight argument, you start to appreciate them. Try to say positive thing about them. But yeah, that's really important here. Sexual chemistry will be very strong, because obviously Mars, this nakshatra ruler is, so physically it's very strong. Also, it show very passionate romantic life. Physical attraction remain important in this marriage with this nakshatra. Also, you will see ego clashes definitely can be there. You need to overcome that. If I talk about it with challenges, like there can be conflict related to domination. Maybe you try to dominate and also spouse try to dominate. So you need to work on that, right? Spouse, as I mentioned earlier, sensitive to criticism. That is important point. You need to see how you have to say things to them which you don't like instead of criticizing them, right? Also, Darakaraka and Chitra give your spouse a very magnetic, creative. It make your spouse like kind of a nature. Also make your spouse very ambitious, deeply connected with aesthetics and presentation. These things could be really important for them, right? Also, they could have this unparalleled ability to create, to design, and to manifest beauty in all form. Whether you talk about art, architecture, appearance, right? Everything I can say related to these. Also, like spouse possess almost a hypnotic attractiveness here that draw people towards them, right? Their style can be noticed. Also, they if they create something, like for an example, if they do painting, that can be admired by people, right? Or maybe they make some craft, because its ruler is Lord Vishkarma, so maybe they are making some, let's say they are an architect making some design, so that can be appreciated by a lot of people. This nakshatra gives generally a spouse which is very, I would say, stunningly attractive, right? They may have striking, memorable feature that feel almost too perfect, right? And their, I would say, their eyes are very expressive and very artistically observant type of eyes. There are certain people when they travel to a place, let's say for an example, a water is, right, like for an example is on the road there is like a hole and there is a water filled there. They can even see the art in them. Okay, this is looking so beautiful. Okay, this design is like that. Like in small things, they can see the arts. Like, oh, these stones are making this kind of a pattern. It feel like a beautiful art. So that kind of eyes they have, which can sense these things. Right? Their eyes appreciate the beauty and creativity also. Often physically your spouse will be very well proportionate, right? Aesthetically, I can say very pleasing type of build they have, and they carry themselves with a style and awareness also. But again, you have to see Venus, Mars and 7th lord, etc., and planet in the 7th house, other placement as well. For that, full horoscope consultation is required, and those nakshatra also play their role. Then it become the mix of everything. But yeah, Darakaraka Nakshatra also play very important role, right? Regardless of your gender, right? It's really important. But again, if you want to purchase consultation or courses to know everything, links are in comment section and description. You can purchase from there. Generally, your spouse could have a very radiant and a glowing type of complexion with this, and beautifully styled hair. Also, this can give your spouse. Spouse can be prone to the health issues related to skin, like maybe redness on skin, sunburn, okay, complexion of skin, whose skin becomes sensitive and their complexion change because of heat, etc. Sometime reproductive system related issues can also give to your spouse. Um, Also, the spouse can be connected to the profession like architecture, beauty, art, right? Some kind of like illustrations, designers, artists, filmmaking, photography, jewelry. Also, the people who are like a cosmetic surgeon who do cosmetology, like give you beauty treatments, that can be seen. Fashion designer, even magicians are related to this nakshatra. Your spouse can be, right? That can be seen. And Darakaraka in Chitra nakshatra, you can meet in a places of beauty, design, or maybe you can met in a place like an art gallery, okay, or maybe in a fashion show, right, where there's like a beautiful thing, some creativity, galleries there you meet there, or literally on a film set you can also meet. Like for an example, I think in India, in the South India, there is like a Bahubali movie set, right? So you travel there, and because that movie become famous, so the set become like they created something which is like a tourism spot now, because the movie get a lot of attention, it become famous. So you can travel to such places, right, and you can meet there. In the same way, you can travel to somewhere probably, right, in Europe or USA, and there's some kind of a set of movie and you met there. So that can also possible. Also, you will see with this nakshatra, communication style of your spouse would be very expressive, sometimes very poetic as well, right? Also, maybe you guys with this nakshatra in marriage, you do like things like visiting beautiful places together, attending cultural events, designing your home together. This is one of those nakshatra chitra where you and your spouse decide, okay, we can put this thing here, that thing here, maybe doing paint yourself sometime, right? So yeah, these things can possible, right? Collecting art, having a collection of art your home, doing some kind of a photography together, creating anything beautiful, artistic and creative can be linked to this nakshatra, right, together. And his spouse will also invest in beauty, quality, design. Definitely you will see that with this nakshatra. Like for an example, oh, this decorative item is so beautiful, it looks so good, let's invest money in that, let's buy this. So yeah, these things can be seen. Then what more we can see about your spouse? Darakaraka in this Chitra nakshatra can also give you a spouse who have high cheekbones and a very strong jawline and a magnetic shining type of eyes. Their eyes often have a natural sparkle or maybe a little bit piercing quality, I can say, okay, that make their eyes look very bright. uh, and they would like to have a fit body, right, doing some kind of exercises, going to them, right, that can be seen. this nakshatra can even give your spouse a very beautiful skin, actually, a glowing complexion, right? And a very symmetrical body that this can give you to your spouse, actually. Also, I've seen Darakaraka and Chitra, your spouse has this ability or this thing that they want to redesign everything from their home to career or something, like with you. Like for an example, you guys are traveling to a home and they are thinking, okay, this table is at this place, the bed is at this place, okay, this almirah is at this place. We can just redesign it. If you put this bed there and this table there and the almirah there and the photo frame there, it's going to look more beautiful. So maybe they have this ability to do these things. And definitely love for glamorous thing they will be, like they will have, like as I mentioned earlier, luxury, art, beauty and finer things in life. It's really important for them. And spouse will be very brave and competitive here, very independent thinker type of a spouse, right? You will have. And they can also be very intellectual person, you can say that. This nakshatra, even I would say sometimes spouse can also be related to, as I mentioned earlier, architecture and also engineering as well. Even interior designer, someone related to fashion, graphic designing, right? Or some designing technology, even jewelry, gemology can also be seen with this nakshatra because its symbol is literally jewel. So maybe someone who is related to jewel, or even surgery also. Sometime law and diplomacy can also be linked to this nakshatra. Although, see, one thing I would like to tell you, since this nakshatra is ruled by Mars, there can be a little bit friction, especially in the beginning of marriage between you and your spouse. So I have mentioned many things in this video. If you listen it again, right, you need to fix like ego thing, spouse need appreciation. So you need to work on those things because it's your Darakaraka. It's in your chart. So you have to work it, right? You have to make sure that those energies will be in the balance, or at least you just try to put efforts. That's the beauty of astrology. You know these things are in your destiny. Like ego clashes will be there because of this nakshatra. You try to fix that. Try to reduce at least your ego. Okay, that can be seen. Also, sometime I have seen this thing that spouse may love to collect sharp objects. They have this hobby or weird hobby. Like for an example, like collecting some knives, collecting some watches sometime also, or even some kind of a precision tool they like to collect. Okay, they like maybe light, photography, or simply sitting in a room with perfect lighting, or maybe having aesthetic lighting is important for them. So yeah, this is all about this nakshatra of Chitra. So this is all about Darakaraka and Chitra nakshatra. If you want to purchase consultation or courses, links are in comment section and description.
Okay, now let's talk about Darakaraka in Swati nakshatra. So what's going to happen when Darakaraka plays in the nakshatra of Swati? So first of all, Swati is ruled by Rahu and its deity is Vayudev, which is the god of winds. Right? So what's going to happen when Darakaraka is in nakshatra of Swati? You will see that your spouse is going to be strongly independent first of all. A spouse will be someone who value personal freedom. Right? They will have a flexible personality. Darakaraka and Swati, spouse can able to adjust in many different environments. Spouse can be very curious, right? And they are interested into new experiences of life. They could have a very social and communicative type of nature. They enjoy interacting with people, right? Also, you will see, because it is ruled by Rahu, obviously. So spouse hate being controlled, because remember, Rahu always like to break the taboo, break the barriers. So especially if you live in a traditional society, so maybe spouse do not like to follow certain rule. Okay, you have to follow this thing, this tradition, that tradition. So maybe spouse might not like it, right? Because they don't like to get controlled. So yeah, so in this case, maybe if you want them to do something, maybe you have to say that in a requesting way rather than the commanding way. So this is a good thing you can do. Also, marriage like show, like whenever Darakaraka and Swati, past life connection is involved, right? Here, like separation or distance related theme from the past life can be seen. Also, Darakaraka and Swati Nakshatra show that your relationship with your spouse develop gradually with time. Right? It will take some time. Also, marriage will help you and your spouse both to grow personally. Also, attraction here often you see begin through communication. Right? Maybe mental connection will be really important when Darakaraka is in Swati, and spouse may appear very mysterious. Right? Very like Rahu creates some kind of a fascination. Maybe you get fascinated a lot towards your spouse. And Darakaraka in Swati also show that the love relationship between you and your spouse may start unexpectedly, right? In a sudden encounter, maybe you could meet your spouse. That's Rahu style. Spouse enjoy intellectual conversation, mind stimulating discussion will attract them, right? And romantic relationship may begin through friendship that turn into the love that can be seen here. Spouse can be very curious personality, always learn new things, right? Very independent thinker spouse can be. Also, they always hate following traditional rule. Very independent mindset. They are like, why you guys are like following this rule? Why women have to wear this particular thing on their head? I don't like it. It's a stupid concept. What's the practical reason behind it? So that's what spouse like will be. Also, emotionally can be very adaptable. Although with Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Swati, spouse can be emotionally very adaptable. Generally, I've seen with this nakshatra. They have this ability to handle different situation. Also with Rahu, spouse always need a personal space. Spouse always need a personal space. Too much control always damage the relationship. So because with the Rahu, you see, even if a Rahu dasha is running for someone, at that time you likes to live a bit alone, bit isolated. Even in Antar dasha, you see people get a lot of isolation, like they like to spend alone time, me time. So that can be seen because Rahu influence is there. So personal space could be important for the spouse. Spouse could be interested in things like self-development, personal development. So maybe reading a lot of self-help book, personal development book, taking personal development courses, or they always have this self-development type of mindset. Also, whenever Darakaraka is in Swati, your marriage will work with mutual freedom. Right? You must always respect your spouse individuality. They respect yours and you respect theirs. Right? And also I've seen like with the Darakaraka and Swati, maybe traveling frequently can be seen, you and your spouse. Like for an example, maybe even foreign travel could involve here. Movement and exploration could become very important part of your life whenever Darakaraka is in Swati Nakshatra. Of course, we have to see other things as well, like 7th house, 7th lord, Venus, Mars, all those planet and nakshatra, etc. play their role. For that, full horoscope consultation is required if you want to purchase that. But still, this is also important. Also, marriage may involve long distance phases that can be seen. Career or travel, that can be seen. Maybe your spouse could be a foreigner or from different culture, and you might have to travel to them or they might have to travel to you. With maturity, this relationship can become stronger. Right? And understanding between you and your spouse will take some time. Also, you will see whenever the conflict happen between you and your spouse, when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra, generally they happen because of freedom. Right? Because maybe spouse want freedom, you are putting restrictions, or freedom restriction could be the theme of like fight conflict in marriage. Whenever Darakaraka is in Swati, also spouse dislike emotional pressure. Too much intensity of something will push them away, especially when you try to put emotional pressure on them. Right? And here you see arguments will be like an intellectual debates. Right? Also you see spouse may withdraw temporarily during conflict and they will sit in their own cave, which means they would like to spend their own time alone, me time, whenever thing happen, and they do lot of analysis paralysis about why he said this, I said this, maybe I shouldn't have to said that, but he shouldn't have to said that, he have to apologize or something like that, right? He or she. Also reconciliation happen through communication. Always remember that ultimately the communication will solve the issues. If I talk a little bit about your spouse appearance here, Darakaraka and Swati will give you a spouse generally who will be very slim, balanced body structure, because that's what the case with the Rahu. They would have a graceful movement in their walk. They have a very bright and a curious eyes, right? Their gaze can be very observant, and they have this unique or unconventional style, different type of fashion sense with Rahu. Spouse will have attractive smile and friendly facial expression also. Generally, they have this youthful appearance, energetic aura around them. Also, spouse can be friendly and social, like very social personality. They are someone who can be easy to interact with. There are certain people, you start to talk to them, they are like always horrible in talking. They always, I would say, back off, or I would say, they always turn off, like they don't know how to talk, right? Even if you start talking. But there are certain people, once you start talk to them, they naturally feel so good and you can just keep talking to them. So that's the kind of energy your spouse have. Very friendly, very good to interact, easy to interact, very adaptable nature they have. They can handle change very easily. That is again a great thing. So, and spouse could have a very intelligent and thoughtful nature, right? And very analytical mind they have. A spouse can be very curious about what's happening in the world affair. This is in the world, this place has this thing, we can travel there. They would love to know about the different culture, maybe love to make the friend of different countries and all that stuff. Also, sometimes spouse can be very unpredictable, right? Because Rahu influence is always there with Swati Nakshatra, so it create very surprises as well for you. Emotional connection between you and your spouse grows slowly, but physical attraction will be really important. Always remember, whenever Darakaraka is in Swati Nakshatra, physical attraction matter the most. Physical chemistry will play a very important role in this marriage. Spouse enjoy variety in romance, right? You need to try different positions, right? And you need to try become very variety type of like romance, different method of romance, right? You need, right? Sometime they would like you to, that you will have all roses all over, and right, a spouse come and then you get intimate, and sometime they would like to experience in a different way, right? Also, freedom is really important even in intimacy also. If I talk about a little bit challenges, so if you don't give them independence, or you if ignore their independence, that could become a challenge or issue in marriage. Also, sometimes there could be a distance between you and your spouse in due to some reasons in relationship. Also, a spouse will hate or resist traditional expectation. So if your Darakaraka is in Swati and you are in a traditional lifestyle, then especially in India, villages, etc., your spouse might not like that. So yeah. Also remember, you should always respect their freedom. Maybe if they love you, they can follow certain tradition for you, but it's not because it's their job, but they may do it for your love only, right? You will see that this marriage, whenever Darakaraka is in Swati Nakshatra, will teach you balance between freedom and commitment, right? Marriage encourage personal growth for both you and your spouse. Marriage will expand your world view through your spouse, right? Also, spouse obviously could have some foreign or international connection, right? Maybe they do in work abroad, they live there, or some kind of MNC, etc. And obviously with Rahu, love marriage can possible, but again we have to see other things as well. For that, horoscope consultation is required. Now if I talk more about Darakaraka in Swati, I would like to tell you, they are always having this independent wind. You cannot trap a like wind. It's always, if you try to trap your wind in your hand, it like in a palm, it's just go away, right? So that's the kind of a thing. Freedom is always important. Generally, they have a very gentle nature, very adaptable nature, very independent temperament and mindset, you can say. They can be, I would say, like they can move through the life like a wind, right? Also, like they are the one who can be touched by everyone, but no one can own them. Like for an example here I'm talking about spouse. Like, see, independence and personal space, these are two main things whenever Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Swati. Although spouse can be extremely intelligent here, right? They could have a very good brain. Also, you will see they could have a very graceful appearance, very delicate type of appearance. Uh, Generally, spouse have a slender, flexible, and graceful build, right? Even a little bit of curvious body, right? That can be seen. And spouse can be prone to the health issues related to lung, breathing, nervous system, or maybe blood circulation related issues. Spouse could be connected to trade, independence, foreign related work, diplomats, entrepreneur, someone who is a negotiator, dancer, yoga instructor, musician, instrument players, right? Musician of some kind, right? And you can meet while traveling, right? With your spouse, that can also possible here. And when Dharakaraka in Swati Nakshatra, they possess this uh, like some kind of magnetic and charmingness is also there in your spouse, right? uh, and even if they wear a casual clothes, they look very neat, right? They could have this natural talent for dressing, like they dress in a way that impress other. And spouse generally have a very bright, very open type of face. They usually have a broad forehead and a clear and a pleasant complexion. And they have I would say one thing is there is that I've seen like spouse could have a restless energy. Like maybe they move their lot of hands, like maybe quickly walking. And there are certain people who have this restless energy that could be seen because of Rahu, right? Uh, like very balanced, I would say, facial structure here. And also they could have a very elegant neck and jawline that can be seen. uh, Also spouse can also be a good diplomatic behavior, that can also be seen. And spouse with Rahu will be very highly ambitious person, right? Generally they would like to be self-made, and for that they can like use a lot of tactics as well. Spouse could also be social butterfly, right? That can be seen. And they are naturally a strategic thinker, right? They are the one who can play chess in real life, right? And intellectually very curious type of person. Maybe they likes to study about the trade, law, psychology, and different culture, that can be seen. Spouse could be connected to trade and commerce, naturally entrepreneur type of person, maybe working in import export, law and advisory. Sometime Rahu can also take your spouse to the aviation industry, like these flight attendants, right? Or maybe pilots, or someone who is related to that, because its deity is Vayu, right? So that can be seen. Sometime I have seen like working in some diplomacy, PR, right? Or someone who could be managing art galleries, fashion houses, luxury good related work they could have. Or maybe doing independent consultation type of work, like maybe an astrological consultation for an example, or doctor or someone, or a lawyer who is doing any kind of independent consultation, because freedom will be important for them. Maybe they love a lot of travel, like just feeling bad. Oh, let's go and travel to Bali. Oh, let's go travel to this place. Oh, let's go to the Bora Bora Island. Let's go to this. Let's go to Miami, right? And sometimes spouse could have sudden success as well because of Rahu influence. That can be seen. And spouse may like romance in an unconventional way sometime. Also, they could have love for wind related instrument, like if maybe saxophone, flute, or maybe mouth organ. That can be seen. And spouse can sometimes be very financial savvy person, right? And sometimes obviously because Rahu, they can always have this manipulative tendencies, so you have to be careful regarding that. But again, see, this is about this, we have to see other things as well, right? And but again, this nakshatra Dharakaraka will play also very important role in marriage. So yeah, this is all about Swati. If you want to purchase consultation or courses, links are in comment section and description.
Now let's talk about Darakaraka in Vishakha Nakshatra. So what is going to happen when Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Vishakha, which is one of the most determined nakshatra, most intense, most goal-oriented, passionate nakshatra. Right? Now Vishakha, first of all, is ruled by Jupiter, and it is associated with Indradev and Agni Dev. Okay? And look at this, right? What's going to happen when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Vishakha? And remember, Indra is the ruler of, like the king of heaven, right? It's the ruler of heaven, you can say. So whenever Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Vishakha, you see that your spouse will be very ambitious, highly ambitious person. They have the strong goals in their life, very determined personality they have. Right? Once the spouse decides something, they pursue it intensely. Spouse will have a strong willpower when Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Vishakha. Spouse rarely give up. Right? Very strong willpower your spouse will have. Also Darakaraka and Vishakha. Spouse will be very passionate. Right? Emotionally, I would say also like they have little bit emotional nature as well. Their love and anger both will be intense when Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Vishakha. And they have this charismatic presence. They naturally attract people attention whenever Darakaraka is placed in this nakshatra of Vishakha. Right? Then Darakaraka and Vishakha nakshatra, your marriage feel very destined. Like you will feel like you will say that my spouse meeting, it's very fated to me. Right? We were destined, you feel like that. And definitely there was some unfinished business. That's why you are united with your spouse again. Darakaraka and Vishakha nakshatra, spouse can enter in your life during some major life transition. Maybe your turning point of life is about to come. That is when the spouse enter in your life. And Darakaraka when placed in Vishakha nakshatra, maybe your relationship can begin through powerful attraction. Right? You will feel a very strong karmic pull towards your spouse. Also marriage here, when Darakaraka and Vishakha, marriage often you will see, marriage will accelerate your personal growth. Right? You will evolve significantly in your life. Darakaraka and Vishakha nakshatra also show that your attraction can be intense and magnetic. Chemistry can be very strong here. Darakaraka and Vishakha nakshatra also show that your spouse may pursue you very strongly. Also Darakaraka and Vishakha nakshatra, your love relationship will be very passionate, very deep emotional connection you will have with your spouse. Romance may begin through shared goals. Okay, maybe your career, some kind of ambition may bring you guys together. Like for an example, you are just traveling together, like not together, actually you are traveling somewhere, and your spouse is also traveling, you guys meet somewhere, and then you start to discuss about the life, and then you understand that you both love to travel the world. It's like a shared goal. And then you guys also fall in love, and it's a common goal to travel together in love, which is one of the best thing. So yeah, that can also possible. I've given you one example. There can be 1,000 other things possible in your life. So yeah, maybe you guys like romance may begin through some kind of a shared goal when Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Vishakha. Also Darakaraka and Vishakha nakshatra, your spouse can value loyalty deeply, right? That matter to them a lot. Spouse will have a very goal oriented mindset. Spouse focus a lot on achievement whenever Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Vishakha. Also emotionally very intense personality your spouse will be, right? You will also see whenever Darakaraka is in nakshatra of Vishakha, this nakshatra, because it's again ruled by Indra, so it gives your spouse very strong desire for success, for gaining some power, some authority, success. Okay? You will see that their ambition motivate their actions here whenever Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Vishakha. Darakaraka and Vishakha nakshatra also show that your spouse will have a very protective attitude towards partner, which means towards you. right? They will always try to defend relationship very strongly, right? And also you will see whenever Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Vishakha, whenever the spouse, right, will be emotionally attached with you, right? From that point, when the emotional attachment happen from spouse side to you, they become extremely possessive. They fear of losing you, right? That you can also see when Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Vishakha. Also, you will see sometime this nakshatra also show that marriage will improve your life direction. Like for an example, you are just maybe in your 30s, early 30s, right? Or let's say in mid 30s, and somehow your luck is not supporting. Your luck is just like you are working, and things are not working in your favor. And now you get married, and Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Vishakha. You will see that this can become a trigger point in your life. Okay, this nakshatra show that maybe your life turning point can be marriage. Also, you guys can have some, like, can pursue goals together, like a business goal, career project, that can be seen. Also, Darakaraka and Vishakha Nakshatra, again, Vishakha Nakshatra is ruled by Indra, the king of heavens. So it shows that marriage will increase your social status. Some kind of achievement you have through partnership. You know, there are certain people, because of marriage, their social status become increased. That has a lot of meaning. Either you get some high ranking job, you get promotion, your business grow up, you get fame, your videos went viral if you create that, or maybe you get married to a girl or a boy, their family is very high, and due to which in your society people feel like, how can this guy married to this girl family, they are very rich or like very powerful people. Same for the girl, right? So that can also possible over here. Darakaraka in this nakshatra also show that relationship require emotional maturity with Vishakha. Darakaraka and Vishakha nakshatra also show that your spouse may expect dedication from you. Commitment will be really important for your spouse whenever Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Vishakha. Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Vishakha. The argument you have with your spouse will be very passionate. There will be strong emotions involved. Like for an example, you are talking to a girl, maybe you open a door or something, you know, you see these videos nowadays, and the spouse feel very bad. Like, you never open the door for me and you are opening it for other girl. They emotionally cry or something. And it's like a passionate argument that can possible. Also, ego clashes can possible. Whenever Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Vishakha, right, spouse could have a little bit ego, right? And even not only spouse, it can make you yourself as well as a very strong personality. And when both you and your spouse have strong personality and Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Vishakha, that's when the ego clashes happen, because at least one have to bow down. That's how the relationship work. If both are going to just show the ego, then it will be problematic. So you need to pay attention to that, because it's your Darakaraka. Also, when Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Vishakha, spouse dislike dishonesty. Trust is really important here, so you need to pay attention to that. Also, you will see Darakaraka in nakshatra of Vishakha. Like whenever fight etc. happen between you and your spouse, reconciliation usually happen after emotional expression. Maybe they ask you about honesty. Okay, why did you say that? Why did you did this? And that's when you tell them honestly, honest communication happen, and then emotionally you guys just have the movement, and that's when the reconciliation happen if something happened between you guys. So yeah, that can be seen. Also, Darakaraka in Vishakha nakshatra show your spouse will have strong facial feature. They will have a very confident kind of appearance. If I talk about the look, they will have very bright and intense eyes, very determined gaze, right? And a very athletic and body, like athletic and strong body structure generally. Give it to your spouse, because there is Agni Dev influence as well in this nakshatra. Also, they could be very charismatic personality. They have this magnetic aura around them whenever Darakaraka in Vishakha. And if I talk about dressing style, that could be very stylish and confident type of dressing style your spouse will have. Darakaraka and Vishakha nakshatra also give you a spouse who would be very ambitious, very hardworking kind of a person. And loyal, they will be very loyal generally. Now, of course, we have to see other things as well. We have to see Venus, its nakshatra, 7th lord, its nakshatra, planet in the 7th house, those planets, their nakshatra. and Mars for female, right? And thousand other things need to be seen. For that, full horoscope consultation is required. You can purchase that. Links are in comment section and description. But we are today talking about Darakaraka. That also play a very important role, right? And spouse will also have very protective nature towards you and the loved one, right? And Darakaraka in the nakshatra of Vishakha show that spouse will have very passionate emotional expression. They show love very intense, like with intensity, right? Sometimes spouse can appear to be very strong personality, very dominant in relationship. Also intimacy, if I talk about the intimacy, like the sexual life, sexual chemistry can be very strong between you and your spouse when Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Vishakha. And the passion will fuel the intimacy. Also, the more emotional connection you have with your spouse, that is going to increase your intimate life. Physical intimacy can be very intense when Darakaraka in Vishakha, which is a good thing, right? Also, like I know someone will comment that this is the best point of this video. I know that. Also, you will see that definitely when the loyalty is going to be there from your side, your spouse will really appreciate that, and that is really good for your romantic life. Emotional honesty can again improve the intimacy. Now, if I talk about a little bit challenges that you face here when Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Vishakha, if let's say, you need emotional balance sometime, right? Also, possessiveness or jealousy factor can be possible in relationship, so you need to manage that. Sometime ambition of either you or your spouse, due to which overworking and not able to give time to the personal life, to the relationship, can damage the relationship. Also, ego clashes need to be taken care of. If both you and your spouse become egoistic, that will damage the relationship. Also, you will see marriage here when Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Vishakha teach you commitment, right? It encourage growth and achievement of both you and his spouse. Spouse with Darakaraka in nakshatra of Vishakha definitely love to have leadership role. They could be very strong personality. Also, Darakaraka in the nakshatra of Vishakha show that spouse will be highly competitive, very determined personality, very goal oriented person, ambitious. Sometimes spouse possess a burning desire to succeed, right? To make their mark on this world, because again it's ruled by his lord is Indra, right? So you should understand that. And Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Chitra, Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Vishakha, you will see that spouse can be sometimes very relentless focus on goals. Darakaraka in Vishakha nakshatra give your spouse which have very striking, powerful and even commanding appearance. Okay? And their eye and gaze, if I talk about, they can be very intensely focused type of gaze they have. Right? Their eyes look very ambitious. You can literally see ambition in their eyes. So when you see at such partner, when you have Darakaraka in Vishakha, you see your partner have some kind of a vision in their eyes. Generally, it gives you a spouse who is very strong, powerful build they have, and they carry themselves with a strong confidence. And generally this nakshatra gives you spouse a very strong vitality, but spouse can be prone to work out or overwork. They need to manage their stress, and even digestive fire need to be managed. Sometimes they can be so much focus on work, achieving goal, that they could have competition related tension over here. So that need to be focused. If I talk about little bit their profession clues, so spouse could be connected to leadership roles, also maybe athlete, CEO, entrepreneur, politicians can be seen with this nakshatra, someone who could be in leadership role, even military leader, etc., lawyer, right? Or I would say, right, these kind of a profession can be seen when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of your spouse. Also with Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Vishakha show that you could meet at some competition related setting, like literally you are going to give a competitive exam and that's where you meet your spouse. You could meet at some work, in some professional competition place, or through some shared goal, as I mentioned earlier, like traveling and maybe discussing those things, or maybe at some networking event. Okay? Also, Darakaraka in this nakshatra show Darakaraka in this nakshatra also show that the share activity you and your spouse do together in Vishakha is working on common goals, building businesses together, maybe trying to crack a competitive exam together, maybe doing some kind of a strategic planning, right? These things can be seen. Also, if I talk about more when Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Vishakha, see, Jupiter influence here show that Jupiter give your spouse a large and a very commanding kind of a presence. The spouse carry themselves with dignity. Okay? And when they look at their eyes feel like they're focused, right, on the target. Like, I want to achieve this. Generally, this nakshatra give you a spouse who have a very reddish or golden undertones because of Agni influence. Slightly glowing complexion, you can say. And well-defined features they have. Right? And their lower body can be very attractive sometime. Okay? Spouse could have sometime very dual nature. Because Indra here, the ruler of this nakshatra, the god is showing the leadership authority. But the Agni Dev is showing transformation energy also. Okay? So that's why dual nature, like doing more than one things can be seen. But they will be very competitive, highly competitive person. Okay? And their spouse will be highly restless until they get success. Right? They will definitely go for it. Also, spouse will get, because it's a Jupiter rule nakshatra, so naturally they will be very wise person. But by doing things, by learning from experience, that's how they gain the wisdom. Okay? And here you will see that spouse can be strategic thinker also. And again, corporate strategy related thing, high management related position, law, judiciary, politics, even teaching and mentorship, or even military or police can also be seen, like in these professions your spouse can be. Also, you will see when Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Vishakha, sometime your spouse even challenge you. Like they challenge you, like why you are just accepting this mediocrity. You should excel in your life. You should excel in your profession. You should do this. You should do that. They even challenge you, encourage you to achieve something high in your life. That can be seen. Also, Darakaraka in Vishakha nakshatra even show that they would love to have a victory party. You know, there are certain people, they get success, they are like, it's fine. Let's go for the another one. Let's prepare for it. It's just fine. It's just another success. But for these people, when Darakaraka and Vishakha for your spouse, they love to celebrate the victory. They would like to throw some parties, etc. for a couple of days. So that can be seen. Okay. And Darakaraka in this nakshatra, definitely they have this need for recognition. Right? Sometimes spouse can be very sensitive to sound, I have seen in this nakshatra. They hate chaotic, noisy environment. They need a very controlled atmosphere. Maybe some beautiful noise is playing, that's good. But too much noisy, shitty noise that they don't like. That can be seen. Sometimes spouse could have a suppressed anger as well because of Agni energy as well. That could lead to frustration as well. So you need to handle that as well. Also, you see, sometimes they can become a little bit obsessive about things. So you need to focus on that as well. So yeah, these are the things related to Darakaraka, like in this nakshatra of Vishakha. If you want to purchase consultation or courses, links are in comment section and description. Now let's talk about Darakaraka in Anuradha nakshatra. So Anuradha is one of the most loyal, emotionally devoted, intense and spiritually transformative type of nakshatra, which show loyalty, friendship, devotion, emotional bonding, deep commitment. And Anuradha is ruled by Saturn, and its deity is Lord Mitra, which literally the deity of friendship and alliance. Its symbol is lotus flower, which show that you grow out of this like bad place, because lotus grow in such a condition, you know, and then you become this beautiful stuff. That's what Anuradha nakshatra shows. So when your Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Anuradha, what's going to happen? Spouse will be extremely loyal. This is the best thing and the first thing. Extremely loyal type of spouse you will get whenever Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Anuradha. They value commitment deeply. Emotionally, they will be very devoted personality. Right? You will see that they will always try to do things to make you happy. They do whatever they can to make you happy. Whether it's a male or a female, whenever Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Anuradha, spouse do everything they can to make you happy. They have this strong sense of responsibility in the marriage. There will be deep emotional intensity they have. They have this deep feeling run underneath whenever Darakaraka is in Anuradha. Spouse will also have a very supportive nature. Spouse will encourage you in your growth. Darakaraka and Anuradha show that marriage have a strong karmic connection. Your marriage feel very meaningful. Also, it show that your past life involve loyalty and friendship. Your soul is here to reconnect. Also, it show that maybe in your past life, spouse had prayed that they want to marry you again in the next life. They were your devotee. They were literally, obsessed about you, because it's the nakshatra of obsession as well. You see, these people I've generally seen whenever Darakaraka is connected to your spouse nakshatra, Anuradha is connected to your spouse nakshatra. So you will see your spouse is always going to be the one they are uploading their pictures with you, my love, my sweetheart, and all that stuff. They're always going to be possessive. They do everything they can to make you happy, but they expect loyalty from you. That is really important here. Also, spouse can enter in your life after emotional struggle. I have seen like some kind of a transformation happen in such person life. Like you have Darakaraka in this nakshatra, maybe you might have gone through some heartbreaks or some other tragedy happen in your life with some family member, and for years you were just crying because that person is gone. Whether it's heartbreaks that happen, a couple of heartbreaks in your life, or some other emotionally very struggles you have faced in your life, and after that period, finally after that struggle, spouse enter in your life, and that's when you become happy. Okay, and deeply relationship will become very deepened gradually. Also, whenever Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Anuradha, marriage become transformative for both you and your spouse. Darakaraka in Anuradha nakshatra also show that whenever Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Anuradha, attraction often begin through friendship. There will always be a case somehow that you feel like, for an example, even if it's an arranged marriage scenario I have seen, like you will see that you and your spouse meet some, like through family, you guys meeting at some restaurant or some place, and you feel like this friendly bond with them. Naturally, when you meet them, you feel like, wow, it's like this guy is amazing. It feel like a good friend to me. Maybe you feel like I know this guy from many time, or this girl from many time. It's like a good friendly bond. That's what you feel. You feel like it's very nice, right? So yeah, always. Or even like in love marriage, obviously first you feel like, okay, I met this girl, we are good friends, right? Maybe you guys love to travel together, spend time, and as the time pass, you feel like, oh, she could be my perfect partner. And then maybe you guys thought like, let's get married and we can just, right, like two best friends getting married. So that can be seen. Now you will see that emotional bonding becomes stronger than the physical attraction whenever Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Anuradha, because connection based on understanding is going to be there with this nakshatra. Always remember, whenever Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Anuradha, your spouse value loyalty above everything. Everything put one side and loyalty on one side. That is something they can never compromise. So always remember, whenever your Darakaraka is in Anuradha, loyalty will be the very important point from them. Right? That is the point. Maybe they will not forgive you for that if you just, Of course, we have to see other thing as well. Venus, Nakshatra, Mars, 7th Lord, planet in the 7th house. For that, full horoscope consultation is required. Links are in comment section and description. You can purchase from there. But just with this Nakshatra, I can tell you, loyalty will be the most important point of this Nakshatra. Okay? Darakaraka in Anuradha Nakshatra also show that love relationship can begin slowly in your life, but they will become very deep. Gradual emotional connection is going to be there. Spouse is going to be very obsessive about you, as I mentioned earlier. Also, romantic connection become deeper, very stronger over time. It's a mature love energy. A spouse will be emotionally very observant type of person. They can understand your feeling very well, right? With this nakshatra. Spouse can be sometimes very sensitive, yet strong personality. Okay, they can handle emotional challenges, right? Spouse value honesty and loyalty very much. Again and again, I'm telling you this thing. Spouse can be, I would say, spouse can become very possessive, right? They will be emotionally attached to you. Whenever Darakaraka in the nakshatra of Anuradha, they will be very possessive about you. They will have very strong attachment towards you, right? And they will definitely have very introspective mind. That's why I say loyalty is really important, because they can sense thing. Okay, this guy who is my spouse is not giving me now attention. Now he's not doing this compliment. Like they can sense like this guy is having an affair or something like this with this nakshatra, right? So yeah, that's why like loyalty will be really important for them. They had this because see, it's a Scorpio energy over here as well. So you should understand that. Also, you should understand when Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Anuradha, marriage built on emotional loyalty. Strong trust is required between you and your spouse. Spouse may act as an emotional anchor in your life. And maybe somehow through your spouse, you may also get stability in your life. There can be transformation in your life after marriage because of this nakshatra. Also, there can be challenges in this life with this nakshatra, but definitely you will grow out of it, right? Relationship improve with those challenges. Also, I've seen with Darakaraka in this nakshatra, you and your spouse both have a mutual encouragement feelings. Like you, spouse will encourage you to achieve your goals, and you will encourage them to achieve their goal. Also, marriage becomes stronger with maturity, especially after 30. Right? Sometime delay can also be possible. Maybe you get married close to the 30 or after that with this nakshatra also, because Saturn energy obviously is there. Again, we have to see other things as well. For that, consultation is required. You can purchase that. But yeah. Also, if I talk about like what kind of a conflict pattern you have in the relationship, so there will always be a problem related to emotional misunderstanding can cause conflict. Okay, because it's a deep, like see, Anuradha is there. So deep feelings are involved. Maybe spouse feel like emotionally now he doesn't understand me, or he's not giving me that kind of attention. So emotionally it's really important. Also remember again and again, spouse dislike betrayal. Trust must be really important here. Right? Cheating is not an option when Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Anuradha, because spouse never like that. And it's really hard for them to forgive you if you do that. Also, whenever there is an argument, they involve emotional intensity, passionate discussion about like why you doing this, why you doing that. Maybe let's say you are giving attention to other girl, they might be crying emotionally. I am just giving everything to you. I'm trying to be everything best for you. I'm trying to be the best wife, and why you are doing that. So emotional, very passionate discussion in that case. And when the spouse become hurt due to any reason from your side, they will withdraw temporarily also. You will see that they need time to like process their emotions, right? But then again, if reconciliation happened due to any after any fight etc., that will happen by emotional honesty only. Okay, open communication will heal things. Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Anuradha give you spouse very attractive and magnetic eyes. They will have this deep gaze. Okay, now you have to connect other things as well. Let's say Venus is also for a guy. Darakaraka is placed in this nakshatra of Anuradha, and let's say Venus is also placed in the nakshatra of Ashlesha, etc. Then the gaze and eyes become very prominent feature, because alone this nakshatra show when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Anuradha, that your spouse will have very attractive and magnetic eyes. They will have deep gaze. They looks like they're looking into your soul. They will have a very calm yet powerful presence. They have a very good charisma, very balanced kind of a body structure they have, and very graceful posture, I would say. And their facial features will be very, I would say, pleasant and very warm smile. They have this mysterious aura around them. A spouse will be very loyal and dependable here whenever Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Anuradha. Emotionally, spouse will be very intense, very protective towards the loved one, and they have like very determined personality. They do not give up easily. Sometimes spouse can be a bit private about emotions, like, whenever they came to know about you something, okay, this guy is doing this, they are just keeping this emotion private, and that things get build up. You are doing again mistake. They are noticing, and after one day, it like bust. That's when they cry and the emotional thing happen. So that's the kind of, because emotionally they can be private as well, and you need to understand that okay, they are not in a good mood, so you need to work on that in relationship. Emotional intimacy is really important actually for improving your intimate life here. Physical intimacy strengthen emotional bond also. You will see that. But remember, it's a Scorpio energy with this Anuradha Nakshatra. So sexual like energy is very, very intense here. Sexually, like very intense thing here. Also, emotionally, if you are loyal towards your spouse, that will definitely enhance your intimate life as well. Right? But again, if the challenges I talk a little bit in this nakshatra is related to possessiveness, jealousy in relationship. Okay, emotional misunderstanding could be challenging. You need to work on that. A spouse may hide the pain instead of expressing it. So you need to talk to them regularly that, hey, why you are looking like that? So that they can at least tell you. Otherwise, they have this habit of keeping things hidden. And then one day when the like bowl of emotions will get full, that's when it busts. Right? Emotional ups and downs can possible because of Scorpio energy in this Anuradha Nakshatra, Darakaraka. And if the trust is broken in the marriage, that's when the marriage suffer. Right? You will see that. Darakaraka in Anuradha Nakshatra. What else we can see about your spouse? Let me just tell you. Again, very devoted, very disciplined, very deeply connective and loyal type of spouse this nakshatra give you. The spouse who value relationship above almost everything. They do everything generally. I've seen whenever Darakaraka is in Anuradha, even Venus in Anuradha, the spouse do anything they can to make you happy. Right? They just put their efforts. Also, even the seventh lord in this nakshatra is very prominent. Also, you will see that loyalty and the ability to show up consistently for you, the person they love, they will have this key personality trait. Okay, they are the friend who will always stay for you if you don't betray them, if you don't destroy their trust. Right? Also, very calm, right? Very spiritually luminous type of appearance they have. They look very trustworthy, right? Someone who have this confidence on their face, right? Also very gaze, their gaze can be very deep. Very well balanced body, healthy build they have. They carry themselves with quite dignity, you will see. And the sense of grounding presence they have. Generally, your spouse will have good health, but they can be, because of Scorpio energy, they can be prone to issues related to stress, right? Maybe joint issues because of Saturn, right? So these things can be seen. A spouse can be profession in related to astrology, tarot card reading, psychologist, counseling, therapist, relationship coach, spiritual guide, social worker, mediator of some kind, diplomat, right? Any role in which listening and building connection, these things require spouse can be connected to that. You could meet through some friends here, social circle, spiritual communities, counseling settings, in a temple, okay, or through some mutual friend, or sometimes sudden unexpected meeting because of Scorpio energy here. That can also be seen. Spouse communication style can be very gentle here whenever Darakaraka is in Anuradha. They love listening and they can be deeply connected to the things. They can be exceptional listeners sometime, I have seen, your spouse. And when they speak, it is very thoughtful, right? That can be seen. Also, I would like to tell you, generally spouse likes to avoid conflict. Whenever conflict is necessary, their conflict or argument style can be very, they do it with very patience, I would say. And they always desire for a resolution. Also, maybe you guys do together after marriage is some kind of a spiritual activities, meditation, yoga, astrology, tarot card reading, walking in nature. Okay, eighth house activities you could do together. These things can also be seen. What else we can see about this Darakaraka and Anuradha Nakshatra? So Darakaraka and Anuradha also show that your spouse could have very hypnotic and deep set eyes also. Because Scorpio show that they have a this gaze that feel like as if they're searching for your soul, right? They have this youthful yet mature feature, like mature, I would say, nature, because of this Anuradha Nakshatra Saturn energy. Also, they have this prominent bone structure like high cheekbones and a very defined jawline with this nakshatra. And I have also seen, because of Scorpio, spouse could have a very well-shaped nose, whether it's like slightly hooked or a very prominent nose that can be seen in your spouse. Very attractive smile because of Mitra energy your spouse could have. Incredibly warm, like a friendly smile. Also, they have a very subtle sex appeal as well, right? They have this magnetic energy around them. And I would say very lustrous hairs this can give to your spouse, right? And it's like a very friendship type of bond that you have with your spouse. And the spouse, because of, if you see the symbol of this nakshatra is lotus, so spouse does have this ability to come out of the worst muddy situation and then rise in the life like a lotus. Spouse can be highly intuitive. That's why I mentioned earlier. They have this sixth sense, and whenever you try to cheat them, they can sense it that something is wrong here. That's why I mentioned the loyalty is really important here. Spouse could be a wanderer. They might have love for travel. Spouse find peace in traveling. That's why maybe you guys travel to foreign land together after getting married. That can be possible. Or maybe traveling frequently to different places like Goa, etc. in India, that can be seen. They could be secretive but honest as well. You will see that with this nakshatra. Spouse could have a strong work ethic, interest in occult, astrology, psychology. These things can be seen. Also, with Darakaraka in this nakshatra, spouse could also be connected to medicine, healing, travel and tourism, engineering and technology, corporate leadership, counseling, psychology. Also, they could get success in foreign land or far away from their birthplace. You may feel sometime a soulmate type of energy. Also, spouse will test your loyalty. Yes, this is really important point. Whenever Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Anuradha, you see spouse will test your loyalty. They could be testing the waters. Maybe they hire their friend. You know, this is a story where the spouse could hire a friend or ask their friend to flirt with you so that they can check if you are just trying to cheat with them or not. Yeah, that can possible. So you need to be careful. Like spouse will always test the water. They always test your loyalty. And marriage will be a transformation point for you. Right? Uh, Generally, physical intimacy is really private here. A spouse could have a very protective nature as well. That is again a good thing. Sometimes spouse have this habit of walking at late night, right? Maybe having a good thought at late night sleep that can be seen, and love for music because of Anuradha Nakshatra can be seen, and they can be animal lover as well. Also, you see, sometime this can even talk about that you could have a long distance relationship, meeting through traveling, dating app in a foreign country can also be very common with this nakshatra of Anuradha. So yeah, again, we have to see other things as well. So if you want to know about that, you can purchase consultation or courses. Links are in comment section and description. But this is all about Darakaraka in Anuradha Nakshatra. Okay, now let's talk about Darakaraka in Jyeshtha Nakshatra. So Jyeshtha is one of the most intense, powerful, protective and psychologically very complex nakshatra. Jyeshtha is ruled by planet Mercury. It is governed by Lord Indra. Now what's going to happen when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Jyeshtha? First of all, whenever Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Jyeshtha, your spouse often has the very strong personality. Whenever Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Jyeshtha, you will see your spouse have a very strong personality. They naturally command respect. They will have emotionally very intense nature. They can feel things very intensely. They have this protective instinct towards you. Okay. They are the one who defends the loved one very strongly, and spouse will have very mature mindset. Sometime you will see that spouse will behave older than their age whenever your Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Jyeshtha. Spouse also will be very confident and independent type of personality. They have very self-reliant nature with this nakshatra. Also, Darakaraka in the Jyeshtha nakshatra, marriage feel very karmically destined to you. It also indicates that in the past life, when Darakaraka is in Jyeshtha, in your past life, you might have like responsibility or leadership related connection with your partner, right? Also, relationship may begin during a significant life transition. It's a destiny driven meeting. When life will take a transition, that's when you meet your spouse. Or spouse can also enter in your life when you need some emotional strength. And your spouse, whenever Dharakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Jyeshtha, spouse will be supportive but challenging also. Also, marriage become very transformative. Personal growth through relationship can also be seen here when Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Jyeshtha. Darakaraka in Jyeshtha also show attraction between you and your spouse is often very intense, very magnetic. There will be a strong emotional pull that you feel towards your spouse. Spouse, you will see with this nakshatra, like when Darakaraka is in Jyeshtha, romantic connection will feel very powerful to you. You will feel deep emotional chemistry. Also, you will see with Darakaraka in Jyeshtha nakshatra, your love often involve loyalty test. Right? Trust building phases are going to be there. Because whenever Darakaraka in the Jyeshtha nakshatra, maybe your spouse may likes to test the loyalty. Or maybe you test the loyalty of your spouse. That can be seen. Also, Darakaraka in Jyeshtha, I've seen like emotional attachment can become very strong between you and your spouse. Darakaraka in Jyeshtha also show that his spouse can be strategic thinker. Spouse plan action very carefully. They will be very emotionally observant kind of a person. They can read your feeling very easily. Darakaraka in Jyeshtha also show that a spouse will have strong desire for control or leadership. Right? They could have very authority oriented personality. And for spouse, when Darakaraka is in Jyeshtha, trust become very important. They can be very sensitive to betrayal. And when spouse will be emotionally attached to you and Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Jyeshtha, they can become very possessive sometime. You will also see that. Darakaraka and Jyeshtha also show that your marriage may involve strong emotional bonding. There will be a deep commitment. Darakaraka and Jyeshtha nakshatra also show that your spouse often takes some leadership role in relationship. Right? They would like to lead. They would like to make the decision. Also, relationship involves some kind of a challenges that strengthen your bond, obviously. Darakaraka and Jyeshtha also show that your spouse will encourage you for your personal development. They may motivate you. Hey, you should do this. Hey, you should get this course. Hey, you should dress in that way. Hey, you can achieve. So that can be seen. Darakaraka and Jyeshtha also show that your marriage improve with emotional maturity, especially after 30. If I try to discuss what kind of a conflict you will have, what kind of a fight argument you will have, so you will see whenever Darakaraka is placed in the Jyeshtha nakshatra, argument that you have with your spouse may be emotionally very very intense, sorry. Okay? Because maybe you and your spouse both have a very strong personalities. So power struggle can also possible in this relationship. Right? Maybe you and your spouse both trying to like assert authority. Like you are trying to put your authority and spouse is trying to put their authority, and that's why the problem happens sometime. Because at least one have to bow down. Right? If none of you will bow down, that then just create like one of you have to bow down, right? That's really important here. And spouse always like dishonesty. That is really important here. Uh, Also, if let's say some betrayal happened by your side, so spouse, like, reconciliation with spouse require a lot of trust building. You will see that. Dharakaraka in this nakshatra of Jyeshtha also show that spouse will have a very strong and confident facial features. They have a very commanding presence, deep intense eyes they have, balance and athletic type of body structure, strong physique they have. Spouse could be serious, yet they have this mature aura, right? They could have unique personality that could reflect in their appearance. But again, for this appearance part, we have to see other things as well. We have to see Venus, we have to see Mars, we have to see where your seventh house Lord is, those nakshatra, planet in the seventh, second house, eighth house, and a lot of other things. But Darakaraka Nakshatra also play a very important role. Darakaraka is also important. That's why we see this. But of course, if you want to know all that, you can purchase consultation or courses. Links are in comment section and description. Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Jyeshtha also show that spouse can be very determined and ambitious, very goal-oriented personality. They can be a very loyal partner. Once they commit, right, they definitely attach with you emotionally. Spouse could also have very protective nature. Spouse with this nakshatra will have very emotionally intense personality. Sometimes spouse behave like a dominant or controlling also, right? Because they have this leadership tendency. And so yeah, you need to maybe balance that thing, because maybe you also feel like a leader, they also feel like a leader, and that's when the clashes can possible. So it's your Dharakaraka in Jyeshtha, so you have to deal with things wisely, and also you know astrology. So it's your responsibility to do something if you want your marriage to work. If I talk about the intimate life and the emotional bond, like, see, sexual chemistry can be very powerful here in Jyeshtha Nakshatra. And emotional closeness strengthen physical attraction whenever Dharakaraka is in the Nakshatra of Jyeshtha. Right? Also, always remember, loyalty will be important for spouse in intimacy. Also, romantic bond will deeper, but with time. It will take some time. See, some challenges are also there with Darakaraka in Jyeshtha Nakshatra, like possessiveness or jealous nature of your spouse. Sometimes they could be too much jealous. Like, hey, why you have this secretary? Hey, why you have this? Why you are spending more time with your female boss? Why you are spending more time with this colleague? Right? So that can become a little bit issue. Also, ego clashes, very much possible in relationship, power dynamics. So you need to focus on that. You need to make sure that these things will not come in between your marriage. Otherwise, they could become an issue. Right? So try to work on that, because that's the beauty of astrology. You know, these things can become issue. So like, I should work in that way, that maybe find some common ground so that ego clashes will not be there. Okay, see, sometimes possessiveness can be good, like spouse is possessive, which is a good thing, but over possessiveness can sometimes create problem, right? And definitely relationship with Dharakaraka and Jyeshtha Nakshatra can experience emotional ups and downs, right? Spouse encourage emotional maturity in you. Also, your marriage will teach you loyalty and trust. Okay, or also Dharakaraka in this nakshatra show in Jyeshtha that your spouse help you to transform and grow psychologically, right? And marriage can even somehow improve your social and professional status as well, whether you naturally get some better job or better business growth, or maybe with your spouse, that can also possible, because sometime even with marriage this nakshatra can activate the luck as well, right? So that can also be seen. Now, what more we can see with this nakshatra? Spouse can be very authoritative, very proud, very protective, and intensely private as well with Darakaraka and Jyeshtha Nakshatra. Right? They naturally possess this demanding nature. Right? Very commanding kind of a nature, very, I would say, controlling type of nature sometime you will feel. Also, Dharakaraka in this nakshatra also show your spouse will always have this nature to protect the loved ones. Dharakaraka in Jyeshtha will give you generally a spouse who will have striking and authoritative kind of appearance. Often a regal appearance can also possible, because again it's also related to Indra. And also maybe they could have a very maybe square like face, piercing eyes, and a very commanding and a confident presence. Right? They could have a penetrating eyes as well. That can also be seen. And their gaze hold the authority. Like, there are certain people, when they look at you, it feel like they're looking with authority. It feel like that. So that can also be seen. Generally, this nakshatra show that your spouse can be prone to the stress related issues. Like they may likes to carry heavy responsibility and they get sometimes stressed out. That can be seen. And sometimes spouse can even experience skin or hormones related problem as well. Right? And even blood pressure related issues can be seen. So they need to work on that. Now also I would say professionally, they could be involved in some authoritative position. Right? Someone related to investigation, hidden knowledge, journalism, media, security, high level of administration, research, investigation, finance, technology management. These things can be seen. Now with Darakaraka in Jyeshtha Nakshatra, maybe you guys could meet through some kind of investigation, through work, through administrative circle. Okay, so these things can possible. Darakaraka in Jyeshtha also show that your spouse communication style can be very measured, very intelligent, very authoritative. They can sometimes be very stubborn as well. That can also be seen. Also, sexual intimacy can be very passionate and intense and can also be connected to the power dynamics in sexual chemistry. Maybe you and your spouse would like to do strategic planning a lot together after getting married, right? And maybe doing some kind of research, investigation. These things can also be seen, some kind of a stuff in your life. Spouse, also with Darakaraka in this nakshatra show that your spouse manage money with authority. And they expect that financial matter need to be handled with respect and confidentiality. That can also be seen. Darakaraka in Jyeshtha Nakshatra also give you a spouse who will have very commanding presence. I have seen, like when they walk into a room, people naturally look at them. They have this alpha energy regardless of the gender, right? And obviously, as I mentioned earlier, again and again, they have a very sharp and penetrating eyes. That could also be a feature here. And they could have a prominent forehead as well. Well-defined eyebrows with serious look. You will also see their smile can be very magnetic. Right? And when there are certain people, when they smile, it look like they have this mystery in the smile. They know something. That's when they smile like, oh, really, you are trying to tell me? I know very well. So yeah, that's the kind of a smile they have. And these people, like you'll see your spouse, whenever you have Darakaraka in Jyeshtha Nakshatra, they prefer, like their clothing is like their style is related to power. They prefer some status clothing. Maybe brand name could be important for them. High quality fabrics. Right? These things can be seen. Generally it show that they could have a little bit athletic type of body. Spouse can also be very competitive, highly competitive spouse you will get when Darakaraka is in Jyeshtha. Right? That can be seen. And they will be super intelligent because Mercury energy is there. They even have this detective type of brain. That is a good word actually. When Darakaraka is in Jyeshtha, you can see now you understand whenever you try to do some out of the marriage thing, that's when, because detective brain always try to test you, your loyalty, etc. Right? They can sense the patterns. Okay, now earlier he used to come at the home at this time, and now he's like, his pattern is changing, his mood is changing, behavior is changing, might be having an affair outside. So this investigation brain they have. Also they have a very secretive nature. They share only what they want you to know. Right? They believe that information is the power. Also, you will see that psychologically they can be very intense. Whenever Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Jyeshtha, spouse can be very intense. Spouse generally are not interested in small talk. Spouse want to discuss power, money, sex, the mysteries of life that can be seen. Sometime they can be prone to jealousy as well. That can also be seen, and definitely it shows that spouse could have interest in occult, astrology, tarot card, palmistry, secret society, secret services. These things can also be seen. With Darakaraka in this Jyeshtha nakshatra, spouse could be some CEO, some director of company, or anyone who could be the boss of the department, or pretty much doing their own work of freelancing in which they are their own boss. That can also possible. Project based work, giving consultation to someone, maybe an astrologer, tarot card reader, that can possible. Government administration, someone who could work in intelligence services, military intelligence, police intelligence, intelligence services of the country. Someone who could also be a surgeon, engineer, right? And maybe finance related someone. Someone who could be a healer, psychologist, therapist, that can be seen. Right? They likes to keep like privacy also in marriage also. Sometimes power struggle can be there, but then again, spouse will also be your mentor as well. But again, you have to see other things as well. That's why full horoscope consultation is required to see the big picture. If you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. And you will see when Darakaraka is in Jyeshtha, sometimes spouse also have this love for solitude. They will go inside their own cave, which means they might have a room or a space or a corner where they would like to spend some time alone to discuss their complex thought. That can also be seen. Maybe they likes to have like a lot of care or giving food to the animals like dog, etc., cat. That can also be seen. So yeah, this is all about Darakaraka in Jyeshtha. If you want to purchase consultation courses, links are in description and comment section. Talk about Darakaraka in Mula Nakshatra, right? So it is one of the most karmic, transformative, intense kind of a nakshatra, right? When Darakaraka is placed in this nakshatra of Mula, you will see first of all Mula nakshatra is ruled by Ketu, right? And is associated with Niriti, right? And symbol is obviously roots tied together. So you will see whenever Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Mula, your spouse often have intense personality. They think deeply about the life. Spouse will have a very independent mindset. Spouse dislikes superficial relationships. A spouse will have a truth-seeking nature, right? And also you will see spouse want honesty in marriage. Also, Darakaraka in Mula Nakshatra show that emotionally his spouse can be very strong. They have this ability to handle difficult situations in life. Darakaraka in Mula Nakshatra, your spouse will have very philosophical or spiritual mindset. They can be interested in deeper meaning of life. Darakaraka in Mula Nakshatra also show that your marriage often has a strong karmic connection. And meeting your spouse feel very destined, right? Very destined. Darakaraka and Mula Nakshatra also show that your past life may involve unfinished emotional type of karma. Okay. Darakaraka and Mula Nakshatra also show that your relationship may begin during a major life change, some turning point. Also, Darakaraka and Mula Nakshatra show that your spouse may appear when you may go through some kind of a transformation in your life, right? That can also be seen. Darakaraka and Mula Nakshatra also show that attraction between you and your spouse can be very intense but very mysterious. There will be deep emotional pull, right? Also, spouse may appear very unconventional. They could have a little bit different personality, different background. That can be seen. Romantic relationship can begin suddenly here. Unexpected connection can be seen when Darakaraka is in Mula Nakshatra. Also, love connection often feel very fated, very difficult to ignore. Also, Darakaraka and Mula Nakshatra, emotional bond become very, very deep over time. Gradual transformation will be there. Darakaraka, whenever placed in the Mula Nakshatra, you will see your spouse will be a very analytical type of thinker. Spouse like understanding roots of problem. Darakaraka and Mula Nakshatra also show that spouse could be very emotionally intense personality. Spouse have very deep feeling. Spouse have independent emotional nature. Right? Sometimes spouse want their personal space as well. And Darakaraka and Mula Nakshatra also you will see that spouse could have very honest and direct communication style. And instead of diplomatic way of talking, they prefer straight truth. And Darakaraka and Mula Nakshatra also show spouse might have experienced early challenges in their life. That can also be seen. Darakaraka and Mula Nakshatra, your marriage life, your marriage may involve, like I would say, strong emotional transformation of some kind. Also, whenever Darakaraka is in Mula Nakshatra, your spouse always encourage you to face truth of life. Right? There will be a growth in marriage through honesty. Relationship of you and your spouse, like here, will go through like deep emotional phases as well. It's not going to be a superficial emotion, like superficial relationship. No. Whenever Darakaraka is in Mula, it's going to be emotional one. Also, Darakaraka and Mula Nakshatra, your marriage may bring relocation or lifestyle change, new direction in life. So let's say for an example, you are just like maybe not having a good thing in your life. You are just literally spending your time most of the day lying and doing little bit of work. Maybe after getting married, you just have to live somewhere with your spouse and you might have to work, take responsibility, life change, right? That can be seen. Darakaraka and Mula Nakshatra, your spouse may influence spiritual or philosophical growth in your life. Darakaraka and Mula Nakshatra, you will also see argument whenever happen between you and your spouse, like fight, etc. That involve a lot of deep emotional discussion, serious conversation. And spouse dislike dishonesty. Truth is essential for the spouse. Also, you will see during conflict, maybe you feel that spouse may withdraw temporarily. They need space. Maybe they are just like while having fight, conflict with you, they are just going away, spending time alone in some room, doing a lot of analysis, paralysis, thinking about it a lot. Right? Thinking about, oh, this is right, this is wrong, this is what I said, this is what he said or she said. That can be seen. Also, whenever fight, etc. happen, the reconciliation between you guys happen through honest communication. Darakaraka and Mula Nakshatra give you a spouse who will have a deep eyes with intense gaze. Very penetrating eyes they will have. Darakaraka and Mula Nakshatra also it show that your spouse have unique or unconventional appearance. Very distinct personality they have. Darakaraka and Mula Nakshatra spouse will have a very balanced and a strong body structure. Very confident posture they will have. Also, with Darakaraka and Mula Nakshatra, spouse will have very calm but mysterious presence. Spouse will naturally have this charisma. Like that, people will feel a bit of a curiosity about them. Right? So that can be seen. Darakaraka in Mula Nakshatra also show that you will get a spouse who will be very determined personality. Generally, you will see that Darakaraka and Mula will give you a spouse who will have a very strong willpower. Right? They can handle challenges very well. They have this ability to handle the challenges very well. Also, you will see that they will be a loyal partner. Your spouse will be a loyal partner when the trust is established. Their commitment will be very strong. And they will always be protective towards you and the loved one. Sometime in communication, your spouse can be blunt, very blunt, not diplomatic, right? So that can also be seen. They prefer direct honesty instead of diplomatic answer. Like in intimate life, uh, for intimacy here, when Darakaraka is placed in this nakshatra of Mula, uh, emotional connection will play a very important role, right? Also, physical intimacy can be very intense here, and a spouse always value loyalty in romantic life. Darakaraka and Mula nakshatra also show uh, like you know the challenges that you could face in this marriage with this nakshatra is that sometimes this emotional intensity can even create misunderstanding, right? So you need to work on that. Also, there can be sudden life changes in your life after relationship or marriage. Transformation is going to happen. That sometime can be painful as well. Sometime you will see that your spouse may appear very detached person because Mula is ruled by Ketu. They could have this Ketu flavor of detachment. You see, like yesterday she was talking very well, and now today she is not even talking properly. What happened? Very detached soul, right? Sometime you will see Darakaraka and Mula nakshatra relationship may feel very intense or sometime very overwhelming as well. Darakaraka and Mula nakshatra also show marriage will teach you truth and authenticity. Darakaraka and Mula nakshatra, your spouse could also be interested in research, psychology, philosophy, spirituality, right? And your marriage, after getting married, maybe you move away. There will be transformation in your life. That can also be seen. It is actually one of the most karmically transformative spouse type of placement. Of course, we have to see other things as well. We have to see Venus, Mars, 7th house planets, 7th lord, all those nakshatra as well. For that, full horoscope consultation is required. If you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. Also, you will see when Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Mula, spouse could have a very truth-seeking, right, very transformative kind of a nature or temperament. They are unwilling to accept the superficial thing. They want everything with absolute authenticity. Also, they have this innate ability to see through the roots of any matter. They cannot be satisfied with the surface level understanding. That's why I said here honesty can be important. So let's say they see that you are with some girl or something. So you are trying to superficially, hey, she's my friend and she's this and that. So they will not going to stop like that. They will go at the roots. They will try to find out everything about that girl. Why he's spending time with this person, who she was, right? Because your Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Mula. And also you will see that Darakaraka and Mula nakshatra, your spouse will have a very intense and often spiritually luminous type of appearance. And they could have a little bit piercing quality in their gaze as well, right? Because Ketu always like create that maybe very truth-seeking type of eyes. And sometimes it feel like they are looking into your soul with their eyes. Often I would say that if you talk about like the physical structure of your spouse with Darakaraka and Mula, it often give you a spouse who will have a well proportionate body with a strong commanding presence and very well defined sharp features they have. And with Darakaraka and Mula nakshatra, your spouse can also be prone to the diseases like teeth diseases related to their feet, right? And even the root chakras. Darakaraka and Mula nakshatra, your spouse could also be connected to the profession related to investigation, research, uncovering the truth, right? Like a detective, secret services, right? Investigation journalist, researcher, astrology, tarot card reading, archaeologist, therapist, spiritual guide of some kind, or something in which they have to go deep to find the hidden truth. That can be seen. Darakaraka and Mula nakshatra, you could meet your spouse during the time of some kind of a transformation in your life, when your life is about to transform, or maybe you are going through some crisis, right? When old structure of your life is collapsing and you have to move towards the new life. That's when you meet your spouse. Or maybe during a period of intense investigation, whether you are doing about your life or something like that going on. can have with Darakaraka and Mula Nakshatra, spouse can have very direct, I would say, kind of a communication. And they will not accept the superficial answer, right? They will always go towards the deep. And the argument style of your spouse can also be very intense, very truth focused with this nakshatra. Darakaraka in Mula Nakshatra, maybe after getting married, maybe you guys likes to do shared activity like doing investigation together, research together, spiritual practices together, right? Also, Darakaraka and Mula Nakshatra, your spouse can get sudden gains in their life and sudden losses. Darakaraka and Mula Nakshatra often give you a very karmic and transformative type of marriage. Spouse could also have a very unconventional look because of this nakshatra. Maybe a foreign looking spouse, something which is different from the place you live. Sometime if the other planets are supportive, for that horoscope consultation is required. If you want to purchase, links are in comment section description. So if other planets are supportive, maybe literally you could have a foreign spouse here, right? And a spouse with this nakshatra have a very intense eyes, right? And spouse often have a long limb, right? And a very tall frame, right? When it comes to their body. And they have this very sharp and piercing features. Perhaps a long nose, sharp jawline. These things are also very common when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra. We are talking obviously about your spouse. Because this nakshatra is ruled by Ketu, maybe spouse prefer minimalistic style, right? So they may prefer minimalistic thing, like having a minimalist lifestyle could be their preference. Spouse could have a very restless body language, very restless, right? Sometime like when they get like nervous or something, they may tap their finger somewhere, right? That can be seen. Spouse can also have a very prominent teeth and smile. Sometime, I've also seen with this nakshatra, a spouse could have a very wide and a very striking type of smile with a serious eyes. Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Mula, your spouse can be truth seeker. They have, as I mentioned earlier, zero tolerance for superficiality. They want to go into the root of every problem. They will be bluntly honest. They don't sugarcoat things, right? Also, they have this deeply investigating nature, right? They have this mind of researcher or a detective. They will always use Google and always do research about different things, right? Or maybe use research tools, AI tools for research. Also, because this Ketu energy is there in this Mula, so spouse can be very intense. Sometime you see your spouse can be very passionate about you and talking to you, and sometimes they are feeling like they are looking very totally detached personality. So they have this two different personality at different time. A spouse could also have philosophical and wise nature. That can also be seen. And yeah, with Ketu, they have the strong intuition, strong gut feeling. That's why if you ever try to, cheat or like try to be dishonest with them, they just can kind of a sense that, because of their intuition is very strong. They understand, okay, this is his behavior is changing, her behavior is changing, right? Because of this nakshatra, spouse have that intuition, and mostly they will be accurate. Spouse naturally drawn to the hidden things like occult, astrology, underground things, taboo topics, right? These things can be seen. And spouse can be connected to, again, deep research, science, investigation, law, forensic expert, lawyer dealing with complex hidden cases, healing and herbology that can be seen. Maybe Ayurveda, because Ayurveda is connected to the roots as well. Or maybe homeopathy, right? Doing in these things can also be seen, like some profession. Philosophy, teaching, data mining, technology, or some spirituality related work. Right? Spouse could also be connected to these things. Whenever Darakaraka is in Mula Nakshatra, praying to the Lord Ganesha is good for your marriage, right? Of course, we have to see other things as well. So yeah, this is all about Mula Nakshatra, Darakaraka and Mula Nakshatra. If you want to purchase consultation or courses, links are in comment section and description. Darakaraka in Purva Ashadha Nakshatra. Going to happen when Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Purva Ashadha. So Purva Ashadha is one of the most passionate, confident, emotionally expressive and victory oriented spouse related nakshatra. Purva Ashadha Nakshatra is obviously ruled by Venus, right? And its symbol is fan and a winnowing basket, right? These are its symbol. So what's going to happen when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Purva Ashadha? So Darakaraka and Purva Ashadha show, first of all, your spouse can be very confident and very charismatic personality. And with this nakshatra, your spouse might have this need for a strong personal space, right? That can be seen. Darakaraka and Purva Ashadha also show that spouse can be emotionally very expressive type of personality, right? Also, they can be openly show feeling, that can be seen. A spouse will be very passionate about relationship. Also, spouse love deeply and with intensity whenever Darakaraka is in Purva Ashadha. Darakaraka in Purva Ashadha Nakshatra also show that like spouse will have a strong sense of self-worth. Spouse value respect a lot. Spouse will also have very optimistic and enthusiastic type of nature. Very positive outlook towards life they will have generally with this nakshatra, you will see. Also, Darakaraka and Purva Ashadha Nakshatra, your marriage may feel very meaningful, very destined, strong karmic attraction can be seen. Also, this show that your past life may involve romantic bond. You might be a soul, like romantic connection related soul in the past life as well. Also, when a spouse will enter in your life, there will be some kind of a major life change happen when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Purva Ashadha. Darakaraka and Purva Ashadha also show that your relationship may begin through strong attraction. There can be like, you feel very magnetic type of chemistry with your spouse whenever Darakaraka is in Purva Ashadha. Marriage will change your life direction. You will also see that. Marriage will help you in your personal growth when Darakaraka is in Purva Ashadha. Also, you will see that there will be a strong romantic attraction between partners because of Venus influence when Darakaraka is in Purva Ashadha. And Darakaraka and Purva Ashadha also show that your spouse enjoy expressing affection. And romantic gestures are very common here. Love relationship may begin passionately. Right? There can be intense connection. There can be intense connection between you and your spouse when Darakaraka is placed in this nakshatra of Purva Ashadha. Also, you will see your connection will deepen over time, and emotional bonding is really important for strengthening this relationship whenever you have Darakaraka in Purva Ashadha nakshatra. Also, it shows that your spouse will be emotionally very confident personality. They have this self-assured nature. And spouse will have a strong opinion and belief, right? Spouse stand firm in their values. A spouse will have a strong desire to get success in life, to succeed in life. They have this goal-oriented mindset. A spouse can sometimes be very sensitive to criticism. They need a lot of respect. A spouse will have enthusiastic and inspiring personality. They encourage you always to achieve something in life. Marriage may feel very lively, very passionate, strong emotional energy, passion between you and your spouse. A spouse will always motivate you, influence you to achieve something in your life. Right? There can be some shared ambition, teamwork like experience you have with your spouse. Right? Like you and your spouse are like a team working on common goals. That can also be seen in this relationship when Darakaraka is in Purva Ashadha Nakshatra. Also, marriage can improve your confidence, right? Even both partner, I would say, with this nakshatra, right? Both you and your spouse confidence will increase with this marriage. If I talk a little bit about fight and conflict pattern, then whenever Darakaraka is in Purva Ashadha Nakshatra, you will see that the argument that happen between you and your spouse may involve strong opinions. Like both partner, you and your spouse can be very expressive in views. Also, your spouse disrespects a lot. So you have to always give them respect. And if you try to disrespect them, that could become one of the uh, reason for the fight argument. And the emotional reaction of your spouse can be very intense. You will see that with this nakshatra. And like for an example, Dharakaraka in this Purvashada, like you are saying that, hey, you should not do this, and this is your belief about this thing is very wrong, and they will defend their beliefs so strongly, very stubborn energy in defending their beliefs. So you need to work on that, right? That is the beauty of astrology. You know that it's your Dharakaraka, so it's your responsibility to deal with them wisely, right? And whenever fight etc happen, reconciliation will only happen by open dialogue, by honest communication. Okay. Darakaraka and Purvashada Nakshatra show that spouse will have very attractive facial feature because of Venus influence. Very bright and expressive eyes, right? Balance or athletic body structure, very healthy appearance, and a confident posture, and a charismatic smile they have. A spouse will also have, I would say, very energetic or enthusiastic personality with this nakshatra. This is nakshatra show loyal partner you will get, right? They will be very committed when like once attached. Spouse will have a very supportive nature, right? And they have this strong emotional expression. Spouse can be sometimes very stubborn also, I have seen with this nakshatra, right? They have very strong beliefs, right? So that these things you need to little bit, overcome in relationship or handle them wisely. Now, if I talk a little bit about intimacy with Darakaraka in this nakshatra Purvashada, romantic intimacy will be very important in marriage here. Obviously, it's important in all the marriage, but because of Venus energy, definitely these things play important role. Also, sexual chemistry, often you find Venus is there. So very strong sexual chemistry you find, right, with this nakshatra in your life. Also, the more emotionally open you are, the more feeling sharing happen between you and your spouse, the more sexual chemistry is going to be better. The intimate life is going to get improved, right? Also, the loyalty factor is also important here. Then some challenges you could face in this relationship whenever Darakaraka is in this nakshatra is that like because your spouse will have a very strong opinion and stubborn nature, that could create disarguments and disagreements. That could create disagreement in your relationship. So maybe sometime you feel that you have to compromise a lot. You may feel that because your spouse can be very stubborn. Also, sometime emotional intensity also create conflict here. I've seen that. Okay. And like spouse have this desire for respect from you. Sometimes your relationship feel very dramatic. So you need to overcome these challenges as well. Marriage will make you emotionally confident very much with this nakshatra. And this nakshatra is all about mutual respect between you and your partner, right? And I've seen Darakaraka and Purvashada. Your spouse can be socially very charismatic or sometimes influential also. I've also seen sometimes this nakshatra, like your marriage may bring travel and adventure in your life. And because of a strong attraction, even love marriage chances are also there. But again, you have to see other things as well in your chart. For that, full horoscope consultation is required. If you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. And you guys may do creative activities, social activities together with this nakshatra. Darakaraka and Purvashada, your spouse temperament and nature can be very courageous, very honest, right? Very direct. Also, you will have a spouse like who can flow around the obstacle and penetrate through the barriers and reach at the destination like the water. So that's the ability they have. Very refreshing, very vibrant, and often beautiful natural appearance your spouse could have, right? And very clean, honest, penetrating gaze your spouse could have with this nakshatra. Often very balanced build body structure this nakshatra gives to your spouse. I've also seen that. Your spouse generally with this nakshatra can have a very refreshing smile, clear skin, and overall the aura of them is very good here, right? Like sometimes the honesty and the purity of their heart can be visible in their eyes. Spouse can be prone here with this nakshatra issues related to like some water issues, kidney issues, bladder related issues, fluids in the body related issues, right? These things can be seen. Spouse can be connected to a profession in which truth seeking is there, water related profession, like someone who could literally be in some water department, right, or in some water engineering, someone who is related to environment, someone who is working on maybe clean air pollution purification, someone who could be a therapist, someone who could be a counselor, someone who could be activist of some kind, someone who expose the flaws of the system. So your spouse could be connected to these things. Also, this nakshatra also show you could meet your spouse near some water, right? That can also be seen. A spouse with this nakshatra can have a very direct, honest communication, direct communication. They are the one who can speak truth without a malice, right? That can be seen. Sometimes their words can challenge you a lot. Maybe after getting married, you guys together, like, spend some time near water, near beaches. They love to spend near that, right? Maybe you guys do some cleaning activity, environmental related activity. There are some videos nowadays where this just people grab together, they create some non-governmental organization, they just like gather together and just like they just start to clean the jungles and public places and create those videos. So that can also be seen with this nakshatra. Darakaraka in the nakshatra Purva, like they have this radiant Venusian type of glow, right, on their face with this nakshatra. And this can even give your spouse a very, I would say, athletic build, right? Generally, it can give your spouse a long legs, very confidence style, right? Confident kind of style, very captivating eyes. This nakshatra can give you, bright and expressive. And you will also see with this nakshatra, a spouse could have very thick hairs, right? And sometimes hair can be very, I would say, wavy also. Also, this nakshatra give your spouse elegant neck and shoulder. Also, you see with this nakshatra, I've seen like a spouse can carry themselves like an aristocratic posture, right? Some people who just walk with some aristocratic energy, that can be seen. Spouse can love flowy clothes, right? Maybe silk, linen, light colors. Spouse dress both with comfort and high aesthetic appeal. And spouse can be ageless beauty, right? They always look good even if when they get older. Also, spouse, like, see, when no matter how dark the situation is, right, they will always keep working on things. Also, one thing is also there, they can be like a water, they can fit into any social circle, any situation, very flexible in that. And spouse always love the truth. And this nakshatra can even make your spouse highly ambitious. They don't only want to succeed, they want to be the best. They have this conquered the world type of mindset, or conquered in their field. Also, they will clean up, purify your life when they come in their life. They can be very independent thinker also. And this nakshatra can even make your spouse very generous, very kind. And a stubborn energy is always there. Because remember, when it comes to ego, Venus has also a lot of ego. People only associate sun with the ego. But believe me, you see the ego of Venus is also equal to sun. Right? It's a deep, like studied thing. You see, like that's why I've seen like whenever a female have Venus in the first house, it's really hard. Like they generally don't say sorry, especially when it comes to the Taurus one, right? You see, it's really hard for such female to say sorry. Mostly the men have to say sorry, even if it's the mistake of female, because Venus also have lot of ego. This nakshatra even connect your spouse, like maybe profession could also be related to travel influencer, right? Maybe luxury fashion industry, sorry, hotel industries, right? A hospitality industry, travel and tourism, fashion and beauty, things related to liquids, luxury goods, perfume, or maybe doing something related to law and philosophy, entertainment, some kind of a social influencer, right? They want high romance in their life, right? And definitely it's nakshatra support prosperity after marriage. Also freedom could be really important for the spouse. That can also be seen in this nakshatra. A spouse have love for water too, so they would like to go on a vacation near beaches, lake. They love to take long showers, right? That can be seen, because again shower also like have water, which is moon energy. That's why you see, whenever you are feeling bad, go and just take shower and you mentally feel very relaxed. It's a very natural remedy, right? Spouse can also be animal lover, right? Sometimes spouse can also become overconfident, so that's they need to overcome. And also sometimes they can be restless as well. Praying to goddess Lakshmi is also a great remedy for this nakshatra whenever your Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Purva Ashadha, right? So yeah, this is all about this nakshatra. If you want to purchase consultation or courses, links are in comment section and description. In Uttara Ashadha nakshatra. So what's going to happen when Darakaraka is placed in the nakshatra of Uttara Ashadha? Uttara Ashadha is one of the most dignified, duty-oriented, loyal and long-lasting marriage-connected nakshatra when it connects it to the generally like Darakaraka, etc., Venus, 7th Lord, etc. Now this nakshatra Uttara Ashadha is ruled by planet Sun. Okay, and its devta is Vishwadevas, and its symbol is elephant tusk, right? Which represent kind of a strength, honor, endurance. Now what's going to happen when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Uttara Ashadha? So you will see with this nakshatra, your spouse often has a very dignified personality. They carry natural respect and authority with this nakshatra. Spouse will have strong sense of responsibility. They take marriage very seriously. And spouse have generally, I've seen with this nakshatra, very loyal and dependable nature. Now see, Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Uttara Ashadha also show that your spouse will have a very loyal and a dependable nature. And commitment will be extremely important for your spouse. Also, spouse will have a very moral and principled mindset. They value honesty, integrity. Also, spouse have a very mature outlook towards life. Okay. Generally, this nakshatra give you a spouse who will be emotionally very stable generally, until or unless moon is highly affected in their chart. Also, often you feel destined marriage here. This nakshatra also show, whenever Darakaraka is in this Uttara Ashadha, that in your past life, like it may involve that some kind of a shared responsibility. Maybe you guys could be a co-worker or something in which you guys have some shared responsibility, right? So that can be seen. Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Uttara Ashadha also show that this relationship may start slowly, right? But it grows stronger with time, right? Also, there's going to be a definitely gradually bonding is going to form. Also, marriage brings stability to your life, right? Strong foundation through marriage can be seen in your life whenever Darakaraka is placed in this nakshatra of Uttara Ashadha. Spouse can also enter in your life during some major turning point, some destiny influence that can be seen. Darakaraka and Uttara Ashadha also show that your attraction can be based on respect and admiration, right? That can be seen. Like you may admire personality of your spouse, or maybe your spouse admire your personality, or can be both way possible. Also here Darakaraka in this nakshatra show that romantic connection can develop, but it's going to develop slowly, right? And First, friendship and trust will develop. You will see that, and later that will lead to like romantic relationship. So first, maybe you guys become kind of a friend, right? Start to talk to become friend, and then friendship become deeper, trust develop, and that's when it will lead towards a romantic communication or romantic connection. Also, your spouse will value loyalty and love, right? That can be seen. Love becomes stronger with time whenever Darakaraka is in the Uttara Nakshatra. Also, you will see that relationship may feel serious rather than playful here. It's a mature love kind of a nakshatra. Also, I've seen Darakaraka in Uttara Shada will give you a spouse who will be emotionally very disciplined personality. They rarely act impulsively. Spouse will have a strong sense of duty. You will also see. Spouse desire to build a stable life. They would like to do long-term planning about life. And they will have high expectation from you. Right? They want a reliable partner. Also, spouse will be very sensitive to dishonor or betrayal. Right? Trust will be extremely important for your spouse. Darakaraka and Uttarashada also show that your marriage becomes stable and structured generally with this nakshatra, especially when there's going to be a trust and you will not betray your partner. In case, definitely marriage will become stable and structured. Also, spouse, you will see with this nakshatra, your spouse often take leadership role in the family. They are going to be the one who will be the decision maker, not you, right? With this nakshatra. Also, Darakaraka in this nakshatra, like maybe you guys focus on building reputation, stability, long-term goal. That can be seen. Also, with maturity, your relationship will improve, especially after 30. Sometime I have seen with marriage, public recognition can also possible. Now, it has lot of meaning. Sometime some people get, let's say you create social media stuff. Maybe by getting married, by having your spouse in your life and Darakaraka is in Uttarashada, maybe you get fame. Maybe you get more follower. Let's say you are a TikToker, Instagrammer. You create any content. Let's say create finance content. And your videos related to finance, money related stuff, investment, like where to invest money, all that stuff goes viral. And now you are more visible. That can be seen. Or in other way, maybe you get married to a boy or a girl due to their spouse or your spouse family, like due to their family, maybe you get more respect, like, oh, this guy married to that person, that can also possible. Or maybe you get some success related to government or recognition, maybe get promotion in career. So yeah, these things can also be seen. 1,000 scenario can possible, but yeah, some sort of social respect your spouse may bring through the marriage. Now, if I talk about a little bit like conflict and arguments, right? So what will going to happen is that with Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Uttarashada, whenever argument happen or fight happen between you and your spouse, argument may involve responsibility issues, right? Like duty and expectations related issues, like your spouse may want you to, like they have expectation you do this stuff, or you want your spouse to do this kind of a stuff, but there is like a disagreement between that stuff, so that can be seen. Also, spouse really hate the disrespectful behavior. So respect and honor will be very, very important for your spouse whenever your Darakaraka is in the Uttarashada nakshatra. So if you don't give them that, that could become the issue. That could become the argument or fight issue as well. Right? Also, because of sun influence, I can say sometimes ego clashes can possible. Like authority conflict. Like for an example, let's say a simple example. You are planning to buy a home and you will say like, I would like to buy a home at there. And your spouse is like, have you even asked me? Like you should discuss with me, right? I think this is not good. We should take home there. That place is better or that home is better. You are wrong. So your authority will get challenged, right? And as I mentioned earlier, spouse will be the decision maker. So yeah, that could become an issue. Ego clash could become an important issue here. So you need to pay attention to that. You need to work with your spouse on this issue so that these things will not come in between your relationship. Also, you will see that whenever fight argument happens, spouse will prefer a logical discussion over emotional drama. Right? They want a calm resolution of something. Darakaraka in the nakshatra of Uttara also show that trust and respect is going to be the solution, right? You should give your spouse respect and trust, right, for having the conflict solution. That is the only solution you have with this nakshatra. Darakaraka in this nakshatra also show that your spouse will have a strong and confident facial features, very commanding presence. They have bright and steady eyes, very focused type of gaze. I can also say they have very balanced or strong body structure, right? Also, a very healthy appearance your spouse could have, and very, I would say, if I talk about their dressing style, they would like to dress in a very elegant way, yet simple way. And naturally, they have this commanding presence. They have this respectful aura. Naturally, authority type of aura they have, because your Darakaraka is in this nakshatra ruled by Sun. Also, this show that spouse can be loyal and very committed personality, right? That can be seen. They can be very responsible and hardworking, very goal-oriented person. They can be very protected towards partner and family, right? Very supportive nature have towards you, right? That can be seen. Also, like they are very reliable type of spouse you have with this nakshatra. But yeah, of course, sometimes this nakshatra spouse can behave very strictly, very serious. They could have high standards about something, right? Now, if I talk a little bit about intimate life with this nakshatra, like, with this nakshatra, I can tell you that emotional trust will be really important, right? For enjoying intimacy, and physical intimacy become deeper with emotional stability. Your spouse value loyalty in romantic life. Faithfulness will be essential here. Also, your romantic bond with your spouse grows stronger with time. That can also be seen. Also, like, see, whenever Darakaraka is in this nakshatra, emotional respect will be really important. Mutual admiration towards each other, that will improve the sensual life, right? Sexual life or intimate life. Also, the challenges you are going to face here with this nakshatra is that your spouse may appear sometime overly strict, overly serious. Maybe you are a playful person, you have that Gemini energy, and the spouse is behaving like, what the hell are you doing? Why you even like touching like that with my hair? Why you have this? Why you are behaving like a kid? So that could become an issue. They could have like high expectation from you about something, and that may create pressure on you. That could become issue. And always the ego conflict. Yeah, whenever Darakaraka is in Uttara nakshatra, ego conflict could be there, because sun influence is going to be there. And now you have to see other things as well. Let's say you are a male, you have Venus Sun combination in your chart, you have Venus Sun in the 7th house, and along with that you also have this Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Uttarashada. Now it's going to be like, that ego is going to be the major problem. So you need to work on that so that ego issue will not happen. Also, you will see Darakaraka in this nakshatra, your work responsibilities may dominate, right? That can also possible. Also, relationship will definitely become issue in relationship if the loyalty will get break. So trust and loyalty become really important here. And Darakaraka in this nakshatra show that your marriage teach you responsibility and commitment in life, right? Also, like this nakshatra show that like marriage definitely help both you and your spouse in achieving the goals of your life. Sometime I've also seen with this nakshatra, your spouse can hold some important leadership or respectable position in society. That can also possible. Also, you will see with Darakaraka in this Uttarashada nakshatra, spouse nature could be very wise, right? Very dignified. That can be seen. And spouse possess sometime elephant like strength and memory. Spouse can be very powerful, patient, and remember everything. They build things slowly, but they would love to build that last for generations, right? And spouse will definitely have very dignified, commanding presence, attractive type of appearance. right? They naturally, like, some people, when they enter into the room, you feel like when they say something, they say it in a way it feel like very commanding. Sun aura can be feel. So in that way, your spouse could be like that. Uh, Generally, this nakshatra often give you a very tall spouse, like, or not very, actually, a tall and a strong spouse is seen with this nakshatra, right? Although, of course, we have to see other things as well. We have to see Venus, Mars, right? Planet in the seventh house, seventh lord, and thousand other things, and their nakshatra also need to be seen. For that, full horoscope consultation is required. If you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. But even if with this nakshatra, when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra, because Darakaraka also play a very important role in our life, right? So it show that your spouse could be connected to, like spouse generally have strong vitality with this nakshatra, but spouse can be prone to the health issues related to bones, teeth, back issues like back pain, etc. Also, they need regular, like, connection with the nature and sunlight here. That is good for them. A spouse could be connected to the profession in which they are leaders. Like, they could be a judge, they could be a philosopher, they could be teacher, university professor, advisor, someone who is working at some authoritative position, right, in some corporate world as well, or maybe their own boss doing their own business. That can be seen. You will also see spouse communication style with this nakshatra can be very wise, very measured, right? When they speak, they carry their words carry, the, I would say, weight, because they speak with the universal principle. They are not the one who will say that, oh, in my opinion, I think so. No, they are the one who talk with the universal principle, right? So this nakshatra can even make your spouse an excellent advisor or counselor also. You will also see that. Maybe after marriage, like, you guys together likes to study about philosophy of life, right? Some kind of a teaching involvement, or engagement in some kind of a good activities, doing like some higher purpose, right? Or building some long lasting things in life, sharing wisdom, right? Sometime doing some non-governmental charitable related work can also be seen. Also, you will see, like, this nakshatra also show, like, your spouse have this aristocratic, very noble related, like, presence. This nakshatra can even give your spouse, I would say, especially if they are a male, they could have like broad, like, shoulder or chest, right? That can be seen. Also, when they look at you, you will feel like their eyes, their gaze can be very honest, very observant, right? And they have this mature look, right? You will also see. And like, spouse could have a very sharp nose sometime, prominent chin, and a clear forehead with this, which show their intelligence as well. And this nakshatra also show that a spouse can naturally be a leader, right? They don't need to shout or do something to lead. They naturally have that ability, right? They are very confident person. You will see that. And also, you will see that they are the one, there are some people who always care about the society, about the world. They would like to do something for the higher cause, for the greater good, not for some small circle. So that is the kind of a spouse you have. Generally, this nakshatra also talk about spouse could be very highly disciplined person who would like to go for a workout at time, doing gym, etc. Maybe doing Pilates, maybe doing some yoga, maybe doing Kegel exercise, depending on them, right? Maybe doing martial art or something, and very, uh, disciplined person. Generally, this nakshatra talk about. They could also be connected to civil services, government officer, corporate leadership like CEO, etc., board of director, law and justice like lawyers, judges, sometime in research, etc., science that can also possible. Even architecture and engineering can be seen, or even working like maybe your spouse could have some non-governmental organization in which they are working for some social reform, like they are running a movement or something to fix some issues in the society. That can also be seen with this nakshatra, right? uh, Sometimes this nakshatra show a little bit late marriage, like maybe late 30, late 28, or like some late marriage also can be seen with this nakshatra sometime. Spouse could also have love for tradition, etc. That can also be seen with this nakshatra until or unless Rahu involvement is there in their chart too much. Maybe they have some love for the animals, that can be seen. And spouse generally prefer very sattvic food, very high quality, simple food. Generally, they avoid junk food here. Right. Again, you have to see other things as well, as I mentioned earlier, like other planet will change its role, but just with this, we are seeing that. Generally, this nakshatra will give you a spouse who might have very few friends, but they are the one who value quality over quantity. So the few friends they have, they could be powerful. Right. That can be seen. And spouse could be a little bit prone to the issues related to even skin sometime knees and bone, etc. Right, that can also be seen. Sometimes this nakshatra can make your spouse very workaholic, and they have lot of like stubbornness, right, that you need to work on. Right, so this is all about Darakaraka and Uttara Shada nakshatra. If you want to purchase consultation or courses, links are in comment section and description. Let's talk about Darakaraka in Shravana nakshatra. Right, so what's going to happen when Darakaraka is placed in this nakshatra of Shravana? So, first of all, Darakaraka in Shravana nakshatra. See, Shravana is ruled by moon. Right, Shravana nakshatra is ruled by moon and is governed by Lord Vishnu. Its symbol is ear. Our ear, right? So it's represented like it's related to listening, awareness. Right? Now, what's going to happen when Darakaraka is placed in this nakshatra of Shravana? Now, Darakaraka in this Shravana nakshatra show that your spouse will be intelligent and thoughtful. Right? Spouse, think carefully before acting. A spouse can be a good listener, and a spouse value communication in relationship. Communication will play a very important role in your relationship whenever Darakaraka is in Shravana nakshatra. Darakaraka in Shravana nakshatra, it also show spouse can understand your feelings very easily. Right? Spouse will have dependable and responsible nature. Right? That can be seen. They will take marriage responsibilities seriously. Darakaraka in Shravana nakshatra also show spouse will have very respectful and cultured behavior. A spouse values social norms and traditions. Darakaraka in Shravana nakshatra also show that marriage may feel karmically very guided to you. Right? You will also see that. Darakaraka in Shravana nakshatra show that your past life bond may involve family or community connection. Right? It feel like you are the partner from past life that reunite again. Your relationship may begin through communication or learning environments. Right? Maybe through like you guys can have like beginning of relationship through some education, work, social circle. That can also possible when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Shravana. Also, marriage happen here. Like in marriage, you will see like the trust build, I would say, over time. Right? Then spouse may enter in your life when you seek stability. Like for an example, like you are going through a not a very good time, and you want like you have a very unstable life, unstable career, and you want to have a stability. So with your spouse, somehow destiny influence is going to be there. That's when the stability comes. That can be seen when Darakaraka is in Shravana Nakshatra. Darakaraka and Shravana Nakshatra also show that attraction may begin through conversation. Mental connection between you and your spouse will play the very important role in your relationship. Also, Darakaraka and Shravana, spouse value emotional understanding, right? That can be seen. Romantic bond grows through the trust, right? That can be seen. Love relationship may begin through friendship. Whenever Darakaraka is in Shravana Nakshatra, spouse also prefers stable and loyal relationship, right? Whenever Darakaraka is in Shravana, your spouse is not the one who is going for a casual love. No, they prefer always a stable and a loyal type of relationship. Then Darakaraka and Shravana Nakshatra, they can have a very observant personality, and spouse will also notice very small details, right? That's how you become observant personality. Spouse can be emotionally very intelligent person, right? They understand relation dynamics very well whenever Darakaraka is in Shravana Nakshatra. A spouse can be curious about knowledge and learning. Interest in education or culture can also be seen in a spouse. Darakaraka and Shravana, spouse value emotional harmony, right? They avoid unnecessarily conflict. A spouse can be very sensitive to harsh words, and communication must be respectful for the spouse. Darakaraka and Shravana Nakshatra also show that your marriage built on communication, right? Also, whenever there is going to be problem in your relationship, always talking and communication will be really important. Never try to cut off communication, right? In marriage, communication is going to be the key for success. Also, spouse will definitely encourage you towards improvement, supporting your growth, and your domestic life may become very organized and stable. Also, you could share intellectual interests, like maybe you guys are learning together something, doing things together, right? Maybe reading books, etc. That can be seen. Also, you will see, if I talk about the little bit fight patterns or argument that could happen between you and your spouse in marriage. So argument usually are very verbal here, right? Very discussion based conflict here rather than the emotional explosion. For some people, it's not like this. For some people, this like emotional breakdown. But for you, when Darakaraka is in Shravana Nakshatra, the arguments that's going to happen between you and your spouse is mostly going to be discussion based conflicts. And spouse dislike misunderstandings. Clear communication is needed, and misunderstanding can happen in relationship, especially when Darakaraka is in Shravana. That's why communication is important. Also, maybe spouse withdraw silently whenever like they feel hurt, right? That can possible. And it's your role here to try to communicate the right message and try to make sure that your relationship work better, because you are the one who understands astrology. Also, whenever there is a fight argument for you, the communication, or I would say the conflict resolution happen by calm communication and dialogue. Logical discussion is going to solve the problem. Okay, remember, communication should never be stopped, because you know astrology, it's your Darakaraka and Shravana Nakshatra. So always remember, whenever there is a problem, and even if a spouse withdraw, give them some time, maybe a couple of hours, and then go and try to communicate them. Say sorry and it's fine. That's how you move on. Never try to bring ego in the relationship, right? Because ego is sun and love relationship is Venus, and sun destroy Venus. Always remember that. So try to avoid ego, right? Also, I would like to tell you one thing. Now see, if other planets, like see, you have to see other planets as well. Planet in the 7th house. 7th Lord is Nakshatra, Dharakar, Venus and Mars, etc. Their Nakshatra, they also play their own role. But again, we have to, like for that, horoscope consultation is required. If you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. But again, just with Darakaraka also play a very important role. Okay, so Darakaraka is also really important. And we are discussing that now. Now, Darakaraka and Shravana Nakshatra also show that your spouse could have a very pleasant facial feature, very gentle expression. Their eyes can be very calm and very observant type of eyes, as if they are just observing everyone. Generally, they have a graceful appearance and a very balanced body structure, and they have a very soft voice and a refined speech style. And spouse will have a dignified presence also. This nakshatra give you a spouse who would be very calm and composed personality, right? And it's also talking about the loyal partner, someone who value commitment, someone who would have supportive nature, someone who encourage you emotionally, right? Someone who would have a very thoughtful decision making, right? Sometimes spouse can be overly cautious as well. Also, Darakaraka and Shravana Nakshatra also show, if I talk a little bit about your intimate life, emotional connection is really important for intimacy here. Physical intimacy and sexual life always improve with emotional security. Comfort enhances the romantic and sensual life. And a spouse will value loyalty a lot, right? Like, see, intimacy becomes stronger with time, and also comfort and emotional connection is going to, when it's like like, there are certain couple who are first feeling very emotionally, and then they get intimate. So that's the kind of a bond happen here. If I talk about little bit challenges that you are going to face here, like first of all, overthinking over small issues, mental stress. Like, for an example, something happened, whether you or your spouse may be having a lot of overthinking, like why he said that, why she said that, this happened, that happened. Emotional sensitivity to criticism, right? That can also be seen here in this relationship. Also, spouse may avoid confrontation, right? So that can also be a problem. Also, relationship may become a routine if excitement is missing. So you need some kind of excitement, some joy, some emotional freshness in the relationship here. So you need to work on that. And always remember, like, listening and communication is really important whenever Dharakaraka is in the nakshatra of Shravan, right? So you should always ready for listening and communication, otherwise your marriage will suffer. Dharakaraka and Shravana nakshatra, marriage will teach you like emotional understanding. Also, marriage here, like, see, generally Dharakaraka and Shravana nakshatra create a very harmonious type of marriage if the communication is like very good, right? But whenever the communication suffer, the marriage will suffer. And sometimes this nakshatra may connect your spouse with education, communication, media, advisory role. That can also be seen. Then what more we can see? Darakaraka and Shravana nakshatra, your spouse can be very attentive, very devoted, right? And they have this learning oriented mindset. Like, they always want to learn knowledge, and they could have a good listening abilities. That can be seen. Some people don't have it. Some people just talk shit and they do not want to listen to you. A great communicator is always going to be a great listener. Oh, sorry, I said it wrong. A great listener can be a great communicator as well, right? Because for communication, listening skills are really important. So they have that. Like, generally, this nakshatra give your spouse exceptional listening abilities, and that will increase their knowledge as well. And a spouse would constantly would like to learn something, to receive wisdom. That can be seen. And this nakshatra give your spouse, because again Shravana is ruled by moon, so give your spouse a very calm, very attentive, and spiritually luminous appearance, right? They have a, I would say, quality of being fully represented with an openness that invite other to share their truth with them. Spouse could have a very attentive, right, and deep listening type of eyes, right? That can be seen. Generally, spouse could have like very balanced physical structure and a very harmonious build, but their ears can be very prominent and beautiful feature. That can be seen. And spouse can be prone to the disease related to ear, hearing, right? Also, and spouse could be connected to the profession related to learning of some kind, like teaching, right? Some kind of a consultant, professor, something related to library, some kind of activist, counselor, therapist, translator can also be seen with this nakshatra, journalist can be seen with this nakshatra, someone who's doing some social media stuff can be seen with this nakshatra. And you guys could be meeting in some like place where there's some knowledge sharing happen. And if I talk a little bit about your spouse argument style, they always love to listen first. They always love to listen first, and then arguments like are approached with a desire to understand, not to win. For some people, they always talk a shit and they do give like they do arguments in such a way that their goal is just to win. But for your spouse, when they give argument, it's like to make you understand the point, not to prove their victory. Right? So that can be seen. They are the one who seek for a resolution. Also, Darakaraka and Shravana Nakshatra, maybe your spouse could have a little bit moon-like round face. Right? That can be seen. Also, their ears can be expressive. Very well-shaped and prominent ear. And they would like to wear something like ear accessories as well. That can be seen. Right? Generally, spouse could have a very pleasant and a very rhythmic way of speaking. People love to listen to them. And they could have this calm voice as well. Spouse generally don't rush. They have this steady and graceful walk. Right? They are generally a classic beauty. They prefer very well fitted clothes. Generally, I have seen that. Their eyes can be very observant, as I mentioned earlier. Right? And again, their listening skills can be exceptional. Right? And spouse with Darakaraka and Shravana Nakshatra, spouse will always going to be a lifelong learner. There are certain people who love to keep reading book, keep listening podcast, always love to learn about something till the end of their life. So they are that kind of a person. Generally, these people love to be deeply organized. So that's the kind of a spouse you will get, who love to be deeply organized. Also, a spouse can be, when Darakaraka is in Shravana Nakshatra, also you will see spouse can be very patient and persistent. They are the one who understand that Rome wasn't built in a day. So they are willing to wait for years to achieve the right result or to get the right result. Right? Generally, spouse will have a strong moral compass. Emotionally, they can be a very controlled personality. Right? And generally, these people I have seen also respect elders. Professionally, they could be connected again to the teaching, education, communication, media, journalism, counseling, therapy, management, administration, also music and sound. Yeah, I forget to mention like music producer, some kind of a linguist, speech therapy related profession. Nowadays, there are so much profession related to each nakshatra and planet, You just came to know about new professions also with consultation also, and that's when you connect them with the nakshatra. Right? Communication is again the foundation of this marriage. Whenever Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Shravana. Also, sometimes Darakaraka and Shravana nakshatra, spouse might hate loud sounds. Right? They appreciate like high quality audio and like certain type of sounds, but they hate this shitty loud musics. Right? That can also possible. Sometime, you will see that because of like Vaman Avatar's story, a spouse can even attain a 3 pieces of land, or maybe they lose 3 pieces of land in their like life, like whether they get somehow 3 different property or 3 different land, or maybe they lose 3 different property or 3 different land in their life. That can also possible. Some 3 related combination can be seen in their life. Spouse could have love for water. Maybe they would like to walk near beaches, or they could say things like I love to spend time near beaches. I wish we could live near beach because that give me mental peace. And spouse could be a animal lover as well. Sometimes this nakshatra will give you a spouse who could have habit of mimicry as well. And spouse could sometime be very sensitive to criticism. So you should never use harsh word against your spouse. Right? Be careful. That's what you need to be like, pay attention. Now again, we have to see other things as well, as I mentioned earlier, right? To see overall things. But yeah, this is just a Darakaraka placement. Now, of course, full horoscope consultation is required to see the big picture. If you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. This is all about Shravana Nakshatra. Now, what's going to happen when Darakaraka is in Dhanishta Nakshatra? Right? Dhanishta, it's one of the most ambitious, socially visible, energetic, and success oriented, right, marriage pattern related nakshatra. Now, this nakshatra is ruled by planet Mars, and it's governed by deity is Ashtavasus. Its symbol is drum or a musical instrument, right, which represent rhythm, wealth, social interaction. What's going to happen when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Dhanishta? So it show that your spouse will be energetic, will be active, and his spouse kind of enjoy dramatic lifestyle. Darakaraka in Dhanishta Nakshatra also shows spouse will be very ambitious. Okay, very ambitious type of a spouse you will get with this nakshatra of Dhanishta. They will have this strong desire to achieve success. Spouse also have socially very confident nature. Some people, don't feel very comfortable in public settings. But whenever Darakaraka and Dhanishta Nakshatra, you see your spouse can be very comfortable in public settings. Spouse could have very independent mindset. Spouse value personal freedom. A spouse could have strong leadership qualities. Right? They are the ones who take initiatives. Also, Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Dhanishta show that your marriage may feel destined. That can also be possible, and like you and your spouse will help each other to grow in life with this nakshatra. Also, you will see that whenever there is going to be a phase in your life which is going to be a turning point when you are destined to have a career growth, that is when the spouse enter in your life. Right? Also, Darakaraka and Dhanishta Nakshatra, your relationship may start through a social or professional environment. Right? Through maybe networking or public setting. That's how the relationship can start. And Darakaraka and Dhanishta also show that marriage may bring new opportunities. Maybe new life direction will open for you. Darakaraka and Dhanishta Nakshatra also show that your attraction offers. Darakaraka and Dhanishta Nakshatra also show that your attraction often based on confidence and charisma. Right? You will also see that Darakaraka and Dhanishta, your spouse may pursue like you actively. Also, a romantic life may feel very exciting, very lively, active relationship because Mars energy is there. Right? And also you will see Darakaraka in Dhanishta Nakshatra, your spouse can have very competitive mindset, very competitive, right? Also, they likes to achieve their goal a lot. Spouse can be very independent thinker. Spouse can be emotionally very confident personality. They have this self-assured kind of a behavior. And Darakaraka and Dhanishta also show that your spouse enjoys social recognition. Right? Public appreciation or at least appreciation from your side is really important for them. Also, whenever Darakaraka is in Dhanishta Nakshatra, if your spouse growth is slow, they become kind of impatient. You will also see that. Darakaraka and Dhanishta Nakshatra also show marriage may bring some kind of a increased social activities. Like maybe now, earlier you are not interested in going to parties or family weddings or something or networking event. But after getting married, somehow you have to attend the parties or gatherings or networking event or marriages. That can possible Darakaraka and Dhanishta Nakshatra. Also, Darakaraka and Dhanishta Nakshatra show that you and your spouse may pursue financial or career goals together, like a teamwork. You guys do these things. Right? Darakaraka and Dhanishta also show that your spouse encourage your ambition. They will motivate you to achieve something in your life. Right? Also, this nakshatra even talk about that your marriage can improve your lifestyle, like prosperity will be there. So this is one of the combination where after getting married, somehow you will get money due to which you purchase a good house, new car, etc. That can possible. Also Darakaraka in Dhanishta Nakshatra, and there is going to be a strong Mars energy. So you will often feel that relationship, whenever you have a relationship here, you feel very energetic, like relationship feel very energetic and active. Right? Not you actually, I'm talking about the relationship will have a lot of energy and very activeness. It's rarely a dull relationship whenever Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Dhanishta. If I talk little bit about the fight and argument and conflict related pattern whenever Darakaraka is in Dhanishta nakshatra, so it shows that your argument may occur due to busy schedules. Work-life balance is required, otherwise argument may happen. Maybe your spouse will say, you are not giving me enough time. What the hell are you doing? You are just busy full time, and even when you come to home you are just talking on your phone. What the hell is going on? Are you having an affair or something? So that can be seen. So work-life balance is required. Also spouse dislike laziness. They prefer action. Maybe spouse encourage you to go to the gym, to do exercise, to do some action. Right? Also for spouse, freedom will be really important. So if you don't give them freedom, or they always have the desire for independence, because obviously Mars energy is there. Right? So in a traditional kind of a places, this can create conflicts, because for them personal freedom is really important. Right? A spouse may react quickly but calm down fast also, because Mars energy is a very quick energy. Sometimes they are very reactive and then calm down also very fast. Also here, whenever you have fight, argument, etc., having an honest communication with your spouse can restore the stuff, but not in an angry way. You should try to do that calmly, because it's your Darakaraka, right? And you understand astrology, so it's your responsibility. If I talk about a little bit like appearance, etc., then your spouse can have very athletic body, very active body structure, right? And your spouse will have this energetic presence whenever Darakaraka is in Dhanishta Nakshatra. A spouse can have very bright and confident eyes, right? They have this dynamic gaze. And a spouse will have a very attractive and charismatic presence. Actually, this nakshatra give your spouse a very magnetic personality. They will have strong posture and a very confident walk. They have a leadership aura in them. Darakaraka in Dhanishta, your spouse could have stylish yet practical dressing sense. Very active lifestyle they would like to follow. Maybe they would like to do Pilates, yoga, going like Kegel exercise, depending upon also maybe going to gym, etc., martial arts, or doing something, right? That can be seen. Also, Darakaraka in Dhanishta Nakshatra, spouse could be very energetic personality, always doing something, always moving. Also, I've seen sometimes they could do things very fast. Like for an example, cooking. There are certain people who just, even if a lady is cooking, they are just fast, like cutting the onions and then just fastly moving towards the fridge and fastly doing. Very fast moving energy they have generally with this. Now, of course, other things also play its role. If you have Darakaraka and Dhanishta at the same time, Saturn in the 7th house, Saturn 7th lord, then it's going to be a mixture, right? Saturn is slowing things down, Dhanishta is increasing the energy. So then that's why you need to see other things as well. Full horoscope consultation is required for that. Links are in comment section and description if you want to purchase that. But again, even Darakaraka here, it also play a major role. So also loyal partner can be expected here if you are emotionally committed here. Darakaraka and Dhanishta also give a spouse who could have a very social, very friendly nature, right? Even the spouse could enjoy interaction with people. Spouse could be very competitive spirit, right? Spouse like challenges because it's a Mars energy. Mars always love challenges, always ready to fight, right? That's what the Mars nature is. That's why spouse would have a very competitive type of spirit and they always like challenges, right? And spouse will be independent decision maker, very self-reliant type of person. Darakaraka in this nakshatra of Dhanishta will give you a very passionate physical connection, intimacy wise, sexual wise, very, very passionate like sexual life here. Because Mars is there, lot of energy, right? Also you see that spouse value a lot loyalty here in intimacy also. So that could be trust become important for them. And also in terms of romance and love and intimate life, you guys will be very exciting, adventurous, try different position of Kama Sutra maybe. right? Maybe you guys try different positions, right, in intimate life. So that can also be seen. So yeah, but like if I talk about a little bit what kind of a challenges you face in relationship here in marriage, uh, if you have too much busy lifestyle, so that could create problem in marriage because that reduce emotional closeness. So always having a work life balance, having a time management is really important. Also, if let's say because your spouse could be very competitive personality, and if you also have a lot of ego, then of course ego conflicts can possible. So now you need to work on this. This is the beauty of astrology. You know that your chart have this placement. It's your responsibility to work on it. Right now, try to reduce ego, etc. Also, I've seen sometimes spouse with this nakshatra can prioritize a career lot. Right, that can be seen, and so spouse also needs some balance. If let's say your spouse is not giving time, then they also need some balance. Dharakaraka in this nakshatra is very good actually for prosperity. It's actually build a strong social and financial stability for you and your spouse, right? And this nakshatra also show that marriage teach you teamwork, also in achieving goal. It generally create a very energetic and passionate type of relationship and marriage, right? Spouse could also be involved in some business, leadership role, sports, public role, entertainment. Sometimes this nakshatra also like show that your marriage can increase your social status, wealth, prosperity in your life. Maybe you and your spouse or either one of you can enjoy a lot of party, traveling, social event, active lifestyle. That can also be seen here. Then what else we can see? Darakaraka and Dhanishta give you a spouse who would have a very energetic, right? Very rhythmically inclined type of spouse. Like spouse with this nakshatra have this natural sense of timing and an ability to create harmony wherever they go. Right? Whether it's music, business, social situations, or life, they know when to act and when to pause. Like they are like a master drummer, right? Also, you will see spouse could have a vibrant, energetic, and often I would say very artistic type of expressive face. And spouse could have a very engaging presence. This nakshatra can even give your spouse a very sparkling type of eyes, very joyful, observant type of eyes. This nakshatra give your spouse, I have also seen like a very well proportionate and energetic build. Right? They have this grace in their movement while they walk. Generally, this nakshatra support good vitality, but spouse can be prone to the heat related issues. Right? Or might be sometime like sound ear related issues, right? That can also be seen. Spouse could be connected to uh, with this nakshatra, spouse could be connected to some wealth management, music composer, dancer, right? Some kind of a music therapist, financial advisor, banker, right? Event planner, philanthropy, or some running some organization. This nakshatra can even show that you can meet your spouse at some concert, at some dance performance, at some music festival, or through mutual friends also, or maybe at a place where you are gone for some fun. Like for an example, in Thailand, Koh Phangan Island, you went for full moon night party. You meet there someone, that can possible. Communication style can be very engaging here when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Dhanishta. Socially, they can be very fluent also. I've seen that with this nakshatra. Sometime I've seen after getting married, you and your spouse could do things like dancing, maybe like entering into field like dancing, right? Attending celebration, hosting gathering, right? And yeah, some kind of a fun activities maybe you guys do together, or physically maybe doing exercise, etc. That can also be seen here. Then what more I can say? Right, this nakshatra can even give your spouse, I would say, a very warrior like physique, very fit type of physique with high metabolism, right? Very radiant face they could have. They could have a very, I would say, reddish or golden hue on their skin, because that reflect the fire of Mars, right? And the gold because of the devtas of this nakshatra Vasus. They could have a very sharp and piercing eyes, and a defined jawline can also be seen in your spouse with this nakshatra, right? And because Mars is there, so they could have this sporty, young, youthful energy, and a very expressive lip hair can also be seen in your spouse. This nakshatra give you a spouse who can be a very high achiever. They are not only just want to be ambitious, but also they would be obsessed about something, being on the top of something. They don't like to be a mediocre. They want to be at the top, right? They naturally have love for art, love for music, and they have this wealthy mindset, right? Also, you will see that generally this nakshatra spouse can be loyal. Other things also need to be seen, but yeah, loyal spouse you can expect with this. Like they, and spouse could have a very strong ego also with this nakshatra. So you need to work on that, because that's why sometime that could lead to ego clashes. With Sun and Mars, it's always the case. Whenever Darakaraka ruler becoming some Mars, so naturally some fight, conflict can also possible. But sometime I've seen even fight will lead to sexual intimacy, like having argument and then you guys kiss and went to the bed and move towards intimacy. That can also be seen. You saw those videos, they are related to such nakshatras. Spouse can sometimes be very bold, very courageous person, and they could also be very adaptable also, right? Spouse could be connected to music, performance art, like drummer, dancer, singer, music producer, finance, banking, right? The wealth management related person, land, real estate related work, tech and innovation, because technical things can also be seen from the Mars. Sports, physical training related profession. Physically, it's a very good nakshatra for physical intimacy, passion. It's a good nakshatra. And this nakshatra, even as I mentioned earlier, also show prosperity after getting marriage, right? That can also be seen with this nakshatra. Spouse can be a little bit sensitive to loud sound, loud beats. So they could have this issues in their ear related to high beats, right? Loud beats, that can be possible. They don't like that. Spouse could have good physical stamina also with this nakshatra, right? And sometime because Mars energy is too much, if it's afflicted, then it can give you spouse a very rich spouse, little bit like restlessness also. Okay. So yeah, of course, we have to see other things as well. Planet in the 7th house, 7th Lord, Mars, Venus, etc. For that, full horoscope consultation is required. If you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. And this is all about Dhanishta Nakshatra. What's going to happen when Darakaraka is placed in the Nakshatra of Shadbisha? Now, Shadbisha is one of the most mysterious, right, unconventional type of nakshatra, and also psychologically very complex, right, type of nakshatra, because it's ruled by Rahu and its deity is Varuna. Now what's going to happen when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Sadbisha? So it shows, first of all, that your spouse will be intellectually very strong. Spouse enjoy deep thinking and analysis. First of all, it shows that your spouse will be intellectually very strong person. Spouse enjoy deep thinking and analysis. Spouse could be very independent personality, and they are the one who value their personal space also, because whenever Rahu involvement is there, for some time these people need their energy. Like for an example, they have a dedicated room where for some time they just go and relax and sit alone. So the me time could be important for them, right? Very independent personality it make your towards your spouse. Like spouse will have independent personality also. Emotionally, spouse could have a very private nature, right? And they will reveal feelings slowly. Spouse will be very curious and mysterious, right? And could be interested in hidden knowledge like research, psychology, occult, astrology, tarot card reading. These themes can naturally come. Darakaraka and Sadbisha, spouse could have a very unconventional mindset. Spouse will think very differently from other people around them. You will also see with this nakshatra of Sadvisha, something very unconventional in their thinking. Like for an example, their family is following tradition, etc. And they are like, what the hell you guys are doing? These things doesn't even matter. People are doing prayers to the God at a time, and they are like, how does it matter that you have to do prayers at a particular time? Whenever I feel connected to the God, I can do prayer at that time. So very unconventional mindset, right? I'm just giving you some examples, right? Now, marriage can also feel very unusual to you. Very destiny driven connection, fated connection. Also, Darakaraka and Sadvisha, maybe in your past life, you might have a very spiritual, very intellectual type of connection with your partner. Right? And relationship can begin through unusual circumstances here. Right? Maybe unexpected meeting can happen here. Darakaraka and Sadvisha, spouse may enter in your life during some personal transformation. Right? There can be major life change happen because of your spouse or after your spouse in your life. Right? Marriage can lead to deep psychological growth also. That can also be seen when Darakaraka is in Sadvisha Nakshatra. Darakaraka in Sadvisha, your attraction towards your partner can begin through intellectual connection. Mental compatibility will become really important here. Darakaraka and Sadvisha also show that spouse may appear very mysterious. Also, love relationship may develop slowly. Because Darakaraka is in Sadvisha, it's ruled by Rahu. So for your spouse, they could be very like suspicious towards others. So they take time for them like to trust to build. It take time, right? So that's why relationship develops slowly. Also, through understanding, definitely emotional bond is strengthened, and that will deepen the conversations. Darakaraka and Sadvisha also show that romantic relationship may feel very different from traditional marriages. There can be some unique dynamic here. Also, Darakaraka and Sadvisha, your spouse could be analytical thinker, someone who could enjoy problem solving puzzle, etc. Emotionally detached person sometime you will see. Spouse always need their personal space. That matter to them a lot. Then like a space where they just can sit in some room somewhere and do their analysis about something, right? Why this happened, why this person said to me this, what's going on. So that's how these things go in their mind. Spouse could be very curious about technology, science, artificial intelligence, spirituality. Very research oriented personality spouse will have when Darakaraka is in Sadvisha. Spouse value independence very strongly, and spouse dislike control. Whenever Darakaraka is in Sadvisha, this is always going to be the case. Also, spouse can be a deep observer of human behavior, psychology. Maybe they study about the psychology of the husband and wife, like how can I make this person like relationship better or something, or even try to control, right? Take control in relationship. Also, you guys may share a lot of ideas together, maybe in marriage. Intellectual companionship become important. Spouse encourage personal freedom here. That can also be seen. Also, Darakaraka and Sadvisha, you guys may explore unconventional lifestyle. That can be seen. Right? Darakaraka and Sadvisha, you will also see your relationship may involve a period of emotional distance. Right? There can be phases like that. And in this marriage, whenever Darakaraka is placed in Sadvisha, your mutual respect will be really important towards each other, because phases can come where spouse will feel different with Rahu energy, sometimes emotionally detached and a lot more. But how the things can improve by having mutual respect, right? Like for an example, your spouse want to spend time alone, so you can just, it's okay, you can understand, it's fine, right? They need time to fix right things in their life, so you just give them time. That's how the things work here. And if I talk about the fight and conflict pattern, so Darakaraka and Sadvisha show that argument may involve very intellectual disagreements. So this can be a debate style of conflict that happen between you and your spouse whenever Darakaraka is in Sadvisha. Also, you will see Darakaraka in Sadvisha, your spouse may withdraw emotionally during conflicts. They need alone time. Also, Darakaraka in Sadvisha, emotional misunderstanding can possible due to detachment. Communication will be really important here. Darakaraka in Sadvisha also show that your spouse dislike controlling behavior. Freedom will be really essential for them. Right? Darakaraka in Sadvisha also show that spouse, like with your spouse, honest discussion definitely help in resolving the conflict. If I talk about your Darakaraka in Sadvisha, your spouse appearance can be very unique, unconventional. They can be very distinct personality. Something unconventional about their appearance. Maybe they likes to hair, like everyone having a certain color of hair, like, but they try to color their hair in a very different way. They could have a very deep and observant eyes, intense gaze. They could have a very slim or balanced body structure. Right? They have a very calm and reserved expression. Right? Also, spouse will have a magnetic yet mysterious aura. You will see that. And yes, this is one of the case of marrying to someone different caste, different community, different culture, different religion, foreigner. If other placements are supporting, of course, we have to see other things as well in your chart. For that, full horoscope consultation is required. If you want to purchase that, links are in comment section, description. We have to see Venus, Mars, etc. Right? And thousand other things. But Darakaraka is also a really important planet. So with Darakaraka, these things can also be seen in your spouse. Also, spouse can be very independent. Right? They could have a very self-reliant nature. They can be friendly but selective in relationship also. They prefer few close connections. Spouse can be emotionally intelligent but very private also. Right? Also, Darakaraka is in this nakshatra. Spouse could be very innovative thinker. Spouse sometimes can be very unpredictable. Right? That can also be seen. Darakaraka and Sadvisha, spouse can be, like I would say, emotional connection grows slowly. Right? In relationship. Trust build like gradually. It takes some time. Also, Darakaraka and Sadvisha show that intellectual compatibility between you and your spouse will enhance your sexual life, intimate life. Because here mental stimulation will be really important for improving your intimacy. A spouse can value loyalty in married life. You will see that. Also, emotional honesty improves closeness. Right? It's like, spouse really want you to respect. Right? That is really important for them. Also, emotional distance may create misunderstanding sometime here when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Sadvisha. Right? These are some challenges that you need to overcome. Like spouse may prioritize independence. So sometimes balance is needed from your side. You should understand that, okay, let them take their time. And for outsiders, for other people, your relationship can feel very unconventional. Something unique. Right? Whether you get married to someone different or something is unique between you and your spouse. And overthinking may cause emotional confusion also. Right? That can also be seen. Darakaraka and Sadvisha also show that your marriage teach you balance between independence and intimacy. Okay? Darakaraka and Sadvisha also show that your spouse may work in research, technology, medicine, psychology. That can be seen. Your marriage may involve foreign connections, unusual lifestyle. Right? That can be seen. And love marriage chances are there, obviously, here with Rahu influence. Darakaraka and Sadvisha, your spouse could have a very mysterious, very introspective type of nature. Sometimes spouse could have some healing oriented habits as well. Or nature. Or they would like to learn about healing. Or they could literally do healing. Spouse could be deeply connected to very unseen things, taboo stuff. And they could have this innate ability to heal others, whether they know some medicine, alternate medicine, some therapy, or some kind of a mantra they use to heal other. That can also be seen. Naturally a very mysterious person your spouse will be. You will see that. And their appearance can be very unique, very mysterious, and very striking in an unusual way, unconventional way. You will see that. Also, often this nakshatra give you a spouse which is very like having a slender and a graceful build. Right? They mostly move quietly. That can also be seen. And their presence can be very mysterious. If I talk a little bit about health issues, then the water related issues in the body can arise, like kidney fluid, etc. So you need to be like focus on that, like your spouse. If I talk about like professional clues, Darakaraka in Sadvisha, spouse could be in healing, some kind of a mysterious professions, research, hidden knowledge, occult, astrology, tarot card reader, doctor, right? Any kind of a healer, alternative medicine, therapist, researcher, scientist, astrologer, palmist, pharmacist, right? Or someone who is working related to water or fluid. And you could meet this person, your spouse, in a very mysterious way, unconventional way, or maybe in hospital, at some healing place, right? Unconventional meeting can also possible here, right? These things can also be seen with this nakshatra. A spouse maybe likes to spend time near water, near ocean, beaches, riverfront. That can also be seen with this nakshatra. Darakaraka and Sadbisha nakshatra, spouse could have a very dreamy, magnetic type of eyes. Right? You feel like their eyes are seeing into you. Right? That can be seen. And spouse could have a very elongated body structure. They could be unconventional beauty, I would say, as per your place. And they could have this electric presence. Right? And sometime I've seen like spouse preference could be very dark colors or cool type of colors. Maybe black, deep blues, metallic shade they prefer. Sometimes spouse could be very tech savvy. And they likes to change look. There are certain people who always like to change their look. Now they have this hairstyle doing this blonde color. Then they are doing this funky type of colors, always changing. Then having brown color, black color, they always changing. So that can be seen. They could be very silent researcher. Maybe you don't even know, but they are researching about something. And this nakshatra also talk about someone who could be naturally a detective, undercover agent. So that thing can be seen. Naturally a healing ability they have of some kind. That can also be seen when Darakaraka is in Sadbisha. Now, of course, see, we have to see other things as well. Your Venus placement, Mars placement, 7th Lord, planet in the 7th house, their nakshatra. So that will reveal the overall story. For that, full horoscope consultation is required if you want to purchase that. But again, this is also really important. Right? Darakaraka play a very important role. Also, spouse can be prone to isolation. Maybe they prefer sometimes solitude to recharge their battery. Right? They could have a very eccentric hobbies. Right? That can also be seen. Sometimes spouse can feel very empty in social circle. Right? And a spouse could also be connected to medicine, pharmacy, artificial intelligence, space industry, aviation industry, psychology, hidden intelligence related work. Also, this connection can form very sudden type of union can be seen. Maybe you guys are traveling somewhere in the evening and suddenly you see a beautiful girl or a handsome boy coming towards you. And you guys start to talk and then, or maybe by mistake you touch each other hand and then say sorry and then you kind of start to talk. Where are you from? You guys kind of become friends, travel together. Down the line things get serious, fall in love, get married. That can also be seen here. For some time, spouse have this separative zone type of tendency. They always need a space when they are behaving amazing, they are loving you, but then sometime they also like to sit alone for some time. Right? And there can be obviously a foreign element involved. Unconventional marriage, maybe you do not like to do a normal tradition of marriage. You likes to go for a different kind of a marriage, that can be seen. Maybe you don't like your tradition, etc. You would like to go for some normal weddings, that can be seen. You don't like big fat weddings as per happening in your society. Or maybe it's totally opposite. Your society is preferring simple marriage, but you want to have very good wedding. Because something unconventional. Right? That's what this is nakshatra is. A spouse could have a love for water, like sitting near water, beaches and all that stuff can be seen. Sometimes this nakshatra, your spouse feel like they know a lot. They know more than even a doctor. Right? Sometimes actually they could have literally the like knowledge of medicines. Right? This can literally give your spouse knowledge of medicine, etc. That can also be seen. Sometimes spouse can become obsessive about something in life. Right? That can also be seen. Here, for improving your marriage, always praying to Lord Shiva is a great like remedy here. Right? So these things can be seen. And obviously, if you want to purchase consultation or courses, links are in comment section and description. And this is all about Darakaraka and Sadvisha Nakshatra. Okay, now let's talk about Darakaraka in Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra. So what's going to happen when Darakaraka is in the nakshatra of Purva Bhadrapada? Darakaraka in Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra, Purva Bhadrapada, first of all, it's ruled by Jupiter, and its ruler, like is Devata or deity is Aja Ekapada. Right? And its symbol is two-faced man. Right? And now what's going to happen when Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Purva Bhadrapada? So first of all, Purva Bhadrapada, when Darakaraka is placed, spouse often has an intense personality. That's why what I have seen. Spouse could have a strong emotional presence, very intense type of person. Also, spouse can be very deep thinker. Spouse can be interested in philosophical or spiritual topics. Right? Spouse could have strong ideals and beliefs. Spouse values truth and purpose. Right? Spouse can be very emotionally complex. Spouse is not easy to understand initially. A spouse can also have a very independent mindset. Right? And spouse prefer authenticity over social expression. You will see that. And karmically, marriage may feel very destiny driven type of marriage. This nakshatra also show that your past life bond may involve a deep emotional connection. Unfinished relationship karma can be there. Darakaraka and Purva Bhadrapada also show that your relationship may begin through unusual circumstances, unexpected meetings. Let's say, for an example, you are going to a library with Jupiter, right? Like you are going to study there. And there you meet a girl studying next to you, or you guys like each other, things get serious, you fall in love, get married. That can be seen. Let's say you are just going to visit a temple, right? And then on the way, maybe on some mountain temple you are going, and there is some traffic jam or something, you stop, right? Try to have some stop somewhere, and you see this girl or boy, and you guys have relationship and marriage. That can possible. Something very unexpected meeting. Also, a major turning point of life can happen after marriage or because of spouse. And marriage can become reason of your personal growth, right? It can be a life-changing partnership, by the way. Also, Darakaraka in Purva Bhadrapada, like you will also see, attraction can be very intense and very mysterious here. Right? You will feel very magnetic pull towards your spouse whenever Darakaraka is in Purva Bhadrapada. Spouse can appear very unusual. Yeah, right? They could have a very unique personality. And love relationship with this nakshatra can begin suddenly. Unexpected emotional connection can be seen. Right? Also, romantic bond may feel very spiritual or karmic. right? There can be a deep connection between you and your spouse. Emotional attachment becomes strong with time, right? You will also see that. Darakaraka, whenever placed in Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra, spouse could have a very philosophical type of mindset. Spouse like exploring deeper truths. Spouse can be emotionally intense personality. Spouse could have a strong inner world, right? Spouse can be very independent thinker, right? Someone who challenge the conventional beliefs that can be seen, like for an example, oh, this is like our belief system, this is we have to do the things. They are like, why you guys are praying to the god at this particular time? I can pray at night as well. If I feel connected to the god, that's better for me. So always challenging belief system. Why, like when you get married, the female have to live in a certain way, why the man don't have, like they always like, challenge why society follow us to have a traditional marriage. I would like to choose this thing, that thing. So that can be seen. Spouse could have a very observant and analytical type of nature. They can understand people very deeply whenever your Darakaraka is in Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra. Also, spouse may struggle with inner emotional conflict. Sometimes they could have a dual nature. They are feeling very happy today. You are feeling like, wow, my spouse is happy. And then next day, they are just feeling like the most depressed person on this planet, right? So emotional conflicts can be there. Dual nature they will have. Also, marriage may involve deep emotional bonding whenever Darakaraka is in Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra. It's a very powerful connection related nakshatra. Also, your spouse will influence because it's Jupiter. Remember, spouse will always do philosophical discussion with you about the world view, maybe geopolitics, or about the world, like their view start to, or I would say you will experience your spouse influence on you because it's Jupiter, right? So Jupiter is like a teacher, it's a guru, it's a professor. So you get that knowledge from them and they start to put influence on you about the world view. And maybe your viewpoint about the world can also change with this relationship. And yes, there is going to be intensity in the relationship. Relationship will hit emotional high at some point and emotional low also. So you need to manage that wisely. Marriage with the Darakaraka and Purva Nakshatra, marriage may bring a major transformation in your life. New direction can open for your life. You and your spouse can explore philosophical ideas together, spiritual places, spiritual interests can be seen, right? Maybe start to do yoga, etc. Travel to Rishikesh in India or some other place, that can be seen. Now, if I talk a little bit about the fight and arguments that's going to happen between you and your spouse, argument with this nakshatra Darakaraka can involve like maybe about deep emotional issues, serious discussion. Spouse dislikes superficial communication. They need honesty, right? Emotional intensity may create dramatic conflict here. Also, spouse may withdraw when they hurt, right? You will see that when you guys have fight argument, spouse will feel hurt. So they withdraw emotionally and maybe sit somewhere alone in some room, or maybe in solitude, went somewhere, sit in the beach or somewhere, right? Like on the beach somewhere, that can be seen. Or maybe went for a walk alone, right? And when the reconciliation, how the reconciliation is happen after the fight between you and your spouse, through deep conversation, through emotional honesty. These things play a very important role by having the reconciliation after fight between you and your spouse, right? Please ignore my voice. I have little bit of issues related to cold. My voice is not very good, right? So please ignore that and focus on the content, right? Now, Darakaraka and Purva Bhadrapada, like your spouse can have very deep, very intense eyes, right? Very unique, mysterious appearance. They could be very distinct personality. Their appearance can be very calm but very powerful. Spouse could have a very balanced body structure, confident posture they have. And spouse have this magnetic charisma, right? You will also see that. Spouse can be very serious and thoughtful personality. They can be very deep thinker. And when emotionally committed, they can be very loyal partner, right? They could have strong attachment with you. Spouse will be very passionate emotionally. They feel deeply towards you or for you, and very protective towards you. They could also have this defensive instinct, like to defend you. Also, sometime spouse can be very unpredictable, very intense, strong in an energy. Like you will feel like you are very unpredictable. Sometimes you behave in this way, sometimes you behave that way. Sometimes I feel like it's you, sometimes I feel like I'm talking to a completely different person. That can be seen. If I talk a little bit about intimacy and emotional bond, so emotional connection is very essential here for intimacy. Also, physical intimacy may feel intense and passionate. Deep involvement can be seen, which is a good thing. Many people will say, obviously. Spouse value loyalty in romantic life. Always remember, right? And you will also see some challenges if I talk about. Sometime emotional intensity can create conflict, right? So you need to focus on that. Also, spouse can be very unpredictable. They could have mood changes and you won't like it. So that could become the problems that you have to deal in marriage. Also, relationship may involve very dramatic phases sometime, right? Emotions could involve, like for an example, you are talking to other girls and they won't like it, and they get emotionally crying and all that, like you are having an affair or something, right? That could be one scenario. Thousand other scenario like that can possible. So spouse can struggle with a lot of internal conflict. Okay, and if trust is broken, then marriage face problems, right? So you need to focus on all these points whenever your Darakaraka is in Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra. Marriage will teach you like deep emotional understanding. Also, you will see that uh, like there can be some transformation in your life, right? With this, and a spouse can have interest in philosophy, spirituality, psychology, research. Sometimes, marriage can also involve very unusual lifestyle here, unique path, right? That can be possible. Also, Darakaraka and Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra, if I talk more about it, spouse can be very intense, very passionate, and spiritually very fiery and very transformative. uh, Spouse possess a raw, purifying energy that can feel overwhelming, right? That can be seen. And spouse have this ability that they can see through illusion, through falseness. So if someone try to scam and create, such things, they have this ability to sense that. Sometimes they could even advise you, hey, I think this person is not right, this girl is not right. So yeah, that can be seen. Like they have this natural BS detector inside them, you can say that. Also, I would say they could have a very striking appearance, very intense, and a very luminous type of appearance. That can be seen. Very piercing gaze in their eyes can be seen. Very deep eyes. Sometimes it feel like they are looking into your soul. Often this nakshatra give you a very strong, uh, resilient build kind of a physical structure to your spouse, right? Also, a spouse can be prone to the excess fire related issues in their body, like inflammation. They could have fevers, burns of some kind, right? These things can be seen. Or professionally, spouse can be a psychologist, therapist, spiritual teacher, someone involved in some kind of exercise, yoga, Pilates, etc. Someone who could be a some kind of a life transformation coaches, professor, right? And any field related to death and rebirth, purification, they could also be uh, like related to these things. Also, uh, like whenever argument etc happen, your spouse argument style can be very fiery, very intense, that ultimately purify you, right? Their argument is like I can say that uh, you know can be destructive in the moment, but those arguments can sometimes be very necessary for your growth in long term. That's what we can say. Then Darakaraka and Purva Bhadrapada. Uh, like spouse could have like a two-faced look, I would say. Also, like you see, uh, their face, or I would say their appearance look, can change as per their mood. You know, those certain kind of a people, they look different with different mood. So that kind of a thing can be seen, right? And they could have very intense and fiery eyes and a very prominent forehead that show the intelligence they have, the Jupiterian wisdom they have, right? You can also see that. And they could have a very large or strong lips, right? This nakshatra is associated with a powerful speech, right? So they're like the lips or the mouth could be their focal point, right? And you will also see that they don't like to follow the trends. They could have some sort of unconventional stuff, although the ruler is Jupiter. But with this nakshatra, something unconventional in their life can be seen. They have this rebel energy. Okay. But there's going to be weight fluctuation thing in their life. Sometimes spouse could gain the weight. Sometimes they can become very fit, right? Sometimes they feel heavy. So yeah, that can be seen because of Jupiter influence, right? Fat percentage can change depending upon their exercise and behavior. Sometimes spouse can be very revolutionary, right? And dual personality, because its symbol is man with two faces. Definitely your spouse will have a dual personality. Spouse is generally very intelligent person, highly intelligent person, you can expect. And you know, they, even if they get married, independence and little bit of solitude can be important for them. Even though you guys are living together, sometime you feel they just stand up and go and spend some time alone in their cave, which is, cave literally means like a small room or a corner where they want to spend time alone away from everyone, right? That can be seen. And you will also see, like I would say, with this nakshatra, your spouse can also be master astrologer, tantrics, priest, someone who deal with these occult related, tarot card reader, palmist, that can be seen. Some kind of activist, social activist, someone who bring reform in society, human right related worker can be seen with this, right? Someone who could be into finance and economics, right? That can be seen. Someone who could be into death related field like insurance, funeral, forensics, that can be seen. Someone who could be a teacher, mentor, that can also be seen. Spouse will have intense passion here, right? Also, marriage can bring sudden financial shift in your life. Sometime inheritance wise positive result can also be seen. But then again, see, we have to see other things as well. I'm talking just on the basis of Darakaraka. You have to see Venus, Mars, planet in the 7th house, 7th lord, and all those nakshatra. They also add their flavors. But again, Darakaraka is itself very, very important. Darakaraka and its nakshatra also play a very important role, right? But again, if you know all that, you can purchase consultation. Links are in comment section and description. Sometime you will see your spouse try to fix your flaws, right? They try to figure out this person had this issue and I have to fix it, right? And that's why sometime fight etc can happen, because you don't want to change it and they want to change it. They want to fix the issue inside you, right? Spouse may have this habit that they find peace in rain, thunder, storm, because Aja Ekapada is the like god of storm, right? So they would love, you know, there are certain people, I've seen the videos where in Thailand, in some island, this couple is literally alone. It was like a very like a rainy and a stormy type of weather, and it's rain and the beach is full of water, and they are just enjoying that weather in a romantic way. So that's the kind of energy your spouse have, right? Sometimes they might have a very loud, very booming voice, right? So that can be seen. Sometimes they would like to wake up till late night, study or meditate or do something at night, right? They can be very sensitive to heat related issues, whether it's a fever, whether it's having rashes on their body, anything which is pith related, fire related, heat related thing. And definitely mood swings could be the issue. All right. And they can be sensitive to criticism also. So you need to focus on that. Although sometimes they also have this self-sacrifice nature towards you. But try to understand your Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Purva Bhadrapada. So now it's your responsibility to understand that, okay, my spouse have the mood swing related issue. So now you try to help them, right? You try to work on that. It's your Darakaraka. So that's the beauty of astrology. So yeah, this is all about this nakshatra. If you want to purchase consultation or courses, links are in comment section and description. Okay, now let's talk about Darakaraka in Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra. So what's going to happen when Darakaraka is placed in Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra? No, Darakaraka in Uttara Bhadrapada, it is one of the deepest, most mature, spiritually grounded, and I would say emotionally stabilizing type of spouse placement. Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra, it's ruled by planet, first of all, Saturn. Okay. And now what's going to happen when Darakaraka is in Uttara Bhadrapada? So you will see when Darakaraka is in Uttara Bhadrapada, spouse will have us like very calm and composed personality generally with this nakshatra. Right? Spouse generally, it's rare that spouse become impulsive with this nakshatra. Darakaraka in Uttara Bhadrapada also show that your spouse will be emotionally very mature person. They could have a very mature mindset. And they handle responsibilities very wisely. Darakaraka and Uttara Bhadrapada also shows spouse can be a very deep thinker. They could have a very reflective and a philosophical nature. Spouse can be very loyal and dependable partner. Commitment could be very important for your spouse. Spouse could be emotionally very stable personality and less prone to a dramatic behavior, which is a good thing. Also, Darakaraka in Uttara Bhadrapada show marriage can be karmically very significant, destined here. Right? And in the past life, like you're born, like that you carry from the past life is something in which you have unfinished emotional karma. And because Saturn energy is there, this relationship with your spouse is going to build slowly whenever Darakaraka is in Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra. It's not going to be a fast connection. It will take some time to build. Trust build gradually. Also, maybe spouse will enter in your life during the phase of emotional maturity. That can be seen. Marriage can bring deep life lessons for you. That can also be seen when Darakaraka is in Uttara Bhadrapada. Also, I would say Darakaraka in Uttara Bhadrapada, attraction can begin through emotional understanding. It is going to be a very calm connection actually. Spouse values sincerity in love. Honesty will be really important for the spouse. Romantic bond between you and your spouse with this nakshatra grows slowly but deeply. Right? It will be a stable love type of energy. And love will feel very peaceful rather than dramatic here. It is going to be a comfortable connection. Right? Also, emotional loyalty will strengthen your relationship. And trust become the foundation of your relationship whenever Darakaraka is in Uttara Bhadrapada. Spouse could have a very philosophical mindset here. Right? Spouse could be interested in deeper meaning of life. Emotionally, spouse can be very introspective personality whenever Darakaraka is in Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra, you will see. They could be very responsible and very patient person. Long-term thinker they will be. Spouse values stability and security. And they prefer steady life. And spouse would be very emotionally protective towards partner. That can also be seen. And they could have a very supportive behavior towards you. Right? Also, I've seen like whenever Darakaraka is in this Uttara Bhadrapada, marriage often becomes stable and dependable. It's generally a long-term partnership type of energy. Right? Also, spouse may act as a very emotional anchor for you. They always provide support for you. Darakaraka and Uttara Pradrapada also show that your relationship may not be perfect in the beginning, but with time your relationship will improve and stronger bond form after maturity. And you guys may share some spiritual or philosophical interest, deep discussion that can be seen. Uh, Also, marriage can bring emotional stability to life. That can also be seen. Also, Dharakaraka in Uttar Bhadrapada, if I talk a little bit about fights and conflict that can happen. So, your spouse prefer calm discussion over argument, first of all, you will see, which is a good thing. They would have a logical approach towards the conflict that happened between you and your spouse. They will have a logical approach towards the conflict that happened between you and your spouse. Also, they will handle generally emotional conflict with very patience, not like an impulsive reaction or like, too much reactive. No. The good thing is spouse will handle the conflict with patience. But yeah, obviously your spouse may withdraw temporarily because whenever your Dharakaraka is in Uttar Pradesh, like spouse need time and space to think about what's going on. So maybe they just withdraw temporarily, right, from you, and they just spend their me time alone and thinking about he said this, I said this, and then just trying to understand the situation. And obviously with this nakshatra, honesty is really important. Honest communication will always resolve the issues. Right? Trust must be restored in relationship. Also, marriage will suffer if emotional neglect happen from your side. Right? The emotional connection must have to be maintained here. Darakaraka in Uttar Bhadrapada Nakshatra show that your spouse could have a very calm and steady eyes. Right? Very peaceful gaze they have. His spouse can have a very mature facial expressions, facial features. His spouse could have a very mature facial features, serious expressions, and they have very balanced or strong body structure. Right? Spouse can be very reserved, but they could have a very dignified appearance, I would say. Like their style can be very simple. And there can be some subtle attractiveness about them. Okay? Generally, this nakshatra give you a spouse who would be a very patient personality. They rarely lose their temper, and a faithful commitment can be seen from their side at least. So you can get a loyal partner with this nakshatra, and they can be a very thoughtful decision maker. So when they are taking a decision, they consider the plus and minus. For them it's always a list of pros and cons. If I do this, this is the pros, these are the cons. So yeah, emotionally spouse can be very supportive. They always encourage you to achieve things in your life. Sometimes they appears very reserved, very introvert as well. Little bit private nature can also be seen of your spouse. But of course we have to see other things as well. We have to see Venus, Mars planet in the 7th house, 7th lord, all those planets and their nakshatra, they also play their role, right? But again, for that full horoscope consultation is required. If you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. But then Darakaraka is also really important, and that's what we are now talking about. Also, you will see emotional trust is really essential here for intimacy, right? And the more emotional closeness you will have, the more physical intimacy will improve here. Spouse can value loyalty here, that can be seen. And with time, intimacy grow. If I talk a little bit about the challenges that you are going to face with Darakaraka and Uttar Bhadrapada in your relationship, so you will see that your spouse may appear like sometime emotionally very distant personality, very reserved personality. Your relationship may feel very slow moving, like patience is required. Patience is very required in this relationship. Spouse emotional expression sometimes can be very limited, right? Also, sometimes work or responsibility may dominate your life. uh, Also, emotional connection is always important here. If emotional connection go away, then marriage won't work. Generally, this nakshatra create a deeply stable and spiritually meaningful type of marriage whenever Darakaraka is in Uttar Bhadrapada. Also, your spouse can also be inclined towards philosophical thing, spirituality, right? And definitely a spouse would prefer a peaceful lifestyle rather than social drama, right? Which is again a good thing. Then Dharakaraka in Uttar Bhadrapada, your spouse temperament and nature can be very calm, very profound, spiritually very deep, but quietly powerful as well. Right? Spouse, you feel like sometimes that spouse carry an ancient wisdom, like that seems to come them from experiences of life. They could have a strong connection with the cosmic order that you can also feel. They could have this innate understanding of life's deepest mystery, and they could be comfortable in talking about life and death scenarios, transformations, right? That can be seen. Generally, spouse could have a very calm appearance, very wise they look. They could have a very timeless type of appearance. A spouse could have a very deep, calm, and very wise eyes. Spouse physical structure, generally with this nakshatra I have seen very like solid, grounded type of physical structure they have. And with this nakshatra, your Darakaraka can be prone to the Saturn related disease like pain in the legs, joint pain, right? These things can possible. And spouse could be connected to the field like some kind of a healing, like psychologist, psychotherapist, right? Some kind of counselor, right? Philosopher, spiritual teacher, someone who could be a researcher, right? Someone could be a mystic, astrology, tarot card reader, palmist, that can be seen. This nakshatra show you could literally meet during when you are not feeling good, during where some kind of a philosophical discussion is going on, during a spiritual retreat you could meet, or through a teacher you can meet, or literally you can meet at someone's funeral with this nakshatra actually. Yeah, that can also possible. Spouse, if I talk a little bit about argument style, they rarely argue, but whenever argument happen, generally they likes to withdraw and they go into the silence mode. That can also be seen here. And after getting married, maybe philosophical conversation, meditation, right? Something mysterious things you guys do together a lot in your life. That can also be seen. Darakaraka in Uttar Bhadrapada also show that your spouse can be very dreamy, yet grounded person. Right? Their eyes can be very calm. They have this peaceful, almost meditative type of gaze that make other feel safe. Spouse will have a very solid and steady build. Right? They have a very good physical presence, I would say. And they prefer, I would say, modest style when it comes to wearing the cloth. Maybe usually like some earthy or oceanic type of tones in terms of clothes. Generally, they have this slow movement. They don't rush, right? They walk and move with a quiet and dignified rhythm. Spouse will have generally with this nakshatra beautiful and thick hairs. Their face look very wise, right? And spouse could be very deep, right? And like for an example, you could be living for 50 years with them and still you feel like I'm still discovering the new layer of my spouse soul, right? So that can be seen. And spouse could have immense patience. Naturally, they have this wisdom. They often give advice to you that feel like very ancient. It feel like they have this old soul kind of energy. And sometimes this nakshatra, your spouse could also have love for solitude. Like for an example, they just spend some time alone in their cave. And when I say cave, I mean like maybe like there is some small room or some space in your home where they would like to spend time alone. And that recharge them. That can also be seen. Generally, there is an unshakable loyalty from your spouse if other planets are not disturbing this. Spouse could be connected to some kind of a counselor, therapist, financial planner, and insurance, especially death insurance related thing can also be seen. Your profession of your spouse. A spouse can also be into non-profit or humanitarian work. That can also be seen. Or spouse could be connected to some research, deep studies, or maybe in some profession where there's some kind of a management of resources, right? That can be seen. Spouse may sometime act as a mentor for you. They will guide you, and it feel like a very calming bond with your spouse, right? And you guys will gain prosperity in life through patience with this person after getting married, especially when your Darakaraka is in this nakshatra of Uttara Bhadrapada. It's not going to be a quick reach scheme, no. It will take some time. Spouse could have, because Saturn energy is prominent, they could be love for night. At night, they feel more energetic, maybe, right? In comparison to day, they feel like, oh, at night, my energies are like full. They could have connection to the ocean. They love to spend time near beach or ocean. They can be very animal lover type of spouse who love animals. They could have a very slow speech, right? And they can sometimes become prone to issues related to nervous system, right? That can be seen. Sometimes spouse could behave a little bit stubborn as well, and little bit laziness can sometimes be possible, right? But see, again, this is just with Darakaraka. We have to see other things as well. For that, full horoscope consultation is required. If you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. But still, this Darakaraka will also play its role. So yeah, this is all about Darakaraka in Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra. Now let's talk about Darakaraka in Revati Nakshatra. So what's going to happen when Darakaraka is placed in the Nakshatra of Revati? So Revati Nakshatra, first of all, is ruled by Mercury, and its deity is Pushan. You will see that your spouse with Darakaraka in Revati, your spouse is going to be very compassionate, very kind-hearted person. Naturally, they have this caring personality. They have this emotional, sensitive nature, can be highly empathetic person. You will get a very gentle and a supportive partner when Darakaraka is in Revati. And Darakaraka in Revati, spouse encourage emotional well-being. Right? Spouse can be very creative and imaginary personality. They could have a very artistic and dreamy mindset. Spouse could have a very generous and helpful nature. They naturally enjoy assisting others, helping others. You know, there are certain people who naturally have this habit of helping others. So that's the kind of a spouse you will get when Darakaraka is in Revati. Darakaraka in Revati Nakshatra, your marriage may feel very spiritually destined. Deep karmic connections can be feel like with marriage. Darakaraka in Revati, your past life bond may involve protection or guidance. You know, it shows that you are a partner from the past life which reunite again whenever Darakaraka is in Revati. Darakaraka and Revati Nakshatra, your relationship may begin during emotional or spiritual transformation. Spouse may enter in your life when you seek emotional healing. Spouse will have this supportive presence for you. And Darakaraka and Revati, your marriage help both you and your spouse to grow in life also. Right? Darakaraka and Revati Nakshatra also show that your attraction often begin through emotional understanding. Right? Like maybe you like the kindness of your spouse and that attract you towards them. Right? Like for an example, you are just traveling and you see a beautiful girl just helping the poor people by giving them food, and you just fall in love with the kindness. So that can possible. Darakaraka and Revati Nakshatra also show that your spouse values emotional connection more than the physical attraction. Also, romantic relationship may begin gently and gradually when Darakaraka is placed into this nakshatra of Revati. Darakaraka and Revati also show that your relationship may feel spiritually very meaningful, right? Deep emotional bond can be seen. And spouse can be highly empathetic personality, right? They are the one who can feel others' emotion very deeply. And spouse can be very sensitive to emotional atmosphere. And the environment will affect your spouse mood. Your spouse will have a very compassionate mindset also whenever Darakaraka is in Revati. Darakaraka in Revati, I've also seen like a spouse could have this dreamy mindset, very imaginative thinker type of person. They could have lot of creative ideas in their brain whenever Darakaraka and Revati. Darakaraka and Revati also show spouse can be emotionally very intuitive, right? They can understand your needs very well. Darakaraka and Revati Nakshatra also show that your marriage often become emotionally very nurturing, right? Very supportive partnership type of marriage it can become. Darakaraka and Revati also show that your spouse provide emotional comfort during difficult time in your life. Their presence can be very healing for you, and your relationship may involve spiritual or creative interest, shared inspiration of some kind. Also, you will see Darakaraka and Revati, your marriage grows stronger through kindness and patience. Also, Darakaraka and Revati, you and your spouse would have a harmony focused type of relationship. You enjoy a peaceful lifestyle together, right? If I talk a little bit about the fight conflict that could happen whenever Darakaraka is in Revati, your spouse may dislike harsh argument. Like whenever the fight or disagreement happen, they prefer a very, there are certain people who they are like, why are you shouting? We can just have this normal discussion. So they prefer very calm discussion about something. So that's the kind of a spouse you will get. So let's say you guys have some fight argument. So you don't have some kind of a disagreement about something. So spouse would prefer very calm discussion, not like just shouting and all that shit. They just want a calm discussion that, okay, this is the problem, this is the solution. Also, Darakaraka and Revati, emotional sensitivity may lead to the feeling that get hurt, right? So careful communication is required here. You should always understand that. And your spouse may withdraw emotionally when they feel deeply hurt. So if you hurt them deeply, then for some time they will withdraw emotionally. And the conflict, whenever the conflict happen between you guys, it will get resolved through empathy and understanding, right? And obviously, if you neglect them emotionally, if you just try to talk harshly with them, right, that's when the relationship will suffer. So you need to focus on that. Spouse, generally Darakaraka and Revati, can have a very soft and a facial, I would say gentle facial feature along with softness. They have this kind expression on their face. Also, they could have a very calm and expressive eyes, the eyes which have emotional depth, and their body movement could be very graceful, right? And they could have a very pleasant voice, or I can say their communication style can be very pleasant because of Mercury influence. A spouse could have a very subtle, attractive aura. Naturally, they are a charming personality. Okay. Darakaraka and Revati also show spouse can be very gentle personality. They avoid confrontation generally. And they are generally a loyal partner, emotionally very committed towards you. Of course, we have to see other things as well. We have to see Venus, Mars, and how other placements are of 7th house, 7th lord, etc. in your chart. For that, full horoscope consultation is required. You can purchase that. Links are in comment section and description. But yeah, generally Darakaraka also play a very important role. So yeah, it talk about that your spouse Darakaraka and Revati can be very supportive, very nurturing, that encourage you to achieve something in life. Also very creative and artistic tendencies can presence in your spouse. Their mind can be very imaginative. Sometimes spouse can be, I would say, sometimes they can be very sensitive also. They can become overly sensitive about something. So they need reassurance. Okay, that can be seen. Like for an example, they need reassurance for sure. So that can be seen. Like for an example, you are talking to a girl and they're like, are you having an affair or something? You are like, no, no, no. They are like, are you sure? Or like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Like they like, you need to reassure them that no, I'm not doing something wrong, everything is good. So yeah, that can be seen. Also, emotional closeness is again important for intimacy. Also, physical intimacy become meaningful when the emotional connection is very deep. Right? Spouse value loyalty can be matter a lot for the spouse, right, in relationship. Also, you will see that the challenges you are going to face in the marriage when Darakaraka and Revati Nakshatra is emotional sensitivity of your spouse may cause misunderstanding. Or even if you become too much emotional sensitive, that could also lead to misunderstanding. Right? And sometimes spouse could have this over self-sacrificing nature. Right? That like sometime can also become issue. Also, relationship may feel overly idealistic at a time. Right? Spouse may avoid confrontation. So problem may remain unspoken. So that could be an issue. Because if you don't spoke about the problem, how can things work in marriage, right? Also, you should always appreciate your spouse. Emotional appreciation is required in this marriage whenever Dharakaraka is in Revati Nakshatra. Dharakaraka and Revati Nakshatra, through your spouse and marriage, you will have emotional healing. Right? Also, you will see spouse could be working in some creative healing, counseling kind of a field. Marriage like could trigger travel, relocation, shifting into a new home. That can also possible. Communication could become really important in this marriage whenever Dharakaraka is in the nakshatra of Revati. Also, Dharakaraka in a Revati nakshatra, your spouse could have a very gentle, nurturing, compassionate type of a nature and temperament. Right? You will see a spouse could have this innate ability to nourish and to protect other. Right? That can be seen. Spouse could have a very gentle, luminous, and often I would say, uh, they have this softness, I would say, on their face that make everyone feel uh, like ease to talk to them. Right? Their face radiate this kindness. Eyes can be very soft, very compassionate kind of eyes, very kind eyes, I would rather say. Right? Then often they have a very soft, I would say, and rounded and gracefully nurturing build of body. uh, Spouse can be prone to the issues related to water retention in body, right, emotional problems, emotional issues that can be seen. Spouse could be connected to the some guidance profession, nurses, healers, right, some kind of a guide, tour guide, travel counselor, social worker, even I would say nutritionist can possible your spouse with this nakshatra, right? uh, so yeah, these things can be seen. Sometime you guys could meet your spouse during some journey, traveling, or maybe you went somewhere for consultation, you could meet your spouse, or in some healthcare setting, that can also be seen. Also, if I talk a little bit about their argument style, generally with this, your spouse, Darakaraka in Revati Nakshatra, avoid always like conflict, right? And when there is disagreement, etc., they withdraw temporarily and just maybe likes to spend time alone for some time or withdraw at least. That can be seen. Darakaraka and Revati, I've also seen spouse could have a very soft and watery type of eyes. They often have this clear, expressive, and slightly large eyes also. Right? Kind of a fishy eyes type of placement this is. And spouse could have youthful feature because of Mercury energy. Some youthfulness in them can be seen. Spouse body could be well proportionate and a very delicate type of body. Right? Also, they could have a very, I would say, radiant and sweet smile and a refined skin. And generally, this nakshatra give your spouse a very symmetrical face. And yeah, I have seen one thing, Darakaraka in Revati, your spouse could have very expressive hands, right? Very artistic finger, and you habit of using lot of hands. There are certain people, whenever they talk or they give speeches, they use lot of their hands. If you've seen that, the movement of hand could be important. So that can be seen in your spouse. Spouse could be very intuitive. They have the good sense of intuition, very good intuition, and very creative spouse can be seen with this nakshatra, right? Maybe they have lot of travel related knowledge, that can also be seen. Spouse can be animal lover also, right? uh Spouse could be connected to art, music, dancers, fine artists, right? Musicians, travel and hospitality industry. Spouse could be connected to animals, animal healer, someone who is running some animal rescue organization, right? Someone who could be related to some kind of a travel thing, right? Maybe a travel vlogger or literally a pilot can be seen with this. Some kind of a writer, someone who could have knowledge of different languages, someone who could be in some logistic business, that can be seen. This is a very romantic placement, by the way. So you feel Darakaraka and Revati, you may feel that it's like a soulmate connection for you. You can feel that. Marriage may feel like a two souls are reuniting together for you. Sometimes spouse may also give you a lot of advice here. That can be seen. Also, you will see your spouse could feel lot of happiness near ocean, beaches. Such places could make them feel a lot of happy. That can be seen. Sometimes spouse could have a very escapism type of energy. They would like to get busy in their own world. Sometimes they can behave like overly sensitive also. A good remedy when Darakaraka is in Revati Nakshatra is to pray to Lord Vishnu or Lord Ganesha is again a good remedy. Now see, this is about Darakaraka and Revati, but obviously full horoscope consultation is required to see the big picture. If you want to purchase that, links are in comment section and description. So this is all about Darakaraka in all 27 nakshatra. If you want to purchase consultation courses, you can, and I will meet you in the next video on my channel. Till then, bye bye.